This happened when I was only 5 years old, so most of the information I gathered was through my parents. I lived in the middle-class neighborhood in Chicago in a 2-bedroom apartment with my parents. The apartment building was gated and you needed a passcode in order to enter through the front. The back side of the building, however, was open and led to the alleyway where residents could throw out their trash, which was common in Chicago. My upstairs neighbor was a woman around 40 years old who lived alone with her cats. I know, cliché, but she was a sweet lady. One time she went on vacation and asked my parents if they could feed her cats, and she left them a key. While she was away, my dad tried to enter her home to feed her cats, however, the keyhole wouldn't budge. My dad felt bad, but he couldn't get in to feed them until the lady came back from her vacation. My father was so apologetic for not being able to feed them, but the lady nonetheless understood and even offered to show my dad how to turn the keyhole, as she went on vacation often and needed someone to tend to her cats, so my parents kept the key on the key hook. My mother worked a 9 to 5 and my dad worked night shifts in order to not have to leave me with a babysitter. My mother and I often stayed up and watched Friends together. I swear this is where my love for the show developed. Anyway, one night, as usual, my dad was off at work working his usual night shift, and my mother and I were up at night watching our show. While the show played and my mother recounted hearing footsteps upstairs, but not the usual set of footsteps followed by the patter of the kitty's paw steps. No, this was multiple footsteps and muffled talking. My mother didn't hear any screaming and just heard some music playing. As this was a Saturday night, my mother just thought that the lady upstairs had company over and didn't think much of it. Sunday came and went, and on Monday my mom decided to call off for some reason or another. We were all laying on my parents' king-size bed when we hear a knock on the door around 11 a.m. My dad opened the door to 2 police officers and a woman who was the upstairs lady's friend. The police, along with a friend, explained to my parents that the lady had failed to show up to work, which was not like her, and she was not answering her phone or her door. The police officer asked if my parents had seen or heard from her, but my parents said no. My dad remembered that he had a key and offered it to the police officer. My dad joined the 2 police officers and the lady's friend. When the officer went to put the key in the keyhole, it wouldn't turn, so my dad jumped in and showed them how to open it. According to my dad, the 2 police officers gave each other a strange look but continued to enter the apartment as the friend and my father followed. They were greeted by the cats, but there didn't seem to be anything out of place until they reached the room at the end. When they walked in, they found the lady with a pillow over her face, blood-stained clothing from what looked like stab wounds. The friend cried out hysterically but was held back by an officer and my father so as not to taint the scene. The other police officer began to call in the wellness check turned murder scene. As more police, forensics, and detectives showed up at the scene, my parents were questioned separately. My dad was asked to go down to the station for further questioning. He tells me now it was because he became a suspect since he had a key and knew how to open the door. This was important because there was no sign of forced entry. When they were able to corroborate his alibi, they let him go. A week had passed and my parents were able to gather information from the police. They said that the woman's debit card was used at an ATM where they were able to obtain a picture of a man, and they released the image to the public to see if they would get a hit on it. Apparently, a kindergartner told her teacher her dad was on TV, and this somehow led to her father being detained and charged along with 3 of his friends with the murder of this lady. What still rocks me to the core is what follows. When they questioned the men, they confessed and told the police everything. They told a story about how for weeks they watched a young Latina woman with her little curly-haired daughter, studying them. They knew when the father went off to work and how long the 2, daughter and mother, were alone in the apartment. They studied the building for weeks and knew that the backside was open and led directly to the back doors of each apartment. They concocted a plan to break in to do God knows what to my mother and I. The night had finally come when they knew my father had left. They were waiting at our back door when they heard someone coming down the steps with a trash bag. It was the lady. She locked eyes with them and knew something was off immediately and turned to run back to her apartment. She, unfortunately, was not quick enough. They grabbed her and pushed her through her back door while muffling her screams. She stood no chance, and I shiver at the thought of what that poor woman suffered through, and how that could have easily have been my mother and I. I'd had my eye on this place for a month or two and was hoping for better weather to come around. However, circumstances forced my hand and I had to go in sooner than I planned. The homeowners posted up a for sale sign, and with the market being the way it was at the time, I assumed I didn't have much time before it sold. The house caught my attention in the first place just after Christmas. I happened to be driving by after casing another place and noticed all the boxes stacked up next to their trash cans. Among the best things they'd received was a pair of LED computer monitors and one of those 40-inch LED smart TVs. Mind you, at this time, stuff like this was still fairly expensive. There were also a laptop and PlayStation 3 box in the pile. All this cool new stuff made me jealous. I know I may joke, but leaving out all these boxes is an open invitation to thieves. The best thing to do is break them down and put them inside your garbage cans. The term out of sight, out of mind applies great in this kind of situation. There was a couple of other places on my list before this one, but the day the sign went up, I knew I needed to act fast. So just after lunch, I climbed through a window in the garage and snuck into the house. Most of the afternoon, at least until 3 p.m., was mine to browse. Their comings and goings were very familiar to me by then, and I was confident I had plenty of time to work. Inside of the house, everything was top quality and the air smelled clean and fresh. I can't say I expected anything less. The home itself was modest, but just from their cars, it was clear they were well heeled. I did a cursory glance through the living area before I moved on to the bedrooms. There wasn't much to grab, and I continued on to the first floor. As I opened it, I was smacked in the face by a wall of stench. It could only be feces, but it wasn't obvious until I looked down and saw the dog kennels. They must lock their dogs up while they're gone, and the dogs must have crapped in the kennels. I couldn't help but feel bad for the poor beasts. There were better ways to keep your dogs from damaging your home. Then, the size of the kennels struck me. They were massive. I mean Great Dane-sized boxes. I thought about letting them out. I leaned down to talk to one of them. Yes, I talk to dogs, so what? And what I saw shocked me to my core. I leaned over to see how bad these poor creatures' conditions really were. But instead of a dog, the face that looked back at me was a child's. It appeared to be a girl, and she didn't look to be more than 5 years old. I became furious instantly. I quickly looked over to the other kennel and was met face to face by another girl that looked identical. Why in the effing world were there a pair of twin little girls locked up in boxes, forced to wallow in their own feces? These were normal-looking, beautiful children. No valid reason came to me. I realized I was becoming so wound up, tears had started pouring down my face. I couldn't think of anything other than getting them out of that house. The idea of stealing having long left my thoughts. Right before I opened the first kennel, I stopped myself. Hold it right there, I thought. I was going to have to do this right, or my future, in addition to theirs, would be screwed. It only took a moment before I figured it out. I leaned over and made a promise to them I was going to get them out of their prison, and soon. The terrified sets of blue eyes that looked back at me almost made me change my mind, but I held to my purpose and rapidly slipped out of the house. In spite of the rage I felt coursing through me, I continued onto my car and dialed 911. This was almost opposite to everything I'd ever believed, but it was no longer just about me. When the operator came on, I told her I wanted to stay anonymous, but my son had recently been in the home and saw the cages with the 2 children. He was very upset, as well as myself, and I demanded the cops check it out. She sounded a little skeptical, but she'd pass it on, nonetheless. I wasn't totally sure the cops were going to believe me, so I also called the Crime Stoppers number and told them the same story. I was so furious by now I didn't need to act upset to get my point across. This operator seemed much more interested in what I had to say, but even then, I still had no guarantee that anything would be done. I wasn't going to be able to think of anything else, so I sat a few blocks away and waited, and waited, and waited, and waited. The hours dragged by so slowly, I must have smoked 2 packs of cigarettes in that time. The mother came home a few hours in, and I prayed like never before that the girls wouldn't say anything about my visit. Not too much later, a pair of cop cars pulled up in front of the house. My first thought was that they had said something. However, the longer I thought on it, I realized that there was no way she was going to call the cops over a burglary. She'd be screwed the second she told the story. I knew then that the cops were there to look around. A few more cars and a pair of ambulances showed up soon after, and that was when I was sure that they were safe. I'm not ashamed to say that I cried like a little girl. When the cops brought that rotten woman out in cuffs, I could finally relax and go home. According to the news, both parents were convicted of a whole slew of crimes and sentenced for up to 15 to 30-year stretches. Not long enough as far as I'm concerned, but I was pleased to know those poor girls were far from those awful people. When it comes to the twins, not much is out there. Because of their age, there's no names or information of where they landed. All I can say is that they went into the system. Now, being a product of the system, I can't guarantee their future will be great. Regardless of that, I'm positive it will be better than it was before. A few years ago, I was renting a house in Northern California. The neighborhood was just outside the suburbs. It seemed like the perfect balance of having space and having nice neighbors close enough not to feel isolated. The area had no street lights, so it was very dark at night, especially if there were clouds blocking the moonlight. It didn't bother me, though. It made my little house feel even more quaint on dark nights. I got home from work one day in midwinter. It was a cloudy night, so pulling up to my house, I saw only what my headlights and front porch light illuminated. When I got out of my car, I caught a whiff of cigarette smoke. That was odd, as I had never smelled that before around the house. I didn't see anyone nearby, so I ignored it and went inside. I had just got off a shift with a few hours of overtime, so I felt pretty tired. Even though it wasn't even 7 yet, I decided to call it a night. I woke up sometime later, sure that I had heard a noise inside my house. I wasn't worried right away because my friend would sometimes stop by to use my shower after work on his way to his night classes. I even gave him a spare key so he could stop by even if I wasn't home. He would always text me to let me know beforehand, though, and I hadn't heard my phone go off. I reached over to my bedside table and picked up my cell phone to see if my friend had sent me a text. The bright light from my phone's screen and number pad blinded me. These were the days before phones had a light sensor that would dim the screen in the dark, and this particular phone was so bright I could use it as a flashlight. Through squinted eyes, I could make out that it was 9-something, but I couldn't tell if I had an unread text or not. I set my phone aside and called out my friend's name. There were a couple of seconds of silence before I heard loud footfalls as someone started running through the bottom floor of my house. I leapt out of bed and ran to the closet. They were already up the stairs by the time I had opened the door and stepped inside. That house had 3 rooms upstairs, 2 bedrooms on either side of the hallway, the one I was in and a spare, and a bathroom at the end. The bedroom doors were both closed, but the bathroom door was cracked open. I heard whoever was in my house thunder down the hallway past my door and into the bathroom. Thank God he did. That gave me enough time to open the attic access in the ceiling of my closet and hoist myself up. I had just started to lift myself up when the person ran back out of the bathroom. My feet were barely inside of the attic when my bedroom door burst open. I heard footsteps run into my room and stop. When they didn't see me in that room, they ran back to the hallway and into the other room, which just had boxes stacked in a corner, some weights, and a table where I painted my miniature models. I guess they decided that if someone was hiding, it would be in the bedroom because they charged back into my room and turned on the light. A moment later, the closet door was ripped open. I was crouched in my attic just a foot or so away from the access, so I could try to stop them if they started to climb up. From my vantage point, all I could see was from about their knee down. They were wearing dirty blue jeans with frayed cuffs and worn work boots. After a few seconds of looking in the closet, they stepped away and I heard a loud crash come from my room, followed by a scream of frustration and anger. That scream was the most unnerving part of the incident for me. It reminded me far too much of my stepfather, who would scream in a similar way when he lost his temper. He would eventually be put in a mental hospital for several mental disorders that resulted in erratic and violent tendencies. The man in my house ran back down the stairs. I heard crashes and clatters as things were thrown around and furniture was knocked over. I stayed crouched in the attic. I left my cell phone when I ran for the closet, and I wasn't certain I could climb down without him hearing. After some time, the noises stopped. I started counting slowly. When I reached 1,000, I decided it was safe enough to climb down and call the police. The first thing I noticed when I exited the closet was the intruder had flipped my bed over, I assume in an attempt to find me. That was the loud noise I had heard after he stepped away from the closet. I couldn't find my cell phone, so I went to the landline by the bed and called the police. I waited in my room until I heard them call out from downstairs. The first floor was a mess, but I'd expected that. Chairs had been knocked over, the sofa had been flipped. All the books and pictures and knickknacks I had on my shelves were strewn across the floor. The cupboards in the kitchen had been opened and all the boxed and canned foods had been thrown to the ground. As far as I could tell, the only thing missing was a single knife out of the wooden block in my kitchen. The police checked the house from top to bottom. They found that the side door had been forced open by something like a crowbar. They also found a few cigarette butts along my fence line, along with some foil and an empty pen tube which the police said people used to smoke meth, so they think he had been watching my house for a while. I realized that he must have been out there smoking a cigarette when I got home. They collected up the evidence and told me I should stay with family or friends that night and get that door fixed as soon as possible. I opted just to not sleep. I moved a shelf over to block the broken door and spent the next couple of hours cleaning things up. I would often go to the window with a flashlight and shine it along the fence line where the police found the cigarette butts and foil, but I didn't see anything. The next day I called to have the door fixed and motion lights installed at the back and sides of my house. I ran a phone cable up into the attic and added a landline. I never wanted to be stuck up there without a phone again. Nothing else happened at that house, though. I lived there another 3 years without incident. One more precaution I took was practicing getting out of my bed, going to my closet and climbing into the attic as quickly and quietly as possible. I even kept at it when I moved, except now I go to a crawl space at the back of the closet instead of the attic. I try not to think about what would have happened if I had been a bit slower getting to the attic, or if he hadn't gone into the bathroom at the end of the hall first.
I have submitted this story under a pen name to protect my identity. During the late 90s, I was at a very low point in my life. I was a drug addict, wandering the streets of downtown Los Angeles, eating out of trash cans, sleeping under bridges, and asking random bypassers for spare change. Looking back, I have nothing but regret for that time in my life. But this story is about the incident that made me sober up and turn my life around. One night I was sleeping under a secluded highway overpass. It was fairly isolated because of its location on the outskirts of the city, and saw little to no police presence. My sleeping spot overlooked a concrete foundation that stretched on for about 50 yards. It was a pretty long walk to get back to the city, but it was a price that I was willing to pay to have this place all to myself. I've had more than my fair share of close calls sleeping on Skid Row. so after a long day of panhandling, I slipped into my sleeping bag and began to doze off. I was suddenly woken up by the sounds of screaming. I turned to my side to see a car parked under the overpass, but the vehicle's windows were down. I could tell that there was commotion taking place inside the cab. Now I know what you might be thinking. At first, I thought the same thing too. Maybe someone was getting lucky. But these were not screams of pleasure. They were screams of agony. A chain-link fence bordered the concrete platform beneath the overpass, and at night, a white light next to the fence would turn on and partially illuminated the area. It wasn't the best lighting, but you could still see the area from my sleeping spot. I watched in horror as the passenger side door of the car flung open, and a skimpily dressed woman exited the vehicle. She was holding her leg, trying her best to limp away from the car. I was frozen in place, almost not believing what I was witnessing. The girl was begging for her life as she awkwardly staggered away from the vehicle. The driver's side door then opened, and a figure emerged from the car. I couldn't quite make out the details of this person because the passenger side of the car was facing me. The person then pointed a gun at the girl and shot her. I remember closing my eyes as the gun went off and opening them to see the woman sprawled out on the ground. She was on her back, and the way her head was positioned was as if she was looking at me. Her jaw was going up and down like she was trying to say something. The memory of seeing her like that still haunts me. The shooter made his way over to her, and when he stepped into the light, I could see that he was wearing a dark hooded jacket with a bandana hiding his face. He stood over her and just watched her for several seconds before finishing her off with a second shot. I was absolutely petrified at what I had just witnessed. I was now sitting up on my sleeping bag with one hand over my mouth, trying my best not to make a sound. But what happened next was a whole new level of fucked up. The headlights of another vehicle at the opposite end of the overpass flicked on and drove up to the gruesome scene. At first I was relieved and stupidly thought that these people were here to help, not even factoring in that a bystander wouldn't just casually drive up to a scene of a crime with the killer still there with a loaded gun. I guess after I witnessed something so horrible, the logical part of my brain wasn't working too well. But things became clear to me once I noticed that the other vehicle was a black van, and things became even more clear once I saw 3 men wearing ski masks exiting the van, one of them holding a video camera. These sick fucks were filming this entire thing? There was an exchange of words, and the other 2 men that exited the van walked over to the dead woman and grabbed her arms and legs, then proceeded to carry her body back to the car. The shooter had made his way over to the car before they got there, and the cameraman stayed off to the side and filmed the entire thing. The shooter popped open the trunk, and the men heaved the corpse into it. Without going into too much detail, I'll add that the men did not seem to be concerned at all about the blood. The cameraman then joined them at the car for a nice close-up shot. The shooter then walked over to the van and returned with 2 cans of gas. The men doused the car in gasoline, and the shooter struck a match and threw it, and the car was instantly engulfed in flames. The 4 men and myself watched as the car burned. As I stared into the fire, I became numb. I had apparently reached my scare limit, and now I was just angry. Angry at these animals for what they had done. Even if this woman was an addict or a hooker, no one deserves to die like that, murdered under an overpass in cold blood. The fact that they were filming this whole thing pissed me off even more. I considered this to be the exact moment I stopped being a drug addict. The 4 men eventually piled back into the van and left. A short while later, I emerged from the overpass and made my way over to the nearest payphone to call the police. I don't think the police took me seriously at first, until I led them to the burning car. I was questioned for hours by detectives, and yes, they did suspect me, a homeless junkie, of foul play. But I stuck to my story. They did keep me in a holding cell for a few days, which they probably couldn't legally do, but I honestly didn't mind at all. Free showers and food. I was actually a bit bummed out when they eventually released me. I later found out that there were similar killings in San Francisco and Sacramento, and that the perpetrators were wanted by the FBI. I don't know for sure if they ever caught them. I can only hope that they did. After that night, I decided I had enough of living on the streets. The fear I experienced inspired me to get my shit together, finish college, and become an English teacher. I'm proud to say that I've been sober for almost 23 years. Sometimes seeing the ugliest side of humanity is the cure.
I think maybe the scariest thing to ever happen to me occurred in a Burger King of all places. I was on a particularly long drive one time, and it was later in the evening when I started to get kind of hungry. I kept driving for a few miles until I began to see signs of a Burger King. Hallelujah. Fatty, meaty goodness. I find the Burger King, pull off the highway, and park up my car just outside. So as I'm walking over to the actual restaurant, I was pretty happy to see that there was no line. Not only that, but there didn't seem to be anyone inside the restaurant at all. It was as quiet as the grave in there, but frankly, that suited me fine. I was famished by that point, so naturally I was in no mood to be stood in some long line. I remember seeing the clerk stood behind her register, just stood there, almost in a robotic way, not moving. But again, I didn't overthink it. I figured since they weren't busy, she could afford to just kind of take it easy. I step inside, walk up to the counter, and then freeze. Now, since this is not my first retelling of this, many people have asked me how I didn't notice the warning signs. Seemingly empty restaurant, server, frozen to the spot, stuff like that. Like I said, it was late in the evening. I had had a long day and I was starving. My situational awareness was not at its best, and everyone looking at this with hindsight can go screw themselves because I doubt they're the Sherlock Holmes they think they are. Anyway, I get up to the counter, look at the server, and see she's been crying. Not only that, but she's shaking too. She seems absolutely terrified. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I see something under one of the tables nearby. It only takes a slight turn of my head to recognize what it is. It was a person, lying face down, their fingers linked around the back of their head. And they seemed similarly terrified too scared to even look up from this prone position. Only then did I realize that something was horribly, horribly wrong. I just didn't know what. But thankfully, or not thankfully, I didn't have to wait long to find out. From the back of the store, a guy in a mask steps out from behind a fryer or something, a grubby-looking gun in his hand, and it's pointed at me. Phone, wallet, and keys on the counter. Now. I can't remember his exact words, but they were essentially that. He ordered me to empty my pockets, and when I did, he ordered me down on the floor. Just like the other dude, I instinctively linked my fingers behind my head. I had apparently interrupted him in the process of emptying the cash registers, or rather, commanding the poor, terrified server to do so for him, which she did. I didn't see much of what happened next, but I know he told her to put the money in a food bag so he could walk out without too much suspicion being raised, or that's what the logic seemed to be to me. Before he left, he told us all to count to 100 before we got up, and if anyone did, he'd shoot us through the giant glass windows that pretty much made up most walls. As you can guess, I didn't get up, not until I heard him screech out of the parking lot in a car. My car. Needless to say, that was quite the messy situation to follow up with for many months after. Halloween night is always accompanied with a feeling of fear, even if it's a small amount. Perhaps it's just psychological, but there always seems to be an eeriness to the night, at least in my experience. During the events of this story, I lived in a small, quiet town in the upper northeast region of the United States. My hometown is filled with lots of forests, and being somewhat of an outcast, I would usually just hike on the trails around my house. I would get out of school and just walk for hours before I came home. The older I became, the more deep into the woods I would go. When I was 16 years old, I found this little cave tucked deep within the woods. It was probably about 200 yards or so from the main road. The cave sat at the base of a small cliff about 30 feet high. It had a pretty big opening, and the deeper you went into the cave, the more narrow it became. The cave seemed almost man-made, like it was carved into the side of the cliff. About 20 feet or so into the cave was the back wall with all of these strange rock formations of all different sizes. Also off to the right there was a small little tunnel that I tried to explore one time, but gave up due to the fact that it was barely big enough to fit through, and not to mention it was accompanied by pitch blackness. So for the next 2 years I would often visit this little cave. When I would have difficult days in school or just needed to get away from home, I would go. I would read there, meditate, or just listen to music. I would always think of crazy origin stories for the cave like it was some kind of special place with an interesting backstory. In reality, it was probably nothing of the sort, but it was fun to imagine the possibilities. My senior year of high school, I decided I was too old to go trick-or-treating, and I didn't have a friend who even asked me to do anything. At about 9 p.m., I gathered all my belongings for the night and started my hike to the spot. I wanted to wait until about 9 o'clock-ish so all the kids were off the streets, and it would be really quiet. So I thought it would be a really great idea to get some candles and go to my little cave and read some scary stories. I figured since Halloween was on Friday, I could stay out all night and read. My parents trusted me and really never worried about me because I was responsible and had never gotten in any kind of trouble before. From my house, it would probably take me about 45 minutes or so to get to the cave. I know for some people that may sound crazy to walk that far, but for me, it was therapeutic to be outside in the crisp fall air, especially on Halloween night. Shortly after 10, I started to close in on my destination. As I approached the large opening of the cave, I thought I could make out a low orange flicker coming from the walls of the cave. I turned my lights off and slowly approached. I immediately felt disappointment as I crept slowly to the opening. Someone else is using the cave, I thought, but what I saw was not somebody reading or just hanging out. There were 4 women in the cave, probably late 20s or 30s, all holding hands. They were standing in a circle and seemed to be speaking in unison, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. There must have been hundreds of candles lit because it was illuminating the entire cave, even several feet outside the cave. I couldn't make out what the women really looked like, but they sort of looked ragged or dirty, their clothes being loose and baggy. I sat and just stared at these women for several minutes trying to figure out what they were doing, which turned out to be a huge mistake. As I sat from the bushes and observed, the women suddenly stopped chanting and abruptly turned and stared at the small hole in the wall. I swear at this point I heard a growl coming from the cave, not like a growl from a dog, but something different, something distinctive. I saw a movement from the small tunnel inside the cave, and before I knew it, the 4 women all snapped their heads back and looked right at me, looking at me through the bush. But how could they see me? It was pitch dark out, for God's sakes. All 4 women in perfect sync slowly brought their fingers up and pointed at me, and in a flash, they all began to run at me. I turned and ran as fast as I could. As I made my way towards the main road, all I could hear was screaming and laughing. Or was it crying? I didn't know, it was hard to tell. As I was closing in on the main road, I turned one time to see if the women were still behind me, and not only were they behind me, one of them was inches from me. Her teeth were yellow, her eyes were big and black, and she had the most haunting smile I've ever seen. I turned and ran as fast as I could, never looking back again. I got home that night and just cried because I had no idea what else to do. I'm now 26 years old and still have not gone into another forest by myself. I'm not sure what I saw that Halloween. People playing a prank. I honestly can't tell you, but I know that I never went back to find out.
This story took place in the summer of 2017. My friend and I were young teenage girls at the time. We didn't live in the best of areas. One night we decided to go for a walk around the local pond, which wasn't far from my house. It was pitch black out that night, although there was some sporadic lighting from the streetlights, which were all spaced far apart. However, there was still enough light to guide us to the pond. We left my house and began walking up the dark street. We stopped at one end of the pond and sat down on a bench. This bench happened to be right under the single light that overlooked the pond. And since the light was directly above us, anyone approaching would see us perfectly illuminated. Looking back, it wasn't a good idea to sit there at night. It practically made us a target. We talked for a while, but after a few minutes, I noticed some movement in the distance. I squinted my eyes and saw a group of silhouettes approaching us. Since I'm a paranoid person on a good day, I alerted my friend to the presence of what I assumed was a group of people swiftly coming our way. We debated for a moment on what we should do. The first option was to keep sitting on the bench and assume that they were just harmless individuals who wouldn't do anything to us. The other option was to take no chances and make a run for it back to my house. Something about these approaching figures was threatening to me. So we quickly got back on our feet and started off with a speed walk. I looked back, and my worst fears were confirmed. The group of figures was now sprinting right for us. That's when my fear truly kicked in. My friend and I began to run full speed. I kept looking back at the group as we ran, and noticed that they were gaining on us. I could not make out any features of the people due to the lack of lighting, so we were just blindly running from several faceless figures, which added to the terror. We eventually arrived at my house and hid in my front yard for a while. Since we were being followed, I didn't want them knowing where I lived. Eventually we went inside, making sure to lock the doors behind us. When we were talking about it after the fact, she said that she looked back like I did, so we don't actually know if they attempted to follow us the whole way back. For all we know, it could have been a group of kids just playing a prank on us. But under the circumstances, and the area's reputation, we were glad that we didn't take any chances.
So a little backstory. I grew up in a close-knit community surrounded by houses and parks. As far as crime goes, very little ever occurred there. Things came full circle last year when I moved into a house in my old neighborhood. It was just off the main road that connects to the local mental hospital. There had always been an underlying concern from the residents about that place, but there had never been an incident where a patient escaped. Over time, we got used to it. However, things changed over the years. It was no longer the quiet, peaceful place I remembered. The amount of noise and crime I witnessed after moving in was astonishing. My wife travels a lot for work, and when she does, I tend to sleep in my game room towards the back of the house. One night, I had a horrific nightmare. I was laying on a bed in a dark room at the hospital. I got that feeling that you get when you know you're being watched. I scanned the room to find my wife standing in the corner, looking me directly in the eyes. "Josh, wake up. Someone's about to break in. You need to wake up." I sprung up and immediately grabbed the handgun I kept in the nightstand. I opened my back door to find someone standing in my backyard with a crowbar. The figure took a few steps towards me with the crowbar raised above their head. I raised my firearm.
You come any closer, and I'll shoot.
The figure stopped dead in their tracks, then took off, jumping over the brick fence that separates our backyard from the main road. I called the non-emergency number and let the dispatchers know what had just happened. It turns out that the man in my backyard was an escapee from the mental hospital. It was the first time anyone had ever escaped from that place, and he ended up in my backyard with a crowbar. Lucky me.
This story is from the perspective of a female. I have worked as the night shift telephone operator at a casino hotel for 14 years. I'm used to dealing with drunks, assholes, and perverts on a daily basis. I get a lot of unwanted attention because of my voice. I've been serenaded and even proposed to. I'm usually able to shrug it off, but on the night in question, I received a phone call from someone who was an extremely deranged individual. It started off like any other normal Saturday night. A drunken guest called from his hotel room.
Hey, can I get 2 sets of towels up here, please?
My pleasure, sir. Is there anything else I can get for you?
Yeah. You.
I sighed in annoyance. We'll get those items up to you shortly, sir. Have a wonderful evening. I hung up, thinking that I had heard the last from that guest. But I was wrong. About 15 minutes later, he called back.
Hey, everything's here. Except you.
I don't work in housekeeping, sir.
Damn. Your voice, though. I bet you're hot, aren't you? Why don't you come up and see me?
Sir, I'm not allowed to leave my desk. Do you need anything else?
Do you not understand what I'm telling you? I need you.
I hung up on him again and continued to take calls. That night, I was the only operator on duty, which was usually the case. After a while, I had almost forgotten about the guy, when he called again about 30 minutes later.
Hey, I've got champagne and cheesecake up here for you.
Not for me, sir. You enjoy it, and have a good night.
Wait. Don't hang up. You're the love of my life. I've never loved anyone but you.
I was losing my patience with this drunken idiot. Sir, I don't have time for this. Enjoy your cheesecake and have a good night, I said firmly before hanging up. I knew that I lost my temper, but I couldn't help it. This was getting ridiculous. A few minutes later, he calls back.
If you won't come to me, I guess I'll just have to come to you. I want you. I need you.
Sir, you need to stop calling me, or I'm going to inform security. I'm trying to work here. I slammed the phone down again, slightly rattled. This has never happened to me on this level before, and it was starting to scare me. He calls back.
What do I have to do to get you up here? You know that I know your boss. All I have to do is tell him that I want you, and you'll be mine. I practically own this fucking place. One phone call, and you're gonna be up here, on your knees!
I hung up the phone in disgust. Then I quickly dialed security and explained to them what was going on. All the security guys are buddies of mine. They said that they would be up there to talk to him immediately, and to let them know if he called back again. A short time later, he did.
They're trying to keep you from me. They don't know how much I love you, how I need you. I'm coming for you.
I called security again. They told him that if he called back one more time, they would have the sheriff's office come out. So a short time later, I received another phone call from the lobby phone. At first, all I could hear was heavy breathing. And then, that familiar voice.
I'll fucking find you. I need you. You belong to me. Where the fuck are you?
I hung up and called security, who immediately sent an officer to the lobby. They also said that they were going to call the sheriff right away. Since I don't work at the front desk, I'm nowhere near the lobby. I'm in a safe, undisclosed location, behind a secured door, where he couldn't possibly find me. But still, the caller's behavior frightened me. My coworker then called me from the front desk.
Hey, there's this creepy guy up here asking about you. I didn't tell him anything. Do you need me to call security?
Oh my god, are you kidding me? I've already called them. They should be on their way. Where is he now?
He's standing right... Oh shit. Where'd he go? Fuck. I'm calling security. Lock the office door, okay?
After that, I quickly contacted my buddy in surveillance. They said that they were aware of the guy and were tracking him. He was pacing by the employee's door, looking for another way to get downstairs, to where I was.
Don't worry, security just caught up with him, and the sheriff just pulled up.
I felt sick to my stomach. I didn't realize until just then how bad I was shaking. This man was a lunatic, wandering the halls of the hotel, looking for me. He doesn't even know me, for Christ's sakes, and has no idea what I look like, and yet he was determined to find me. I was having a full-blown anxiety attack. I have no idea how much time passed before the head of security, who was a good friend of mine, came into the office. The sound of the door opening made me jump. Hey, it's going to be okay. Just breathe. He's banned from here, and the sheriff deputies have escorted him off the property. You should go home. You want me to call the manager? No, I'll be okay. Really, thank you. I just wasn't prepared for that level of crazy tonight is all. Are you sure you're going to be okay? I was far from okay. But I knew there wasn't anyone to cover my shift, and I was no longer in danger. For the rest of that night, several of my buddies in security came by to check on me. I don't know what that man said to them, and I don't think I want to know. But I'll tell you this. I've never seen a group of big tough guys look so worried and disturbed before. I guess that's what happens when you come face to face with someone who has truly lost their mind.
This happened to me 2 to 3 years ago. I was around 23 at the time. I'm a female and I live in Romania. One night I was coming home from class. Master, classes after 6 p.m. and end at 10 p.m. At around 11 p.m. I had to take the subway for about 12 stops. The destination I had to get off at was at the end of the line for the subway. At the time, there wouldn't be many people in the subway. I'm a pretty lonely person. All I need is my headset and my music and I'm good to go. Said and done, I plug in my music, pick the furthest chair in the subway, away from the only 2 people that were taking the subway with me at that time. So far, so good. Until I see, with the corner of my eye, a silhouette approach me and sit right next to me. It was a man, fairly built, dark hair, wearing glasses, a black hoodie, and a sickening smile. He doesn't engage in talking with me, but would just stare at my phone as I would browse through my music. I can hear him breathing heavily, not like painfully, but still like he was feeling something very strong. I feel uneasy, so I decide to change my seat and go even further behind, trying to avoid him without looking like a freak myself. I don't know to whom, there was just another person with us the whole way. I guess that scared me even more. I pick a new chair, sit down, plug my headset again, and proceed with the remaining stops on my way home. I see the silhouette growing bigger and bigger and a breeze running on my skin as I realize the guy is again sitting right next to me, glancing in mid-air. Dead eyes, a big smile, staring right into my phone. I panic. There are still 4 stops to go. I have nowhere to hide. I look after the other person in the subway, trying to sit next to her, thinking that strength comes in numbers. She is no longer there. I start shaking a bit, but not allowing the creeper to notice me being vulnerable. I stand up, go to the door, and just decide to stand until my stop comes. This way he won't sit next to me, right? Wrong. He comes straight after me, sits on my chair right near the door, and because he couldn't see my phone, on which he was so focused so far from that angle, he fixates on me right in my soul with his black, dead eyes and says, "Hi, gorgeous. Why are you avoiding me?" I'm freaking out as I look at my phone, trying to call my boyfriend or message him, and he stops me by saying, "I know no one will help you. You would have sent an SOS message by now, and I know you didn't." That moment that I realize I'm cornered. He's been focusing on my phone to see who I was talking to, trying to figure out if I panic, trying to see if I would ask someone for help. He cornered me bad. I had the luck to reach my stop as I would delay any reaction or ignore him so that he would repeat whatever he wanted to say. I drop off and run for the exit, not looking back. I get out at the surface and I don't see him anymore. At this moment, I put my phone in my purse and realize I had pepper spray with me all along. My heartbeat comes back to normal as I know I at least have something to defend myself with, but still a long way to get home, and who knows if he is alone or not. I walk rather fast for maybe 5 minutes from the metro and feel a hand grab my wrist hard, pulling me back. Another hand covering my mouth, disabling me from screaming my lungs out. It was him. The same black hoodie, dark eyes, and dead eyes stalker. He was furious and said, "Running from me? How dare you run away from me? You should be honored I give you attention." No, I'm fairly built for a woman. 80 kilograms and 1.75 meters tall, so I guess he thought men don't find me beautiful or something and should feel blessed a creep like him stalks me and tries to hurt me. Now my phone is in my bag. I can't call the police. I can't reach for the pepper spray. I panic. I can't punch him in the crotch. I can't scratch him as I don't have long nails. His hand is still on my mouth. What do? I did the most desperate and disgusting thing I could think of just to save my life. I played along. I used my other hand to touch the inside of his thigh and mumble, "I'm sorry," while his hand was on my mouth. He took his hand off my mouth and I repeated that I'm sorry. I didn't realize he was just flirting. He left his guard down and took his hand off my wrist. He asked me for my phone number and address to drop me off, but I refused, saying I'd rather add him on Facebook, and he agreed. I told him I'd reach for my phone, but instead picked up the pepper spray and got him sprayed all over his face. Made sure I'd cover both eyes, nose, mouth, even his ears and hands. He was instantly all red, suffocating from the pepper and swelling. I called the police, told them what happened and what I did. They asked me if he is immobilized, and I said yes, as the effect wears off in 45 minutes. The police arrived there 5 minutes later to see me shaking like a leaf and a man on the ground, swollen like a pumpkin, throwing up and swearing at me between gasps of breath. He was arrested, and the police told me they had been looking for him for the past week as they discovered the body of a 24-year-old woman in his apartment, a fairly built lady, 1.77 meters tall, 75 kilograms, red hair. I have red hair too. The woman was his girlfriend, and ever since, he's never gotten back to the apartment. I don't know what he wanted to do with me. I can understand why he targeted me due to the similarities, but stranger in the subway stalking women at midnight trying to befriend them, or even worse. I hope to God you never, ever get out of jail. I used to work the stand-up circuit in Boston, and let me tell you, that was a wild time to be a comedian. And when you were like me and chose to get the T everywhere, it was even wilder. For those of you that don't know, the T is just what we call the subway in Beantown. And although it might not have the same nationally terrible reputation as New York's subway, I can assure you it used to be just as tough. Now, this happened way back when phones were just starting to get video recording technology, and being something of a gadget freak, I paid out the butt to be one of the first to own one. So, one night I'm coming back from a show just playing with my new phone when some girl gets out of the train and sits down opposite me. We make this tiny bit of eye contact, nothing confrontational, and as the train gets moving again, I carry on wasting time with my new toy. I'm going through some photos I'd taken at a show I'd done recently, and I remember I was smiling, in a real good mood when I suddenly hear, "Are you recording me?" I look up, and it's the girl. Some ratchet South Boston girl who looked like she hadn't slept in a year. She's got this look on her face that looked like a Rottweiler chewing a wasp, and when I'm like, "Who, you?" she screeches, "Yeah, me. You better not be recording me with that thing." I couldn't resist. I was like, why would I make a video of you? I leave prettier things in the toilet every morning. Not the smartest move, to just antagonize her like that, but hey, it's what I do for a living, and I was very much still in work mode. The retort seemed to do the trick for a minute, and the girl shut her mouth for a while and left me in peace. Then a minute later, she starts up again. "Oh, you think you're wicked smart, huh? You think you're hot stuff." I was only 2 stops away from home, so I decided to toy with her a little. Nothing too harsh, just enough to pass the time until I could get off. Then, right as I'm getting off, I actually wish her a good night. I'd actually enjoyed our little back and forth, whereas she still looked incredibly mad. I didn't think she'd do what she did, though. I know she was mean, but I didn't think she was crazy. So I'm standing, waiting for the doors to open, and when they do, I instantly feel this real sharp pain right around my butt. I instantly kind of throw myself off the train while spinning around to see what in God's name just happened. There's Ratchet, this big smile on her face, and she's holding a needle in her hand. Jesus Christ. That girl had real summer teeth, you know. Some are here, some are there. All the hallmarks of a hardcore junkie. And as the doors started to close behind us, she just started laughing. Turns out she got me a good few times in the butt cheek with that needle, and although it only hurt a little for the next few days, my big fear was that I'd gotten some kind of junkie disease like Hep C or HIV or something. It's kind of a war story I tell these days, but just typing it up like this reminds me of how scared I was. I went straight to the hospital and got checked out, but after taking some blood samples, they told me I'd have to wait a few days to find out the results. Longest days of my life. I took those days off because there was no way I could still be funny with all of that on my mind. But thankfully it all came back clean. It had hurt to sit down for a few days, but other than that, I'd be fine. I actually turned the whole thing into a stand-up bit a few years later, and I suppose that's just my way of dealing with things. But even though I can tell the story these days with a smile on my face, and in a way that can make people at least giggle a little bit, that doesn't change the fact that it was one of the scariest things that ever happened to me. At the time, I thought my smart mouth almost cost me my life, in one of the most nightmarish ways to die imaginable. This happened not long ago. I'm 15 going on 16. I live in New York City and have had some strange late-night experiences before, but none as disturbing as this one. My parents were out of town. It was a summer night. I was at a pretty large party. There was quite a lot of drinking and smoking, which is expected at a party with a bunch of 14 to 20-year-olds. I'm pretty tall for my age, like 6'1", and I have a pretty deep voice, so I easily pass as older. I knew that I had to get home on my own, so I tried to regulate the amounts of drink that I had. At around maybe 2 or 3 a.m., I realized that I should start heading home. It was a Friday, and I didn't have anything to do the next morning, but still, I was tired and figured most people would be leaving soon anyway. For those of you that don't know, New York City's transit system runs 24/7, 7 days a week, so I wouldn't have any problems hopping on a train, even at 3 a.m. to get home. I live in an apartment building on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, so I had a pretty long ride to get home. I wasn't worried though. I was no stranger to long commutes on the subway. I would take the train everywhere I went since I was like 9 or 10. I headed over to the train station and sat on one of the benches. There's a screen that says what time the train will be coming, and this late at night, it would be a while. After maybe 10 or 15 minutes of waiting, the screen showed A train, Inwood, 207th Street, 20 minutes. I waited for a while longer until I saw the headlights of the train coming down the tracks. The train arrived, but since this was the first stop, I had to wait about another 10 minutes until it would actually leave the station. I got on and a few people exited, leaving the car empty. I sat all the way at the end of the car, so I wouldn't be next to anyone if anyone else got on. At this point, I was really tired and felt like I was about to just pass out right there, so I did. For those of you that don't know, New York City's subway cars are rectangular with 3 doors on each long side which open at the stations and 1 door on each short side where people can walk through from other cars. I woke up a little while later to the sound of one of the short side doors close to me opening. A man who appeared to be homeless walked in, and the smell immediately hit me like a truck. I remember him having raggy clothes. He looked at me. "Hey brother, you got $1? Nah man, sorry," I responded. "Come on man, I know you got something," he insisted, smiling for some reason. For real, I don't, I'm sorry." I didn't have any singles, just a few 20s, and I wasn't about to give this guy $20. He just stood there for a few seconds and said, "Alright, whatever," and walked away, still smiling. Now, this didn't strike me as weird at all, not yet at least. I've been living in New York my whole life, and I'd gotten used to all the homeless people in the subway and them asking for money. It didn't bother me. I looked out at the stop I was at. I was just in Brooklyn. The A train ran local at night, so my ride would be longer than usual. I figured I still had a pretty long way to before I got to the 42nd Street Manhattan, where I would transfer to the Q train that brought me to the station near my apartment. So I went back to sleep. When I woke up again, I was in downtown Manhattan, I think like West 4th or 14th Street. I was getting close to my stop. I looked around and the train wasn't empty anymore. There was a guy sitting on the other end of the train with his headphones on, and in the middle of the car, there was a guy sitting there, head down, muttering to himself. I was pretty sure it was the same guy that had asked me for money before. I thought that was a little weird, but I wasn't nervous or anything. I just figured he had some sort of mental illness or something. After a little while, I arrived at the 42nd Street station. The guy was still there, and when I got off the train, he must have been going in a similar direction as me because he got up and off the train also. Now, 42nd Street station is huge, and I needed to go all the way to the other side of the station to get from the A train side on 8th Avenue to get to where the Q train was on 7th Avenue. Walking through the huge station, specifically the passage that takes you from one side to the other, I'll admit was a little creepy. It was eerily quiet for a place that usually is packed with so many people during the daytime. The only other people around now were late-night workers and homeless people. I arrived on the side where the Q train would be going uptown towards my stop. When I got to the platform, there were only maybe 3 or 4 other people that I saw waiting for the train like I was. I walked over to the benches and sat down to wait. I looked up and saw that there was a guy a little further down the platform on the side from where I came from, standing there, muttering to himself like having a full-on conversation with nobody. I couldn't make out his face from where I was sitting, but I was sure it had to be the same homeless guy that I'd seen on the A train. Now I was getting a little suspicious. Was he following me? The train arrived after a few minutes and I got on. I'd only have a few stops from where I was to my apartment, so there was no point in trying to sleep. The man boarded the same car as me, and I could see clearly now it was him, the same guy. There wasn't anybody else in the car at the moment. I wasn't entirely nervous, but at the same time I was definitely on edge now. I tried not to look at him to avoid eye contact. He was still mumbling to himself, and now I could pick up on some things he was saying. Random phrases like, "Should I? Maybe. Help me." When I got to my stop, I promptly got up and got off the train. Honestly, at this point, I wasn't even surprised when the man got off too, still talking to himself. The station was completely empty. It was 4, going on 5 a.m. by now. I walked through the station, up the stairs, toward the exit, ignoring the man who was definitely following me. When I got to the street level, I started walking faster towards my apartment. The station was on 72nd Street. I still had to walk a few blocks further up to get to my apartment. I looked back a few times to see the man, still behind me, speaking pretty loudly now. I was honestly more annoyed than scared at this point. Maybe it was the tiredness, maybe it was the little bit of liquid courage left in me, but I was seriously done with this guy's stuff, so I stopped walking, turned around and said, "Hey, can I help you?" "I just want some money. I know you got some." "Listen, I don't. Leave me alone or I'm calling the cops." He said something about how I don't know all the stuff that he's been through, and then just walked in the other direction, still muttering angry slurs under his breath to himself. I continued home, shaken but too tired to think about what happened at this point. I got to my apartment and went to bed. The next morning, my friend who lives in the same building as me called me and asked if I'd heard about what happened last night. I hadn't told anyone about the incident yet, so I said I didn't know what he was talking about, and he explained. Apparently a neighbor in our apartment building who was coming back from an early morning jog or something called the police because there was a man lying outside the doors to our apartment. As he was arrested, he was yelling and screaming, resisting arrest, yelling stuff about how his life was horrible and how he was waiting to kill that person last night that didn't have the heart to hand over any money to him. I assumed the guy that he was referring to was the guy that I had encountered last night, and the guy that he was talking about was me. And he must have followed me all the way to my apartment, which, given how tired I was, must have not been that hard to do without me noticing. Who knows what would have happened if the police didn't take him away? The man was obviously seriously ill, and I do hope that he gets the help he needs. All I can say to you all is be safe when you're alone at night. Especially in the city, always watch your back. Only a handful of people from my personal life know this story, but I figured since Reddit can be pretty anonymous, I'd just make a throwaway and get it off my chest one more time. You can call nonsense on it all if you like. I really don't care what anyone has to say about it at this stage, because the truth is, I still might actually go to prison for this. You see, more than 20 years ago, I used to work the overnight shift at a 24-hour gas station in a major U.S. city, one that'll remain nameless and that I do not live in anymore. As you can imagine, I've got my fair share of crazy stories from my time working there, but only one that still keeps me up at night, and that's the story of Big Sal. One of the things that kind of surprised me about working nights at the gas station was the number of regulars I'd get to know. You figure an overnight gas station would mostly get a mixed assortment of transient strangers, but for some people, mostly other night shift workers, stopping at the gas station became a regular part of their routine, especially since it was the only thing in the area that was open 24 hours. There were a couple of nurses and a few cab drivers that I used to see on the regular, but without a doubt, my favorite was Big Sal. And most nights he'd waddle into the station, pay for his gas, then we'd shoot the breeze for a while. It was kind of annoying at first, being forced to conversate when I felt too tired to even string a sentence together. But after a while, it was kind of nice to see a familiar face to break the boredom and kill some time. But then the thing that really made me like Big Sal was when he brought me a little takeout tray of some food that his wife had made. Occasionally, he'd stay so long that we'd have to pause so I could serve a customer. Sometimes he'd just stand there and mind his business. Other times he'd make a face at me like, "Get a load of this guy," and I'd have to bite my tongue to keep from laughing out loud. But then this one time, a guy walks in to pay for his gas, so Sal takes a step back from the register and politely apologizes to him. Guy says, "No problem." I ring him up, then just as he's going through his wallet, Sal says, "Hey, don't I know you?" The guy looks up, narrows his eyes a little, then innocently says, I don't think so." Then says something about being up on business from Missouri. Sal just kind of nods for a second, then says, "What's your name?" The guy stops again, gives his nervous little chuckle, then gives some plain-sounding name that I can't for the life of me remember. But I do remember what Sal said next, because that got repeated over and over for the next minute or so. Sal says, "Nah, that's not you. You're..." And then he says a very, very Italian-sounding name and accuses the guy of having worked with a friend of his in another large city nearby. Again, the guy denies it, acting like Sal is out of his freaking mind. Even I thought he was telling the truth, but good God, Sal just went off like a deaf Jack Russell, and there was just no getting him back in the car. Then right when I think things are about to get heated, with the guy being like, "Get out of my face, I told you who I am. Now leave me alone, please, sir," Sal backs down. He says something like, "You know what? I'm sorry. You're right. You just look like an old friend of mine, and I got offended thinking you were trying to duck me. I apologize." "Hey, no problem," the guy replied, obviously still bristling a little. "Just, Jesus, listen to what people are telling you, for Christ's sake. I don't want to fight anybody, you know?" I know. I apologize sincerely. I'm ashamed of myself, I really am," Sal says back. I used to get stuff like that a surprising amount. Not always from Sal, just weird little interactions with members of the public where it could either be hilarious or incredibly annoying. So I really didn't think too much of it. I just waited patiently, took the guy's money, and then wished him a nice night. Sal chimes in too, offering another apology, then we watch the guy walk out of the station. The second the door closes, the guy starts walking towards his car. Sal practically jumps into action. Not exactly Sonic the Hedgehog given his size, but he definitely waddled harder and faster than I'd ever seen before. Right as the guy is getting back into his car, I see Sal reaching into his waistband for something. Then bang, 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 bang. I see muzzle flashes. Then the guy's windshield is shattered. And then there's silence again. I just stand there for a second, frozen to the spot, unable to properly compute what I've just witnessed. Big Sal, nice guy Sal, Sal who brings me leftovers and shoots the breeze with me when we're not roasting customers. He just killed a man, and he did it right in front of me. Sal didn't even look back. He just slid the gun back into his waistband and started walking over to the guy's car. When he got there, he opened up the driver's side door, shoved over the guy's body, then got in and drove the car out of the lot. The whole thing was said and done in a matter of seconds. I'm thinking, I need to call the cops as soon as I come out of shock. And this is back before I had a cell phone, so I used the gas station's phone. A little thought pops into my head. Big Sal, Italian name, works at night, carries a gun, just shot a guy as coolly as I'd take out the trash. He's in the mafia. I'm standing there, phone in hand, wanting to call 911, but I couldn't bring myself to. All I could think of was, what if I call and he's gonna know? I couldn't have been a mafia witness, going into witness protection and all that nonsense in my early 20s. Are you kidding me? Look, I know I should have called the cops, but I was terrified. I hesitated. What else do you want me to say? The mob was a serious thing where I grew up, not like it is now. And besides, Big Sal had left his car at the pumps. Like, surely he'd be coming back for it, and soon, considering what he'd just done. And think about it. He shows back up, sees the cop car outside. He's gonna disappear and have me killed to keep me quiet. He knew so much about me too. Like we'd been talking all summer basically. He'd been able to have dudes find me in like days if he wanted to. So, I'm standing there at the register, trying not to have a full-blown panic attack when Sal finally shows back up in a taxi. He's a change of clothes. His hair's still damp, and when he walked into the station, I almost choked on the amount of cologne he was wearing. Then he just walks up to the register, addresses me by name, and says, "This is a robbery." I just look at him, like, what? And he says it again. I said, "This is a robbery." Then he pulls out a gun, points it at me. Immediately, I'm like, "Sal, you don't gotta kill me, man. I swear I won't say anything." Hey, calm down. I'm not gonna clip you," he replies. "Just listen to me, okay? Open the register and give me the money." I did as I was told, but I can't even really describe how confused I was. First he shoots somebody, and then he comes back to rob me. Why? Now, because I just robbed you, I'm gonna need the tapes too. You catch my drift? He says. And suddenly I get it. He's trying to cover his tracks. I was visibly relieved, trembling as I led him into the back. "See, kid, now you're getting it. And this is your money too. I'm gonna come back and give you your cut when this all blows over." I didn't say anything in response. I mean, what do you say to something like that? As I said, I'd calmed down a little bit, but I'm still screwed up for having just witnessed a shooting. Sal can obviously detect this, and I don't know how much of what he told me next is true, but this is what he said. He tells me everything's going to be fine and I shouldn't worry about covering for the guy he shot. According to Sal, this dude was a rat, turned state's evidence against his old capo back in the early 80s. Obviously, that meant the mob wanted him dead. But there was a twist, too. They wanted him dead way before he went all Benedict Arnold on them, because one of his associates ended up catching him at home with a 13-year-old girl. This made its way up to the boss of the family and boom, guy gets greenlit. He finds out, so to save his life, he turns into the star witness in a RICO case. After that, poof, he disappears. What was he doing back home? I don't know. Presumably he dyed his hair, maybe lost a little of his accent after living away for so long, but that didn't fool Sal, and it cost the guy his life. I didn't stick around to take my cut. I called up my boss to quit the very next day. I also kept my mouth shut when the cops came around to talk about the robbery. Well, I talked, but I gave Sal's version of the events. Guy in a mask came in, took the money, took the tapes, left. That seemed good enough for them, so after a while, the whole thing just went away. And I'm hoping it stays away too, because as much as I feel a weird, longing sense of guilt over the whole thing, I just want what's dead to stay buried. I used to work 10 p.m. till 6 a.m. at an Arco station as a cashier back in the day. It was on some old country road off of a main highway, so we didn't get too many customers. But locals knew it was cheap and open late, so the business just about broke even every month. Since we were in Oregon, where people don't pump their own gas for whatever reason, I used to work with a fuel attendant most shifts. But on one shift in particular, he calls in sick and the bosses couldn't get me a replacement. So, I'm screwed, doomed to work 2 jobs for 1 paycheck for 8 solid hours. Then around like 1:30 a.m., I start hearing these creepy scratching sounds coming from the storage room out back. We used to get raccoons out there all the time, scratching away at a piece of exposed drywall in the hopes of getting through to all the snacks inside. The past few times that had happened, I just stuck my head to shout out, "Hey, Trash Panda, enough!" And the sounds would normally stop. As usual, they did, so I just went back to browsing Reddit and trying not to fall asleep. But then, the sounds start back up again, which had never, ever happened before, so I'm like, brave raccoons tonight, huh? So I do it again. I call out and the sounds stop. But again, they start up again within minutes of me sitting down, but this time, when I get up to call out, I hear some loud bashing sound coming from the storage room, and I realize that it's no raccoon making those noises. In retrospect, I probably should have just slammed the door, locked it, and called the cops, but I'm dumb. So I looked. And what do I see lunging at me from a dark corner? But the scrabbiest, most demonic-looking meth head I'd ever seen in my life. I just turn tail and run out of the store as he unleashes this hell scream behind me, and not once do I look back as I bolted towards the front entrance to the station. I don't think I'll ever find the words to describe how relieved I was to see red and blue flashing lights outside. A cop was literally pulling up after getting a call from a passing driver that someone was acting all weird around back. Must have been after watching Marky Meth Freak scratching away at the drywall. Just crazy thinking that he and the raccoons had the same style of thinking. But anyway, thankfully the dude ran off when he saw the cop entering the station, and I'm not sure what happened to the guy after that. Management had the hole patched up, and after that we didn't get any more scratching, or any more meth heads breaking in the middle of the night. The scariest thing I ever saw while working at a gas station has to be the time I had this huge Goldberg-looking dude rock up to the register, slam down a 50, and shout gas. He immediately walks back out towards pump number 4, and I'm just like, whatever, idiot. Ring him up for $50 worth and activate the pump for him. That's when I noticed how his car isn't parked at the pump properly, so I decided to watch, thinking, this is going to be funny. I thought I was going to watch him struggle with the hose, get all angry about it, a healthy dose of karma to lighten up my shift. But that dude hadn't parked like an idiot by accident. He knew exactly what he was doing. He grabs the gas nozzle, opens up the passenger door of his car, then starts spraying gas all over the inside of his car. Obviously, I'm immediately like, no, this is not good, and I smash the emergency shutoff switch before calling the cops. Then, while I'm on the phone to the dispatcher, terrified this dude is about to set his car on fire in a freaking gas station, I see something even worse. The driver's side door opens up and some girl comes tumbling out of the car, soaked in gas, and goes running towards the highway, screaming in terror. By that time, everyone around was watching this whole thing unfold, as the dude chases the gas-soaked girl out of sight. This is back when I had to use the gas station's landline, as we weren't allowed to keep cell phones with us while on shift, so it's not like I could run out to see what's going on. I had to wait until the call was over to run out and see what everyone could see. Thankfully, the girl wasn't on fire, since the guy didn't have a lighter handy, or if he did, he certainly saw sense with regards to using it. But my God, he was kicking the crap out of her, and when the cops showed up, they had to tase the guy to get him to stop. I legitimately thought that I was about to watch a human fireball for a hot minute. This probably won't be the scariest story y'all have ever heard, and at the time it just made me mad. But afterward, when I actually had time to think about it, I realized I basically dodged a bullet, and that if I hadn't been a little quicker, I might not be around today to write this. A few years back, I'm driving home from work one day when I see my gas light on. Naturally, I pull into the next available gas station, fill my tank up, then head into the gas station itself to pay. Then, as I'm walking through the door, I accidentally bump into a guy who was walking out while staring at his phone. Even though he was most definitely at fault, I offered him an apology. But that didn't seem to be good enough for him. He gives me this look, and when I return his gaze, he says something like, "You looking like you know me, homie." I didn't even really know what he meant by that, and I found his overall reaction to be nothing short of infuriating. But my mother brought me up to be the bigger man, so I simply told him to be more careful next time. and carried on to the store to pay for my gas. He made some comment like, "The F do you say to me, old man?" But I disregarded it. He didn't follow me into the store, so I didn't think that there'd be any more trouble. I walked to the back of the store, intent on grabbing a pack of those Korean moon pie things, then remember what my wife said about getting started with my diet. I knew she was right, and it was either start now or never get started at all, so I decided to forego my imported moon pies and just pay for my gas. Then as I'm walking back towards the pumps, it sort of looks like my front hood is up for some reason. Then as I get closer, I realize it really is my car that has its front hood up. Only I can't see who's behind it, presumably checking my engine. Under normal circumstances, that wouldn't alarm me too much, but considering the interaction I just had with that very rude young man, I get a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. I started calling out before the very same young man darts out from behind my hood and starts walking away as quickly as he can. I don't move too fast these days, but by God did I hustle over to my car to see what kind of vandalism he'd been up to, only to see that he'd cut my brake fluid. My brake fluid of all things. He could have damaged 50 different things, and he went right for my brake fluid. And if I hadn't just paid for my gas and gotten out of there, I might not have caught him doing it. Obviously, I called the cops, then a mechanic as quickly as I could. And honestly, I could barely believe what I told them, how a young man had taken such offense at the smallest slight that he tried to, well, murder me. Because let's face it, that's what he tried to do. I'd have gotten back on the highway, picked up speed, then when it came to brake, that'd be the end of me. It took a tow truck to get my car out of there, and the repairs cost me more than I expected. But on the bright side, the cops caught the kid who did it, and he ended up picking up a charge for property damage of all things. I honestly wish he got more.
Our official merch store is finally here. If you want to support more of our channel, check out our merch shop. The link is in the description down below.
My name is Jason. I work in a local clothing store. We basically sell stuff that people think is really fancy, but it's basically the same stuff you can find at any clothing store, even places like Walmart or Goodwill sometimes. I've had this job for about 2 years now, and while it isn't the greatest, a job is a job. I get to earn enough money to be able to have some independence from my parents, which is really nice. This story took place in the winter of last year. It was a good while after Christmas, but I don't remember exactly when it happened. I just remember there being snow on the ground the next morning after it all went down. So I work pretty usual hours for a college student. I know I'm technically a full-time student, but it doesn't feel like I have a whole lot of classes. Maybe I picked an easy major, or maybe I'm a genius, who knows. But I don't really study and I barely do the homework, and I still manage to get pretty good grades. I remember there being a very strange-looking man that started coming into the store. He didn't seem like the usual kind of customer that we would get. Most of the people that shop at the store are at least upper middle class. I don't mean to say that they were rich or anything, but if you had enough money to buy expensive clothes, I'm talking like $50 for a t-shirt, then you're probably doing pretty well for yourself. But not this guy. This guy looked like he was 2 steps away from being homeless. He was an older guy, but not too old, probably 50 years old or something like that. But judging by how much of a weirdo he was, I guess I can't really be all that sure. He started coming in every single day, and he always bought something. It was not always something big. Sometimes it was a $70 pair of pants. Other time it was a really expensive watch. However, with as much stuff as he bought, he never seemed to wear any of it, though. At least not from any of the times I'd ever seen him. He always dressed in a baggy sweatshirt or really old worn-out overalls with a denim jacket on top, and the denim jacket had cuts and holes, and it looked really weird because his overalls would be denim too. I don't know if he thought it went well as an outfit, but I wasn't about to tell this guy he dressed stupidly. After all, I did get a commission for everything that was sold in the store. However much of a creep he may have been, I will gladly welcome his business. I know the really weird thing I noticed about him was that He never actually tried on the clothes that he was buying, like ever. He would spend 40 minutes analyzing a pair of pants, hold it in front of himself in the mirror, feel the texture and try to look at it from different points of view, but he would never actually go into the dressing room and try them on. I thought that was the weirdest thing of all. I also remember the couple of times he wouldn't buy the item that he had been looking at, and there would always be this really musky smell to them. I know this may sound weird, but out of morbid curiosity, I would smell close after people tried them on after the store had closed. I can't really smell much otherwise, like I had seen this guy at least 20 different times and I never got a smell of him. But whenever I smelled those clothes that he had been looking at, I could smell some strange combination of body odor and smoke. I got really curious about what he does when he isn't randomly buying clothes in an expensive and overpriced store like this one. There was also this one time that he came into the store and specifically asked for me. I thought that was pretty weird considering that he had never really struck up a conversation with me or anything. Of all the times that I had interacted with him, it was always on a very formal basis and we both said the very bare minimum necessary. It was obvious that he didn't like coming to the store, and I found myself drawing a blank coming up with reasons as to why he kept on doing it. I didn't think too much of it though. I was a college student, and anything outside of chilling with my friends and getting my assignments done didn't really matter at all that much to me. I remember this one night that I was doing laundry. I normally hate doing laundry, as you might imagine, but I specifically remember putting my clothes into the washing machine. I got a whiff of one of my sweatshirts that I thought smelled really weird. I smelled my sweatshirt again, and it reminded me of the smell of the clothes from this one freaky guy at my job. Well, the next day I was working my shift as usual, and here came in the same old dude. This time he was checking out a pair of shoes, literally a pair of Crocs. I didn't even understand why we had Crocs at the store in the first place. They were exactly the same as the ones you can get at Walmart, except for the fact that we charged $60 for them instead of $15. Well, this guy spent about 45 minutes looking at this pair of Crocs before he decided it was time to head out. He came up to my register and took an unusually long period of time to pay for his Crocs. And it was while he was reaching for his wallet and paying that I remembered something. I totally forgot that I don't wear my sweatshirt at work. It's against the rules. You have to dress kind of nice, which normally meant a polo shirt or a decent dress shirt. Something you could throw a vest over and look like a halfway decently dressed representative of a fashion store. It got me on this whole train of thought that made me realize that my sweatshirt didn't smell that way because I was spending too much time with this weird guy. He must have somehow gotten a hold of my sweatshirt on his own accord. I remember my heart falling to the pit of my stomach when I made the realization. I felt myself turn red and started to sweat. However, freaked out as I became, he took no notice, just kept paying for his goofy pair of green Crocs. If you had ever smelled the smell, you would understand just how distinct it really was. I mean, there was nothing in the world like it. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized that there was a good possibility that this guy was creeping on me somehow, maybe even getting into my house. I quit my job that day on the spot. I didn't want to put myself in jeopardy for a goofy retail job, especially because that guy showed no sign of ever slowing down. He was there every single day I worked. A couple of weeks after the incident, I asked some of my former coworkers if he was still showing up on a regular basis. They told me they didn't remember exactly when, but he stopped coming in right around the time I stopped working there. This only made me more paranoid about the whole situation. I've developed a couple of possible theories as to what exactly was going on with this guy, but none of them really make any sense. I've tried telling a couple of my family members about it, but they all think I'm trolling them. To this day, I still haven't figured out exactly what happened, and I'm honestly kind of worried that I never will know what this creepy guy at the retail store was doing there every day, or why he stopped going after I quit. The worst experience of my life happened on June 20th, 2019. I was working at a local store. It's kind of a chain in this region of America, and I don't want to give out the name because it will make it obvious who I am. This story did get some media coverage, and as much as I want to share my story with the world in an honest way, I also want to remain as anonymous as possible. I don't want the rest of my life to forever be associated with this event, but this is how it went. My family's been struggling since 2015. My grandma got cancer, and we did our best to put her through chemotherapy. It didn't work out, and she tragically passed away that year. For some kind of legal reason, the financial burden of my grandmother's chemotherapy fell on my father. It just put a serious economic strain on him. I mean, could you imagine someone wants you to pay over $100,000 for medical treatment that didn't even save your family member? I don't understand why the system does this to people, but I'll keep politics out of this. It didn't ruin our family, but it did mean that our middle-class lifestyle was now going to be extremely difficult to maintain. There was a lot less food in the house. We weren't able to go on vacation anymore, and making ends meet was generally a struggle. I remember my parents having a lot of fights over money, and I think it put a real strain on our relationship. Well, I was in high school at the time, and I did my best not to notice. It's tough being a high school girl and not being able to afford nice clothes or makeup. I remember some of the wealthier popular girls making fun of me for dressing like a bag lady, but sometimes a sweatshirt was the only thing that I had without any holes. I was an only child, so thankfully I was the only person that had to suffer along with my parents. High school went by, and don't get me wrong, it wasn't pleasant, but I got through it, and my family survived on too. As time went on, we just found ways to cope without having money. I knew that I was going to have to start getting a part-time job in school, which I was honestly kind of looking forward to. My parents told me that they would let me use my money on whatever I wanted, which I had been looking forward to for months, and that's when I got an after-school job at this local chain store. It's kind of hard to explain. It's a weird combination of a deli, a gas station, and a convenience store all nicely wrapped into one with a very strange name that is almost notorious in this region. Well, I was enjoying my time, especially because this was the summer between junior and senior year of high school. I was excited to graduate because I had really good grades and I was already receiving scholarship opportunities, some of them full rides to very nice colleges in my state. My parents were really proud of me, and as hard as it had been, we were ultimately a happy family at the end of the day. So I pretty much worked as much as I could over the summer. I was still kind of a loner by this point, and I wanted to turn as much of my time into money as possible. So it didn't really matter if I spent 80 hours a week working because I didn't really have that much to do outside of work, especially with school being out for the summer. I remember there being a particular night that my manager asked me to work a little bit over. I normally started my shift at 6 a.m. and went home at 4 p.m. This was a pretty nice schedule, honestly, and work was easy enough that I really didn't mind. Sure, during the rush hours it could get a little hectic, but all the time in between was pretty chill. Well, my manager wanted me to stay until 10 p.m. that night. That was a lot later than I was used to, and I wouldn't have said yes, but I wasn't working the next day, so I figured why not. I also got double time for working, which made it even better. You see, the way this place works is that after 8 p.m., most of the bakery closes down and there are a lot less people on site. Normally, this time from 8 and well into the night, it's normally just enough people to run the register and get people to pay for gas. It normally means about 2 people working at a time. Me and this one guy I really didn't care for had to work this together. His name was Jeremy. He gave me really weird vibes and had made inappropriate comments. He wasn't dirty or perverted or anything, but he was just extremely offensive and never held back a nasty insult whenever he felt like throwing one at you. Me and him had a couple of instances where we argued, but by this point we both knew where we stood. We didn't like each other, but both of us wanted to do our job and get paid without too much of a hassle, so we were at least in a functional working relationship for the sake of our jobs. This was a weekday night, and it just happened to be particularly slow. I never really worked there later shifts, so I had no idea what to really expect. And then my memory goes blank. For hours. I had no idea what had happened. I just remember waking up in the middle of the store and getting up and feeling really sick. I was dizzy and confused, and it took me a few minutes to realize where I was or what had happened. I remembered as I walked across the tiled floor, I heard a deep crunching noise beneath my feet. I didn't look down. I was too dazed, but I assumed that they were M&Ms or some kind of candy. After walking outside, I got even more confused than I already was. I went back inside and saw blood. I looked down at my shoes and noticed that I was covered in a thick, dark red liquid. I started hyperventilating, called 911. They were there within minutes. I was rushed to the hospital, and that was that. It was only a couple of days after explaining everything to the police that I pieced together what had happened. When I was at the hospital, they found drugs in my system. This surprised me because I didn't even smoke cigarettes. The drugs they found in my system were likely the kind that you find in roofies or whatever, and the police had a theory that it went something like this. Jeremy was a mentally unstable individual. He decided that he wanted to end his own life. He was kind of obsessed with becoming infamous. He even ran a whole bunch of social media accounts where he was desperately attempting to become a celebrity. Well, he figured the only way he was ever going to become truly famous was if he committed some kind of horrible crime in some terrible fashion that shocked the world. And he decided that it was going to be that night with me there. The police believed that, as crazy as he may have been, he wasn't a fundamentally violent person, so he couldn't bring himself to hurt me or anything else like that. But he did have a plan. He slipped a roofie or some kind of drug into my monster that I'd been drinking during that shift. After I passed out, he shot himself in the head staring at the security camera. He even set up his smartphone on a tripod to capture it, in hope that it would be used as footage on the news. I'm pretty sure they did actually use it. And when I had woken up, the crunchy stuff on the floor, or fragments, was a skull. This all had been really traumatic, and I don't know what to do anymore. I quit my job, and I've just been hanging out at my house over the summer waiting for school to start back up, kind of staring into space. My parents have been really understanding, but they have no idea how to help me. Despite our bad financial situation, they scraped together enough money to send me to therapy. I haven't had a whole lot of time to recover from this whole situation, but I do feel like I've made some progress. Some days I feel extremely apathetic. There's a big part of me that doesn't know what to do with my life now. I feel so different after having gone through this experience, especially because I still get contacted by the occasional journalist wanting to do another story on this. But I think this will be the final and last time that I have to relive this. So, I have this friend. They're a little bit off the walls. One of those conspiracy theorists, very much into the paranormal types of people. I'm talking about the kind of person that watches the X-Files and thinks it's probably true. Of course, she dresses up like she's just playing around and doesn't actually believe in it wholeheartedly, but I'm smart enough to know that she uses humor as a way to distance herself from what she actually believes. I think some of the crazy stuff that she says she actually thinks. No, this isn't to disparage her or anything like that. She's an otherwise really nice person, and she only starts talking about this kind of stuff once you get her going. Sometimes we can go days without ever talking about ghosts or aliens or anything else like that, but if someone starts talking about feeling a spirit in the room, that's the end of it for the night. I just wanted to give you that background because I feel it's very pertinent to the story. Well, this particular friend happens to work at Walmart. There have been a lot of recent changes lately, and what happened is that she got stuck on the night shift. I'm sure you can imagine how this went. He puts someone that's into paranormal stuff on night shift, and the next thing you know, they have 1,000,001 different stories about ghosts and monsters and everything else. That's kind of how it went for the first few weeks. Every time I hung out with her, she would talk about how horrible it was to be working on night shift, and then she would start talking about all of the monsters and creatures that she would see out of the corner of her eye. I just remember thinking to myself multiple times if she actually believes that she sees stuff while she's at work. Well, as time went on, she became much more mild with the stories. I guess she had gotten used to working the night shift at Walmart, and then I remember there being one party that we went to. It was me, her, and a bunch of other people from our friend group. It wasn't one of those crazy alcohol-filled adventures as you see in movies or anything like that. It was much more of a bunch of friends getting together and hanging out. I mean, we're all adults and everything. The person whose house we're hanging out at owned the home, but I don't know what else we could have called it other than a party. Anyway, my one perceptive friend had a little bit too much to drink this night, and she started going on about her job like usual. And then all of a sudden, things took a turn for the worse. She started talking about seeing a dead person walking around the store. I remember her talking about the exact details of how he died. She claimed that he had shot himself in the heart, and she saw him walking around Walmart late at night when no one else was around. Some of our other friends were less hesitant to call her out on this nonsense, and she started getting really offended. She left that night after, and in retrospect, I probably should have stopped her from driving home considering that she was extremely intoxicated. If I'm going to be honest with you, that didn't even cross my mind until the next morning. This guy that ended his life by shooting himself in the heart became the only thing she ever talked about when it came to the ghosts and whatnot of her night shift job at Walmart. I found it really strange. It was one of the less believable stories that she would tell us about. I mean, she would always talk about there being a pack of wolves in the forest on the other side of the Walmart parking lot, but it just didn't have the same glamour that that story about the guy did. The thought of there being some zombie walking around Walmart at night that only she could see seemed ridiculous as it sounds, and I just kind of chalked it up to her own mental problems for it all. Well, a couple of months went by. She was still on this, guy shooting himself in the heart guy kick, even after all this time. I decided to do some research on this specific Walmart to prove her that no one had ever died or near the premises, especially in that way. I remember getting my laptop out one night and Googling this local Walmart's address. I'm going to spare any identifying details for obvious reasons. I read about every single death that had occurred on this premise since the place was built in the 1980s. I read about one guy who accidentally died of a stroke in '85. I read about there being a terrible accident with a forklift about 7 years ago. And I didn't see anything about some guy shooting himself in the heart or anything of that nature. I was just about to be done with my research, and I was in that post-research phase where I just kind of was reading about random information aimlessly. And that's when I came across the news archives that I couldn't believe. It had been written during this time that the Walmart was being built, and the story went like this. One of the crew members who was responsible for building the Walmart had some serious problems. His only son died at 10 years old, and I guess this guy never really recovered after that. He had taken his own life after working the graveyard shift one night. The article talked about him being the only person that was willing to work all the way to 12 a.m. and sometimes later, as this was apparently before 24-hour Walmarts. He had a shotgun in his truck, and then he ended his own life right in the forest nearby. And here's the crazy part. He shot himself in the chest exactly the way my friend had described. I hadn't told my friend about this. I know I would never hear the end of it, but I just find it so strange that her weird, goofy little interest in the paranormal somehow uncovered something like this. Now every time she talks about ghosts or the paranormal, I make sure to start listening for something that might be true. And don't get me wrong, I try to filter out the obvious hoopla, but now that I've seen her get something unbelievably right once, I'm just waiting for her to do it again. I live in a city with a public transportation system. They've been extremely short-staffed, and more often than not, you have to call to make sure your bus is even coming. On weekdays, during business hours, the public transit operator will order a lift for you to get to work if your bus isn't showing up or if they're short a driver. Tuesday, I'm at the bus stop after checking multiple times if my bus is coming, only to find out that it wasn't. They ordered me a lift, and this nice older gentleman was my driver. We had casual conversation, and he started to ask personal questions. I'm a bartender, and I'm super friendly already, so I didn't think his questions were ill-intentioned. Told him I'm not married and that I'm pretty much a loner. I basically go to work and go home and spend my time with family. He then says, "I'd marry you in a heartbeat." Again, I'm just thinking that he's being funny or nice. I asked him to drop me off at the downtown grocery so I could pick up some things that I needed for work. When we stopped, he said he was joking, that he's married and has a son my age. Asked if I was interested in maybe meeting him. Since I have a terrible track record, I figured it wouldn't hurt meeting someone out of my circle and comfort zone, so I gave the man my number and we parted ways. The next morning he texted me and asked if I needed a ride to work. I told him he didn't have to do that and that I was sure my bus was running. He said it would be his pleasure and that he'd pick me up at my house at 3 p.m. Then about an hour later he asked if I wanted to have lunch with him before work. I told him I was busy and that I couldn't do that. He said, "Okay, see you at 3. He shows up right at 3 and lets me know that he's outside. While I'm finishing getting my things together, I open the door and he's starting to walk up my stairs to my house. I told him I was ready and we could head downtown. When I get in the back seat, he turns around and says that he has a confession. He told me from the time I took off my mask, his heart danced like a butterfly. He said that he hasn't been able to stop thinking about me since the day before and that he'd love to spend time with me and that he'd pay me for my time if I spent a day with him. That's when I started to feel super uncomfortable. The whole ride was making me cringe, but know that when you're in a situation like that with the predator, playing nice is sometimes safer than freaking out. He continued on the entire ride about how he loved me at first sight and wanted to make me his Lebanese queen. As we got closer to downtown, I started to feel relief. He dropped me off at my hotel and said, "See you tomorrow." That evening at work, I checked my phone after a bust happy hour and he's texted me a couple of times. He sent a picture of the hotel and said that he'd wait for me to get off to give me a ride home. I told him I already had a ride, but thank you anyways. Thursday morning, I'm out running errands with my mom and sister. He texts me and asks how early he can pick me up because he can't stop thinking about me. I asked him to please stop and that I was with family. He continues to text me all day and evening, begging to see me and telling me his heart is aching to see his Lebanese queen. I just kept saying to please stop. Now Friday morning is where stuff hit the fan. He tells me he loves me no matter what. He said I told my wife about you and that I'm in love with you and I want a divorce. I told him to please don't do that and that it wasn't right to treat his wife that way. He said it wasn't my fault. They were drifting apart anyways. Then he said I'm picking you up for dinner at 5:30 and I'm not taking no for an answer. I ignored the messages during the day and just went about my off day. At around 5:25, my video doorbell rings and he's standing on my porch for at least 15 minutes. I told him I wasn't home and that he should leave. He continues to text me and even begs to come pick me up from my parents. I was home the whole time, but I was just too scared to let him know that. I eventually called the non-emergency police station, but he had already left by the time I got through. I filed a general report, but technically they can't do anything unless he's standing on my porch threatening me. They advised me to make a report through Lyft, so I did. And I haven't heard anything since then, but honestly, that was one of the most threatening and creepy moments of my life. I've also attached the doorbell footage so you can get an idea of what he's like.
Come on, open up, please. Be sweet. Don't disappoint me, please. Cat? Come on, hon, please open up. I know you're in there.
So I live in a pretty quiet part of my city. in a small 2-bedroom basement apartment with my roommate who was gone for the summer. I stayed here and worked during the summer. I do not get out all that often and don't know many people as I moved to the area 2 years ago. Just this last Saturday night, I was doing my usual gaming with some friends I had met on the internet, good friends of mine that I had known since I was 16, when I get this call from a private number. Now, I rarely get phone calls from people I know. Normally, communication is done just by texting. So I pick up, and what sounds like a man, maybe in his early to mid-40s, picks up the phone. The conversation went as follows. Hello?
Hey, who is this?
Who is this?
It's Randy.
Sorry, Randy, you've got the wrong number. I hang up. About 10 minutes later, he calls me again, and so I thought, oh, he must have accidentally dialed my number again. So I ignored it and thought nothing of it, continue enjoying my time with my friends playing some games, Diablo 3, and by now it was about 9 p.m. and 9:30. Around 10 p.m. I get the call again. Being the not really giving a shit kind of guy, I just ignored it again. After all, I don't know anyone, and I have not known anyone in my lifetime by the name of Randy. Pretty logical to not answer, I would just be wasting my time, I thought. About an hour and a half passes by. It's about 11 p.m. now. I get the call yet again. So I answered, and literally the call goes exactly the same way as before, with one problem. I think I ended up saying too much. I added to the conversation. Sorry, you really have the wrong number. I don't know any Randys.
Oh, you don't know me?
Yeah, that's right.
Well then, I guess I'm going to stop by, and I think you'll get a pretty good idea of who I am when I'm done with you.
At this point, I was instantly freaked out, and I just hung up. I was getting kind of scared, but I got a grip on myself and just figured that he must have had beef with someone and just doesn't get that he's calling the wrong person. A few minutes later, I hear a vehicle pull into my driveway. Since I live in the basement and there is a window facing the driveway, his headlights were shining right in. I figured it was my neighbor coming home from his night shift at the hospital. I live in a tripleplex. A few minutes pass by and the lights are still on. Quickly, it all came flooding back into my mind. It's him, I thought, and my stomach began to knot, and I felt so afraid my hands began to tremble. I peeked through the curtains and watched the car for quite some time. I couldn't tell if there was anyone inside or not since the headlights were bright. He doesn't leave, so I called my brother who lives not far from me. I told him what happened, and he said,
Okay, stay in the house. Keep the door locked. I'm coming to get you, man.
Now, my brother's a pretty intimidating guy if you've never met him before. 6'4", broad shoulders, big, badass-looking beard, etc. He comes up, I let him in, and he says, There's nobody in the car, dude. Yet the headlights are on. I pack up some things and we head off. He was kind enough to let me stay at his place for a few days until I felt okay. Upon returning to my apartment today, the same vehicle is in my driveway. I started freaking out, but there's nobody in the car. I noticed blankets on all the seats. For some reason, I looked in the opposite direction, right at my garbage bin. And written directly on the side, it says, It's me. I quickly went into my apartment and locked the door and took a shower. When I got out, the car was gone. Now I'm writing this. Honestly, I'm pretty fucking scared right now. When I was 22, I moved 1,000 miles away from my Midwest home to the beautiful foothills of Tennessee. I had a new job, new car, and a nice apartment, but didn't know a soul outside of work. If my phone rang, I expected to hear a faraway family member or my long-distance boyfriend who was still in college. This was a landline, no cell phones yet. Despite being very alone, I was managing well with the excitement of all the new things in my life. I had only lived there about 2 weeks when the unwanted calls started. The first call, a man's friendly voice asked what I was doing. I couldn't place him and thought maybe it was one of my cousins or uncles. I have a huge extended family. I ask him his name, he laughs a little, and his tone gets dark, a bit angry, and he says,
"You know exactly who this is, darling."
I pause, deciding if this guy simply called the wrong number or is a creep. I choose the former, laugh, and politely tell him he has the wrong number. He then recites my brand new, unlisted, unpublished phone number and my name. What the fuck, I thought. An intense chill races through me. I've only given my new number to my parents, sister, boyfriend, apartment manager, and employer. I'm new to the city in this lovely southern state. He does not like it that I tell him he called the wrong number and starts yelling at me, then tells me in a much calmer voice the many vulgar things he's going to do to me. I hang up and brush it off. He calls again around 1 a.m. I tell him to screw himself and hang up. He keeps calling, so I unplug the phone and return to sleep. However, as days go by, the calls continue and escalate. He starts mentioning personal things about me, said he liked the white quilt on my bed, knew what was in my fridge, that he's allergic to cats, I had one, and then asked me if I was in love with Mary. As I listened to his words, I was standing in my kitchen looking at the calendar taped to the fridge. It had Mary written in pink on the 17th with a heart around it, because Mary is my sister and the 17th is her birthday. I started shaking and crying, because suddenly I realized this creep has been in my apartment. I was alone, with no friends or family to run to for the night. It was me versus a creepy mystery man. I didn't sleep much that night. Early the next morning, I talked to the apartment complex manager before heading to work, telling her what had happened and that I want the locks changed that day. She gets a weird look on her face, and after a long pause, says she knows who's been in my apartment and that it won't happen again. What? I thought to myself. It turns out she had a creepy, rapey maintenance guy who noticed a young woman moving into an apartment alone and that I was his new pet. She had the locks changed immediately and promised that she would personally keep the other key. Although the calls stopped, I was paranoid for a year as I came and went from my apartment because I never even knew what this guy looked like. I moved out the moment my lease was up. Only after thinking about it years later did I realize that her weird expression likely meant that it had happened before. Plus, she didn't even fire him. I regret not calling the cops. I was young and naive. Back in 8th grade, probably halfway through the school year, I received a phone call from an unknown caller. Usually, I wouldn't answer for a number I didn't recognize, or sometimes I would do so in an accent, but I would always hang up after a second or two. Things changed, however, when the second I answered, I heard a man saying my full name in a questioning tone, like as if he was asking for confirmation that it was me. Being just a kid and thinking this was one of my parents' friends, or someone I could talk to, I told him that it was me. Big mistake, but I didn't know at the time. That first phone call I don't remember much of, except that he hung up not long after I said that was me. Some time passed, maybe less than a week, when I got an unknown call again. I didn't answer, and then I kept getting spam calls, so I finally answered, and this guy was asking me which shows I like to watch. I got the idea that maybe I shouldn't be talking to this guy, so I just immediately hung up. Not much long after, another couple of calls came in until I said to stop calling me, and he responded to something of the effect of, "Hanging up mid-conversation is rude." My dad heard me and asked who I was talking to, so I told him I didn't know and handed him the phone. My dad asked who this was and to stop calling my number in his angry dad tone. Then he got a confused face for a second before getting really angry and shouting at them before they abruptly hung up. My dad later told me that this person knew my father's name, and he told him, "Don't be so angry," before hanging up. Pretty soon these calls would happen at least once a day, and I would almost always hand the phone to my dad for him to yell at the guy. We told all our friends and family to stop if they were prank calling me. We tried getting police involved, and we also contacted my middle school saying there was a guy being creepy with me. The guy never called during school hours, and he would usually call at first when I was home alone, but soon switched it up to calling around the time my father got home from work. This guy sounded young. For a long time we thought my uncles or their friends were playing pranks on us. He sounded maybe mid to late 20s and sounded sort of Latino. Never had an angry tone and never said anything malicious, but he was a stalker, and he knew the names of my parents, sister, my dogs, some cousins, and my grandparents. He never called when we had company over, and it was never after 8 p.m. At one point I was sitting in my room and got a call. By this point it was nearing the last few weeks of school, and because this guy never said anything bad and police said there was nothing to do, I just answered the phone and asked what he wanted. I remember clear as day he was listing off video games, Red Dead Redemption, Modern Warfare 2, Halo 3, etc. I looked at my disc stand and saw he was reading off the list in order that my games were, top to bottom. I stood up and looked out the window, but nobody was there. After the list was done, I just stood there and he told me something about having good taste in games and that we should play sometime. At this moment, I was scared shitless. I cried and called my dad. He came home early and we realized, like idiots, that we could just change my number. We changed my number and I purged my Facebook account, and we all set our accounts to private. Maybe 6 months later we moved, and after changing the number, I never got any calls from this guy. The reason I came to tell this story is because I've been getting unknown numbers calling me for the past couple of days, and I never answer them anymore. But telling my girlfriend about it, she reminded me about that guy. So, needless to say, I will be changing my number soon, as a precaution.
Ever since I first went to Chick-fil-A, it's been one of my favorite restaurants. I've always loved their chicken sandwiches, and their sauce always hits the spot. However, the college that I recently graduated from is in an area where there's no Chick-fil-A nearby, so when I was at school, I could never have it. Last year, when the semester finally came to an end, I was driving back home to get to my parents' house, and I had the idea to get Chick-fil-A. I left my school in the morning, and it was a 4-hour drive to get back home. When I got about an hour away from home, my cravings got the better of me and I saw a Chick-fil-A and stopped. It was a Chick-fil-A that I had never been to before, but it looked relatively new and was very busy. I got in the drive-thru line, which was long but moving fast. I ordered the number 1, which is what I usually got, of a chicken sandwich, fries, and a drink. I was so hungry that I decided to park and eat it there. The Chick-fil-A was in a large shopping area that had a mall with a really big parking lot connected to it. So I drove to an open area of the mall parking lot that wasn't very busy. I started to eat, but before long I was kind of annoyed with the way that the sun was shining right into my front window onto me. I moved parking spaces down to where there was a shady spot near a tree. As I backed up my car out of the spot and started to drive, I saw that there was another car that was parked a little ways away from me that started to leave at the same time. I drove over and parked next to a tree, and the car followed me and parked about 10 spots away from me. I found it odd, but overall was more focused on eating. A while later, when I decided to continue with my drive home, I had forgotten all about the car and started to drive away. But when I did, I noticed the car start to drive with me. I never bothered to look to see who was driving it, and it was too far away to tell by this point. I once again found it odd, but what could I do? I got back on the road and then merged onto the freeway that was close by. I noticed the entire time that the car that was seemingly following me did the same. I got kind of worried when I saw this. I wondered why someone would follow me. Had I accidentally cut him off or something before? I kept on driving down the road and the car remained behind me the entire time. I tried some things like slowing down or changing lanes, but he kept following me. I still couldn't really tell much about how the driver looked because I still wasn't able to get a very good look at him. The closer I got to home, the more concerned I became because I didn't want to go all the way home and have this guy potentially know where I live. When I got about 10 minutes away from home, I decided to pull off the highway again and take the exit. I didn't really have much of a plan, but I knew I shouldn't go to my house with somebody following me. There was a little town that had a few stores and gas stations. I pulled into the parking lot of a supermarket and parked in a spot in the back where there weren't many other cars. Of course, the car that was following me did as well. I got out my phone and called my parents. I was going to tell them that I had been followed and ask them what to do, but before I could finish telling them, I saw that the car had parked in a spot behind me and a few spaces to the left. I noticed that the driver's door of the car opened, and both passengers' doors in the back did as well. I saw 3 men all get out of the car and start heading towards me. In this moment, as they approached my car, I panicked and slammed my foot on the gas pedal and sped away. I saw the men then stop and begin to run back to their car. This is where I got lucky in a way. There happened to be a police car that was driving on the quiet road connecting the supermarket with other businesses. When he saw me speeding away in an almost reckless way, he pulled me over. The car that was following me slowed down too, but then drove away. When the officer got to my window, he told me I was driving a little wild, and I told him my situation. He then gave me just a warning to slow down and drive safer, and offered to drive behind me for a few miles to make sure that I wasn't followed. I took him up on the offer, and luckily I was able to make it home safely without ever seeing that car again. I still wonder sometimes though why that car was following me for so long, and what the men wanted. This story happened about a year ago. I was at Chick-fil-A with my girlfriend one night. It was one of both of our favorite restaurants, and we would get it all the time. Usually we would go through the drive-thru, but tonight we decided to eat inside the restaurant. It was a little bit later at night, and not very many other people were there at all. We sat in a booth on the far side of the restaurant, and were all by ourselves for the most part. We were eating, joking around, and just having normal conversation, when all of a sudden I heard a banging at the window right in front of me. We were sitting by the window, so I was super startled. Because it was dark out and the way the window was, I couldn't really see out of it very well at first, but when I looked, I saw a man. There was a guy who looked pretty mean. He was angrily banging on the glass right in front of us. My girlfriend and I were both pretty startled, and we watched the man to see what his problem was. He started to yell something at us, but I couldn't understand what he was yelling. The man wore a dark sweatshirt with us and have a brown goatee. I don't know if he was insane or what, because I certainly hadn't done anything to make him angry. The man then suddenly stopped yelling and turned his back on us, then sprinted away into the night. My girlfriend and I both looked at each other in shock. "What was that?" she asked. I figured the guy was insane or on drugs or something like that, but we were both just glad that he was gone. Like many Chick-fil-A's, it was next to multiple businesses, so we figured he had come from one of those. We both talked about it for a few minutes, and then were ready to go back home. I had to use the bathroom, so I told my girlfriend that I would be right back and then we would leave. I walked inside the bathroom and to the urinal and did my business. As I was in there though, I remember seeing someone was using one of the stalls in the men's room. When I was done, I got to the sink and began washing my hands, when I heard the stall door start to open. I casually looked over to see who was coming out. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw the same man who had been outside. He stopped in his place and just stared at me. Then, slowly, a really wide and creepy grin came over his face. I didn't waste any time and quickly left the bathroom as fast as I could. I saw my girlfriend was waiting for me by the door, and she could see the panic on my face. She asked me what was wrong, and I just told her we had to go. I didn't pay any attention to if the man followed us or not. When we got to the car, I told my girlfriend about how I had seen the man in the bathroom. She was really shocked to hear this, and we drove home after that. Thankfully, we never saw the man again. What was the most crazy thing is that we had a view of the only entrance to the restaurant the entire time, and we never saw the man come inside the door. I don't know how he was suddenly inside the bathroom, but thinking about it gives me the creeps. I worked at a Chick-fil-A a few years back. This was the weirdest thing to ever happen. When I worked there, I would oftentimes be at the drive-thru window handing customers their food. On one day, I don't remember the exact day of the week, but I know it was a weekday. Things were not all that busy and it was in the afternoon. I remember we had a lot of cars in the drive-thru window, and I dealt with many different people. At one point though, I recognized a man that I was handing food to. He had been there not long ago. It was a little weird, but I gave him his food and moved on. Then I saw him again about 20 minutes later. This time, he only ordered a drink. I gave it to him and he left, only to come back again 10 minutes later ordering another drink. This time, I jokingly made a comment to the man that he was here again, but the man denied it. He claimed this was his first time there and I was wrong. He also didn't seem very friendly at all. He kind of said it in a rude way. I gave him his drink and he left. I didn't see him for another 30 minutes or so, but then he came back again. This time, he just got a water. Every time he would come back, he would seemingly order just one small thing. I was really confused by this behavior. He came back several more times, getting small items each time, and he seemed angry as well. It was one of the strangest things that I had seen. I got off of work that night, and on my way home had to stop at the store to get a couple of things. I was in the store for no longer than 5 minutes, when suddenly I saw the same man walking down an aisle about 20 feet away. He didn't seem to notice me. I thought this was an insane coincidence, and I felt kind of creeped out because of just how crazy it was. I ended up leaving the store shortly after, and in the coming days I forgot about the man for the most part. But less than a week later, I was at my house taking out the trash, when I saw the same man once again. This time he was walking down my street. I lived in a fairly big neighborhood, but I had never seen him prior to being at the Chick-fil-A. I felt really creeped out and went back inside. I'm not sure if the man saw me or not, but after that occurrence, I've never seen the man since. I just think it's really creepy how all that happened. Sometimes I wonder if he was stalking me or something like that. In fact, it's so crazy that a lot of people don't believe me when I tell them the story, but I know what happened. Either way, I'm glad I haven't seen the man since. I'm a female who used to work at Chick-fil-A when I was in my late teens and early 20s. Overall, it was a fun place to work and I made lots of friends. Everyone who worked there was super nice, which is why I stayed working there for so long. However, at one point, we hired a new guy named Justin. From the day he started working there, Justin just seemed like a jerk. He was rude and selfish and would do things like go on his phone during shifts, take really long bathroom breaks, and leave early. I found out he was a relative to one of our managers, and as a favor to his family, she was able to get him a job. He was a somewhat troubled guy who had gotten into some problems before, but it was thought that the job would help him out. For the first few weeks, though, it didn't. For the most part, when I first met him, though, he was rather nice to me. Shortly after that, he asked me out during a shift, though. He basically asked what I was doing and if I wanted to hang out or go someplace with him. I really didn't want to and told him that I was busy. Over the next few times that we worked together, he remained persistent and would ask me to hang out after work or something like that almost every time. When I would say no or come up with excuses, he would seem to grow increasingly angry. I also heard from another female worker that he had been doing the same to her. He was a bigger guy, almost looked like a football player as he was over 6 feet tall with very short hair and strong looking. One night, he asked me to hang out after work because he saw me clocking out for my lunch break. I told him no again, but this time he grabbed my arm. He asked me why in a very serious and frustrated tone. I told him I was sorry, but I just really didn't want to. The way he aggressively grabbed me made me kind of worried, and I decided in that moment I would have to talk to my boss because I had really had enough of him. The rest of my shift was really busy, and as it was time for dinner, we had a big rush. I didn't get a chance to speak with my boss, Christine, and I even forgot about the situation. Finally, after things quieted down and we were no longer busy, my shift was over and it was time for me to go home. I clocked out and then got my coat and headed for my car. As I approached my car, I suddenly saw somebody jump out from behind it. Where I was parked, it was at the back side of the restaurant that was bordering a grassy area with a couple of trees. I saw the person who had jumped out was Justin. I was really surprised to see him. He said to me that I had no reason to dislike him and asked me what my problem was. I told him I really didn't have a problem with him, I just wanted to go home. He was standing blocking my driver's door, and I knew it would be hard for me to get around him. I asked him if he should get back to work. He then told me that he was off and he had been off for 2 hours just waiting for me. Obviously, this creeped me out even more. He then stepped towards me and grabbed my arm again. When he did, He shoved me in the opposite direction. There was a car parked 2 spaces away, and I guess it was his because I heard it unlock. He then shoved me to the car and told me to get inside. I asked him why. He said he just wanted to talk. When he said this, his voice seemed to lighten up. I figured maybe I could have an actual conversation with him and let him know he needed to leave me alone and these things are not okay. I reluctantly got inside the car. Justin shut the door and then walked around and got inside to the driver's seat. But instead of talking to me, he immediately started up the car and began backing out. He also locked all of the doors in the process. Right away, I got a terrible feeling. I asked him what he was doing. He said to shut up and then cursed at me. He then went on a short rant about how he hated working and how he had just quit. As he did this, the car started to speed up and he merged onto a busier road. I knew I was in trouble and took out my phone from my pocket and immediately went to dial 911. Justin saw me doing this, and I was just barely able to hit call on my phone. I could hear the ringing on the other end, but no more than a couple of seconds of this, and Justin reached over and grabbed my phone. He yelled at me and we wrestled over the phone for a couple of seconds. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to pull it away from him fast enough. He got control of my phone and then rolled down his window and tossed the phone out onto the side of the road. He then kept on driving. I was terrified. I knew that I could no longer call for help and decided that I had to try to think of something to do. Justin just kept on driving down the road at a really fast speed. None of us said a word for several minutes. I was just doing my best to think about what I could possibly do to try to escape. Then, suddenly I saw the amazing sight of flashing lights behind us. Justin started yelling and cursing, and eventually he pulled over. The police pulled over with him, and as soon as the car stopped, Justin opened his door and took off into the woods. I saw the police officer run after him, and I got out of the car. The officer told me to stay put, and then he called for backup. Eventually, more officers arrived, and a short time later, I heard that they had caught Justin after a foot chase. The police told me they had received a 911 call from my phone, and even though I didn't talk to anyone, they decided to investigate the area the call was made from. They only originally pulled over Justin because he was speeding, but after he took off running, they went after him. I was so grateful that I was all right and got out of that situation. After that, I took some time off of work and eventually returned to work there for a short time more.
At 3:38 a.m., I got a text from my mom asking if I was still up. I replied yes and was curious as to what she was wanting since it was a work night for her and she was always in bed early. My father's a firefighter and it was a night he was on shift, so I knew he wasn't home. Less than a minute after I replied, she called me, so I answered it, and my mom was very upset, crying actually, and was asking me to come pick her up from home since I only lived 2 streets away from her, so it takes me almost about 2 minutes to drive to her house. I immediately say yes, throw in my little Bluetooth speaker thing I have and started getting dressed, grabbed one of my pistols and proceeded out my door. Grabbed my pistol because I'm still unsure what's going on, and since I have my concealed carry license, it's not uncommon for me to carry. As I'm rushing to get ready, I'm asking what's wrong. She tells me that at about 3:28 she got a phone call from a restricted number and answered a phone since it woke her up. Upon answering it, she said some guy started talking, who she didn't recognize. She's unclear what he initially started saying when she picked up, since she was still out of it from just waking up. But when alert, she said the man said that he was babysitting a 9-year-old girl named Ashley earlier on, and when she was on the couch with him, he did stuff to her, basically saying he molested her. Obviously, my mom is completely blindsided by what's going on and immediately starts asking who she is speaking to, asking if this is some kind of sick prank call, and says don't ever call again, and she hangs up. Immediately, the restricted number calls back and tries talking to her again, and again she states this better not be some kind of sick prank and hangs up. So he calls a third time, and is saying stuff again, though my mom wasn't too sure what he was saying, since at this point she was very uncomfortable and headed to the kitchen to turn on all the house lights and grab one of her knives. Again, she hung up. Number calls a fourth time, and my mom tells him, "Listen up. I'm done playing your games. I'm calling the cops. Who is this?" In which she said he angrily replies,
No, you listen up. I'm not here to answer your questions. You are here to listen to me. Now you're going to stay on the line and listen to everything I did to this girl. Otherwise, I'm going into her room and doing it again.
My mom hangs up again, and that's when she texts and calls me and stays on the line with her as I'm quickly getting ready and heading over there. While on the line, he calls a fifth time, in which my mom ignores the call, but says that he left a voicemail this time. While on my way there, which again I live a 2-minute drive away, he calls a sixth and seventh time, which my mom ignores. Then that's when I pull up to the side of her home. Also, not sure if this is some weird coincidence or not, but as I'm about 2 or 3 houses down from her is about to pull up is when they stop calling. So that being said, I was still around the corner, so her home wouldn't have even been in sight when they stopped. So she jumps in my car and we drive to the police station. I am also a firefighter from my city, so I knew a cop working and knew I'd rather bring all this up to him as opposed to calling 911 directly. So we get there and explain everything to him. Mom tells him about the voicemail. She says she doesn't want to listen to it and asks the cop if he can, and maybe get a sense of what my mom is talking about in regards to this number calling. So the cop listens to it, says it's about 15 seconds long, and says, "Yeah, you probably don't want to listen to that." I asked if it's possible to trace a restricted number, since I thought you could, but he said he doesn't think you can, so he goes back and gets his supervising officer to get his input on what could be done. Supervising officer confirms that a restricted call can't be traced, and says unfortunately there's not really anything that can be done. He asked my mom if she either recognized the man's voice, knew a little girl named Ashley, or heard the sounds of a little girl basically crying or struggling on the phone calls, and my mom said no. So therefore there really isn't any way or any reason to get a detective involved. He also suggested that there's probably a strong possibility that this is just some guy fabricating this whole story because this is how this weirdo gets off. Just kind of crazy that out of any random number this dude could call to get off, it happens to be my mom's. The officer said best case scenario, my mom's cell phone provider most likely could trace the call and see the number who it belongs to, but assured us that most likely the phone company would absolutely not give us this info unless we had orders from a judge. So basically we just filed a report, and I brought my mom home and waited until my dad got off work in the morning. Has anyone ever heard of something like this happening before? Should I try to get a hold of the phone company and see if I can get any info at all? I'm sure it would put my mom at ease if the number is from like a few states over as opposed to a local number. I don't know. It just seems weird to try and brush this whole thing off and hope they never call my mom again. Back when I was 19, I used to work at this cookie stand in the big mall not too far from my house. We had this cheap business cell that we'd used to take pickup orders on, so when it started ringing, I'd rush to pick it up so I could take the order. I hear this guy's voice on the other end, and right away, I start thinking it's a prank call or something. This might sound weird, but you know when you can practically hear a person smiling on the other end, or rather, trying to hold back laughter or something. His voice sounded exactly like that. He says, do you make cookies to order?" I told him, sure, and that we make chocolate chip, double chocolate, macadamia nut, raspberry, white chocolate, all those. And then he starts asking a bunch more questions, sounding weirdly anxious as he does so, asking what time we're open until, where in the mall we are, all this other stuff, and I'm just staying polite and answering all his questions. When I'm done answering his questions, he asked me what types of cookies we make again, and I really started getting the feeling that something was weird and off with this call. I'd literally only just told the guy what kinds of cookies we made, and it's not like it was a huge list or whatever. But still, I stay professional and repeat myself. Then he just says, "Okay, thanks," and ends the call. I'm thinking to myself, Well, that was weird. But I just carry on with my shift as normal, thinking the guy just might turn up and buy some or whatever later. About an hour later, the phone goes again, and when I answer, I can blatantly recognize the exact same voice on the other end of the phone, asking me the exact same questions as before in the exact same tone. Do you, make cookies to order? Again, I keep it professional. It was my first real job, and I really didn't want to get fired. But I was definitely starting to feel like I was the victim of some dumb prank call, like maybe it was being recorded or something. So although it was definitely a little passive-aggressive, I opted for something such as, "Oh, hey, it's you again. We spoke earlier, right? Well, if you remember, we make chocolate chip, double chocolate, macadamia nut, or raspberry, and white chocolate. You want me to put you down for an order? Just let me know a time you can swing by to pick them up." There's a slight pause, and I actually think he's going to place an order. But all he says is, "Your hair looks really pretty today." For a second, I thought, knew it. This is some sort of weird prank. But then I paused and thought to myself, can he actually see me? I was so taken aback that I remember replying, "Excuse me?" And although I expected to just hear a bunch of guys laughing, there was just silence before he just hung up. And I suddenly found myself really on edge, going back and forth between thinking it was a prank and thinking, oh God, can he actually see me? I was so distracted by it that my next customer actually asked me if I was okay, and as much as I assured him that I was definitely still feeling a little on edge. By saying that, it didn't take me long to assure myself that it was such a generic comment that he probably wasn't watching me, and that it was all just some creepy prank call, probably from a bunch of bored middle schoolers or something. But I also had this deep suspicion that whoever it was would call back eventually, and as it turned out, that suspicion was correct. Only maybe a half an hour after the second call, the phone in the cookie stall goes off again, and this time, I definitely recognized the last few digits of the guy's number. Part of me just didn't want to answer the call, but another part of me wanted to let the guy know that he definitely couldn't intimidate me with just a few prank calls. So, I picked up the phone and gave him a curt, "Yes?" He then says it again. "Your hair looks really pretty today." So I hit him with a, "Oh yeah? Well, what style is it in?" So then imagine my horror when he not only describes the exact style it was in, but also brings ink highlights I had dyed into it like a week earlier. I didn't know what else to say other than, "You call here again and I'm reporting your number to the cops," before hanging up. As soon as I did, I started leaning out of the stall and looking around, trying to spot someone hanging around and watching me from a distance, but there was no one there. That really freaked me out, thinking the person had walked past me at some point during my shift, that I'd probably looked at them and just had no idea that they had such creepy intentions for me. Just to be sure, I ended up saving the number in the phone under creep, so there'd be no doubt about who was calling in the future. If the creep number came up, I'd just end the call without answering, then report the whole thing to my boss and the cell phone company so we could get the number blocked. They tried calling a few more times about an hour later, but I just did as I'd planned and ended the calls almost as soon as they came up. After that, they stopped trying, and by the time it was the last hour of my shift and almost time to close up the stall, I started to feel a little calmer again. Then, right as I was about to close up shop, the phone rang again, this time from a different number than the creeps, so I immediately picked it up. As soon as I say hello, I realized that I'd made a huge mistake. It was the creep, and all he'd done was switch numbers somehow when he realized that I wasn't going to pick up. I also realized that I'd made a huge mistake in telling him when we closed, because the first thing he says to me is, "You're close to closing time, right? Then I'm guessing you're walking out to the parking lot to your car?" That had my heart racing, because yes, that's exactly what I was going to do, and either it was just a really good guess, or he'd been watching me way longer than I thought he'd had. For a second, I just didn't know what to say in return. I was so freaked out that I was actually stunned into silence. But although the words didn't come immediately, I just knew that I had to be aggressive, to try and show that I wouldn't go down without a fight. It took every ounce of bravery I had in me, and it may have been an overreaction initially, but I told him if I see anyone following me to my car, I'd claw their eyes out. I thought that might be enough, but the guy just laughed, then started saying stuff so evil and obscene that I honestly don't want to repeat it. Whoever was calling me that day had something wrong with them to dream up things like that. I know I should have just hung up the call straight away, but I think I was just so stunned for a second that I kept on listening. Something about their tone changed too. They sounded less like a dumb teenager and more like an intelligent, older man who was so full of this sick, twisted aggression. I was so scared that it actually took me a minute to get myself together enough to hang up. And as soon as I did, I called my dad and told them everything. How I didn't feel comfortable closing the stall on my own, and would he be okay driving down to walk me to my car? Of course, he came as quickly as he could, and he called the cops as I was closing up to tell them the number the guy called from. I was fighting back tears the whole time, and when I finally got to my car, I just burst into tears. My dad comforting me as I told him some of the things the guy had said to me over the phone. Just repeating them had him going pale and shaking with anger. I've honestly never seen him like that before, and every single evening after that, he'd show up an hour after I finished work, watching as I closed the stall down and then walking me to my car. For some reason, the cops were unable to trace the exact caller and they couldn't actually track the guy down, but they told us that they'd pinged the numbers off of 2 different cell towers in our county, and he was definitely a local guy calling from somewhere relatively close. And other than that, there was nothing they could do but tell us to contact them if it ever happened again, as well as practicing caution when it came to my daily routine. That just wasn't good enough for me or Dad, as it amounted to hoping that nothing would happen to me, and as Dad put it, hope is not a plan. It sucked having to leave that job, as it was pretty much unsupervised and I got to take home any cookies that weren't sold at the end of the day. But it was either quit or risk the situation with my stalker escalating to the point where he'd actually show up and do something. Like I said, I don't really want to repeat the things that he'd said he'd do to me, but I can promise you, they really didn't sound like empty, abstract threats. They sounded like things that he'd put some serious thought and planning into, which is exactly why I found them so upsetting. We later found out that another girl, who worked at the same mall I used to, ended up getting similar phone calls that ended up in similar threats, so it wasn't just me that had to suffer through that kind of abuse. In fact, it's actually kind of shocking how many other girls experience that kind of abuse in their lives at some point. And although most of the creeps don't actually follow up with it, I can tell you from experience that it can be an extremely stressful and frightening ordeal, especially when you're young. I used to work at a 7-Eleven here in the United States, and the scariest thing that ever happened to me there was also the single most terrifying thing that's ever happened to me in my life. It happened on a particularly quiet night, and I was still kind of hungover from going out drinking the night before, so I wasn't even paying attention when the guy walked into the store. I heard the door sliding open, I heard his footsteps as he walked up to the counter, and then right when I was about to lift my head up to ask him what he wanted, he just slammed something down on the counter in front of me. I remember the first thing being the red splatter on my t-shirt. It was plain white, and the moment his hand impacted on the counter, all these little red specks appeared on my shirt. I already recoiled from the shock of having his hand slammed down in front of me, but when I saw what he just slammed down next to the register, I recoiled even further. It was a tongue, an actual tongue. Even though it was soaked in blood, I could recognize the deep ridge running down the middle of it. It sounds like such a cliche when I think about it now, but I now know what people mean when they say that they were frozen in fear. The whole thing was an assault on my senses, and I think it just short-circuited my fight-or-flight mechanism to the point where I just didn't know what to do. Then the look in the guy's eyes as he stared at me. so calm but intense, with eyes so wide and unblinking that it was like he didn't have eyelids at all. It was only when he spoke that I actually found the will to move, and all he said to me was, "Call 911." I bolted into the back office, locked the door behind me, and immediately called the cops. All the while I watched the guy on the cameras just standing there at the register. He didn't move at all. He just seemed to be looking down and staring at the mess he'd left on the counter. And given the gruesome nature of my emergency, there was a police patrol car and 2 cops pulling up outside in just a matter of minutes. The guy didn't put up any kind of fight when they moved to arrest him. He just held his wrists, allowed them to put the handcuffs on him, then let the cops take him away. Once he was safely out of the store, I walked out of the office, trying not to look at what was on the counter, then told the cops everything I knew. It obviously wasn't all that much, but as I was talking to them, I noticed a few more police surrounding a car in the parking lot that still had the door open. I called the store manager from the McDonald's across the street, telling him that the cops had to close the store because it was an active crime scene. They rushed down to see what was going on, even though it was their day off, and after telling them what had happened, I went home to decompress. From what I heard later, the guy had gotten into an argument with his wife while out driving somewhere. Then at some point, he'd snapped, pulled up into a parking lot, stabbed her to death, then cut her tongue out. Then, for some reason, he picked our 7-Eleven to walk into to slam the tongue he'd cut out of her mouth down onto the countertop. I was allowed to take a little bit of time off of work after the whole thing, as I just couldn't face going back there so soon. Even when I did go back, I was on edge the whole time for my first couple of shifts, and I just couldn't seem to shake the image of that bloody tongue just lying on the countertop right in front of me. The thing I just can't seem to shake is that it wasn't enough for the guy to actually stab and kill his own wife. He had to reach into her mouth afterwards and cut her tongue out. How completely insane with fury does a person have to be to do that? Like, what could possibly possess someone to do something so horrifying to their own spouse? The guy didn't look like a monster either. He didn't look evil or deranged. All that gave his mental state away was that crazy look in his eyes, the one that had me frozen in fear. It just haunts me that seemingly normal people are capable of things like that. I used to work at a 7-Eleven that was right next to an art school campus, so in addition to all the snacks and drink, we had a little stationery section and kept some stuff behind the counter too. One of the things we kept behind the counter were scissors, the kind that are sealed in a plastic casing, and one day, this customer comes in, walks up to the counter with a Gatorade, then asks if he can have a pair of scissors too. Of course, I grab a pair for him, scan them, then tell him the price of both of his items. But instead of getting his wallet out, he immediately starts removing the plastic packaging from the scissors. I didn't think it too suspicious at first. I figured he really needed them for some kind of minor emergency or something, and that he'd pay for them after cutting whatever it was that needed to be cut. Instead, once they're out of the packaging, he grips the handle like they're a knife or something, looks me right in the eye and says, "I could just kill you with these right now, you know that?" I was so stunned that I just didn't know what to say. And I know he enjoyed the fearful look on my face because of the way he started smiling. All I could do was reach for my phone in my pocket so I could start to dial 911, knowing I had no real way of defending myself and just hoping the cops would arrive before he actually killed me. But just as I tapped the numbers out, I looked up to see him walking away from the counter, laughing to himself as he walked out of the store. I stayed on the line with 911 for a while, shaking as I told him what had happened, and when the cops showed up a little while later, they took their time since it wasn't an ongoing situation. An officer reviewed the security camera footage. Turns out, the same guy had been doing the same thing all over town, picking out girls working retail on their own before shoplifting basic items like that. He had the same MO every single time too. He'd always get away with it by telling the girl that he could kill them with whatever he was stealing, be it a knife or scissors or even just a pen on one occasion. He never actually hurt anyone, not yet, according to the officer, but the cops were extra focused on getting him in cuffs because they felt like it was only a matter of time before he actually crossed that line and did hurt someone. Even though he took his time to show up, the cop was still really helpful and reassuring, and he gave me his cell number to call him directly the next time he walked into the store. I mean, how much of a notorious kleptomaniac do you have to be to actually have a detective assigned to your case? And although I didn't hear about it afterward, I sincerely hope the guy never crossed that line and actually hurt a girl with any of the items he ended up stealing. I work night shifts at a 7-Eleven in a pretty good neighborhood here in Baton Rouge, so usually it's pretty boring. And whenever a customer does actually come in, they're usually really nice and polite. I know I totally lucked out with that little aspect of it, as I've heard some real horror stories of people who work in retail. But then this one night, I had a customer visit the store that put the fear of God into me, literally too. I was just minding my own business, playing with my phone behind the register when this sweet-looking little old man came in. He was short, even shorter than me, so maybe 5'2" at the most, and he was dressed in neatly pressed button-down shirt, almost like he could have just walked out of a church on a Sunday morning or something. When he brought his items up to the register, I made the usual small talk of asking him how his night was going, something I always did to help kill a few minutes of what were always long and boring shifts. He didn't answer my questions though, and when I looked up at him, he had this intense, almost angry look on his face like I'd said something that had really offended him. I didn't ask anything other than, so what has you out at such an ungodly hour? And looking back, I think it was the mention of God that got him riled up, because the next thing I know, as I was handing him his change, he firmly grabbed my wrist, made direct eye contact with me and said, "Hell is a real place, and the devil has already got his hand on you, girl." I was so scared that I opened my hand up and the change just rattled onto the countertop as he stared into my eyes. Then, with this thunderous look on his face, he swiped his change off the counter and just walked out of the store. I've never been shaken up by a customer like that before. I don't know if it was how deceiving his appearance was, how late at night and vulnerable I was, or if it was the fact that everyone was always nice, even in a job where it's so common for people to be just total jerks. I think maybe it was a combination of all three. Just this perfect storm of surprise and fear that actually left me standing there, shaking in the quiet of the store. I've never had a customer like that since. But I find I always have my guard up now whenever I'm working late like that, because the one thing it taught me is that you definitely can't judge a book by its cover. One of the most chilling moments of my whole life was while working at 7-Eleven. Some guy walks in wearing a suit, staggers over to one of the fridges and grabs a ton of those Starbucks cold brews out of one of them before dumping them all on the counter in front of me. The stink of booze off of him was just wild, and as I'm ringing him up, I asked if he'd either had a really good day or a really bad one. He's let out this really hearty laugh and then tells me, "A little of both." He then goes on to explain that he'd just gotten out of court, and that he's been acquitted of accidentally shooting one of his hunting buddies on a trip that happened a few years ago. I was so stunned that I didn't really know what to say. I just went with the first thing that came to mind, which was, "I'm sorry." He laughs again, shakes his head, and then asks me, "You know what the funniest thing is, though?" I shake my head, taking the 10 he gave me before grabbing his change from the register, and when he tells me, I swear I almost dropped his money all over the floor when he spoke. He tells me, "It was no accident." Then just starts laughing to himself while he pockets the change and scoops up all the cold brews from the counter. I was so taken aback that all I could do was just stand there, watching the guy as he walked out of the store and towards his parked car. Then my mind switches to thinking, please get into the passenger seat. Please get into the passenger seat. But nope. He climbs right into the driver's side, starts the engine, then drives off. I'm not saying I have a photographic memory or anything, more like I was repeating his license plate number back to myself as I grabbed my phone and plugged it into the Notepad app. Then I called the cops, told them they had a drunk driver on their hands, then just let karma do its thing. There was nothing I could do about him taking one person's life and getting away with it. But I sure wasn't about to stand by and let him kill someone else as the result of being a reckless idiot. Last year I moved from a dense urban area to a really pretty underpopulated rural one. I got super into trail running. There's a big circular route that I like a lot in the local nature preserve, and over the summer, I was on an early morning run there when I passed a dude sitting on a rock slightly off the trail. He looked exceedingly normal, street clothes, etc. All good. So I make my way down the path to the point where it comes out near a highway that has a 7-Eleven on it. I made it kind of a tradition of mine to go buy some ice-cold water at the end of my run, then I basically chug it as I walk back to my house. Then this one time, just as I'm walking back onto the trail, I hear a twig snap, and I straighten up to see that guy, crouched over and stepping through the woods off the clearing like he's trying to creep up on me. I bolted. The sprint back was the most terrifying experience of my life, obviously. I don't know if I lost him or if he gave chase at all. The police never found anyone matching his description, and I don't run anywhere near there anymore. I work at a 7-Eleven part-time in between classes, and earlier this year, we got a little rush of customers in the early afternoon one time. I served 2 guys for coffee and smokes, and at the back of the line, there's this kid, no older than maybe 11 or 12, just waiting there patiently with a backpack in his hand. I actually thought that he looked kind of cute, like a little gentleman out doing some grocery shopping for his mom or something. He gets to the front of the line and I ask him, "What can I help you with, sir?" in a kind of jokey, playful way. Without a hint of emotion on his face, he just pulls out a gun and says, "Give me all the money." When he pointed it at me, I wasn't sure if it was real or not, because where the hell would a 12-year-old kid get their hands on a loaded gun like that? It's not like the 7-Eleven I work at is in some high-crime area or whatever. It's actually located in a pretty nice place, and although I've heard 1 or 2 stories from coworkers about the trouble at the store, nothing had ever happened to me personally. There was one other guy in the store at the time, and I looked over at him to see him kind of smiling at the kid. Smiling and frowning, like he was amused but disapproved of the kid playing some dumb childish prank. I don't know guns, but I figured this guy did, so I tried calling this kid's bluff and asked him something like, "You shouldn't point toys like that, sweetie. The cops might think it's real." The kid responds by cocking the gun, and it has this real metallic sound that sends this kind of shock of fear running through me. I didn't know of any toy guns that made such a realistic sound, and as if to illustrate that he wasn't joking around, the kid pointed the gun in the air and actually fired a shot that went right over my head. After my ears got done ringing, and I came to, I heard "Give me all the money" in the same monotone, emotionless way, and I didn't hesitate in doing what he asked. I put as much cash as I could onto the countertop, then watched him fill his backpack with it before he just walked out of the store. I think the thing that scared me so much about it was that the kid just didn't seem to realize the gravity of the situation. He definitely seemed like he had something missing about him, like he didn't understand that he could have actually killed someone over whatever dumb thing he wanted to buy with that money, be it video games or candy or whatever it was. At least a grown-up armed robber understands that a gun is just a means of getting what he wanted, and it's not a good idea to fire it or whatever, just in case they accidentally shoot someone in the face. I get the feeling that even if I'd even tried to resist or tell the kid no, he'd have just shot me because it's what he assumed he should do. It's almost surreal to me how the closest I've ever come to death is at the hands of a child, someone who should have been so innocent and carefree and full of love, but instead just felt nothing. I had a guy come into the 7-Eleven I was working at, and when I was ringing up the items he wanted, he started getting all fresh with me, saying stuff like, "You're real pretty," and "What time do you finish work?" I lied to him and told him I was on till 11 even though I was finishing at 6, which was only like an hour away. He said he'd come back then, and we could go out for a beer or something, but I advised him not to since my boyfriend would be coming to pick me up around then, and he really wouldn't like the idea of some random guy hitting on me. That didn't seem to bother the guy too much though, and he made some dumb comment about how he'd make my boyfriend see things his way or something. I just nodded like, "Yep, I'm sure you will," and I could see him getting kind of angry before he walked out of the store. It didn't bother me too much, as he was only going to come back to the store later on to find out I wasn't there, and by that time, I'd be safe at home and away from any pervy creepers. But then at 6, when my shift finished, I walked outside with my purse only to see a car door open about 20 or 30 feet away. I swear I just about felt my stomach tie into a knot when I saw the creeper step out. I did a straight up 180-degree turn on my heel and started walking back into the store, then just went right behind the counter into the manager's office after telling my coworker, "Just say I'm on break." He seemed real confused for a second, but as I shut the door and listened right at the edge of it, it was maybe only 30 seconds at the most before I heard him say, "Oh, her? She's just on break. I'm sure she'll be out in a minute." Normally, I'd take the bus back home, but I knew I'd have to get an Uber if I wanted to make it home without being seriously harassed. So I called the Uber, waited for it to arrive, then tried to just walk out as fast as I could. I didn't see the guy in the store, and I asked my coworker real quick, "Are they waiting for me?" And the guy shook his head, still confused, but kind of getting the gist of what was actually happening. They asked if I wanted them to call the cops, and I shook my head, just gunning for my Uber as I pushed open the glass door. I didn't see the guy anywhere, and I was so set on getting into the Uber that I didn't look left or right as I walked out of the 7-Eleven, so I had basically no warning that the guy was about to grab my arm and jerk me back. He looked really, really angry as he growled, "You lied to me," and called me a bunch of names as I tried pulling away from him. Luckily, my Uber driver saw absolutely everything, and he stepped out of the driver's seat to be all like, "Hey, let her go or I'll call the cops." He did let me go, and just smiled at the Uber driver as he told me, "This isn't over. I don't like being lied to." I wish that was all bluster too, like he was trying to act hard just to save a little face, but he wasn't. And for the next 3 months, he made my life a living hell. He kept showing up outside of the 7-Eleven, to the point where I had to blow a ton of my wages on Ubers to and from work. Then there was the time he actually tried to follow me home, and I had to actually tell the Uber driver what was happening so he could drive into the city just to shake the guy's tail. I tipped that guy massively. Even though he initially refused to accept the payment for the ride, he insisted on canceling until I burst into tears and begged him to take the money and my tip. I couldn't make it someone else's problem. I couldn't have that on my mind as well as all the other stuff. I developed something of a relationship with that one specific Uber driver, and he became kind of a father figure who always accepted my ride requests whenever he was working and made sure that no one followed me home. He was also the guy that told me that I needed to get the cops involved. I thought that this guy was going to hurt me, that he knew people with the same mentality and that they only ever actually gave up when the law got involved. I didn't even know why I was surprised when I found out that the guy had a previous conviction for stalking, and he seemed to know the legal process like the back of his hand. He knew the process of getting the restraining order through the courts would take weeks at a minimum, and he'd come visit me in the 7-Eleven just to taunt me sometimes and he'd only leave once I threatened to call the cops on him. That was just about the only thing that seemed to really get to him, too. The fact that he'd been arrested and convicted over something like that before. I wanted to tell him that he was pathetic, that he'd never, ever have a good, normal woman all to himself, that he'd always be some deranged psycho who got off on terrorizing those who couldn't defend themselves. But I didn't. In fact, I was told by one of the cops I spoke to, do not antagonize this man under any circumstances. We don't know how far he'll push this if you make him angry. If it's possible, do not engage him whatsoever. So like I said, that was my life for like a whole 3 months, until the day finally came when my mom got the call from our family's attorney saying a judge had finally approved the restraining order. For those wondering, it took so long because this guy had no history of actual violence, and the whole arm-grabbing incident wasn't actually classed as an assault for whatever reason. The day it finally came through, though, he must have gotten some kind of notification of it because he just stopped showing up at the 7-Eleven. Seeing him waiting for me outside whenever I finished was such a regular occurrence that when he finally didn't show up, I actually cried with relief. I told Carl, the Uber driver, that I thought I was finally free, and we had a miniature kind of celebration on that final drive back to my house. He still picks me up from time to time, too, sometimes when I've been out drinking with my friends, and it's awesome to be reunited with him after such a sickening ordeal. I suppose half the reason I'm sharing this is to help other girls avoid going through the same thing I did. Don't hesitate to get the cops involved with something like a stalking issue. There are literally laws in place to help deal with things like that. But the big thing, don't ever show a soft side or seem like you're playing hard to get. If a guy shows you any unwanted attention, either completely ignore him or make it clear that you'll just call the cops. Heck, carry a stun gun or pepper spray if you're legally able to in your state, and just show that SOB that you're carrying so they leave you alone. I just don't want any other girl to go through what I went through because I honestly lost almost 4 months of my life to this guy's mental abuse.
I just recently went to KFC again the other day. I hadn't been there for a few years, and after going back, it reminded me of one of the scariest moments I had as a kid. I'm an adult now, and this took place probably about 20 years ago. I was maybe like 7 or 8, and my family would occasionally get KFC for dinner. It was one of my favorite things that we would get, and I always looked forward to it. Usually, my dad would go and pick it up from the restaurant and bring it home, and then we'd have it in our dining room. One night, I decided to go with my dad for some reason. I'm not really sure why. But it was a Saturday night, and it must have been either the fall or the spring, because I remember that it was sort of cold out, and it was already almost dark at about 6:30 p.m. We went inside, and my dad got in line to order. There was like one person ahead of us who was currently ordering, and as I waited, I began to kind of wander off around the restaurant. I remember that nobody else was sitting down and eating throughout the entire place. I got bored easy and was kind of in my own world, just walking around, looking at what I saw. I noticed that the person who had been ordering in front of my dad left, and my dad was now up to order. I was just looking around the place, and was near the back corner where there was another door. I was looking out the window when I heard the main door in front of the KFC open. I saw a man walk inside, and he went up to my dad as if he was starting to talk to him. Then, the back door that was near me opened. I saw a grown woman walk in. She sort of looked around, and then at me and smiled. She then extended her hand to me to shake it and said hi. I was sort of confused by this, but I shook her hand and then said hi back to her. But in shaking my hand, she didn't let go. She grabbed my wrist and started walking backwards to the door, only about 5 feet away. I was surprised by this, and before I knew it, we were outside. I didn't say anything and was just really confused at first. I remember the woman said something like she just wanted to show me something really quick. She led me right around the corner of the building to a van. It looked older and beat up, and the door was already open. She then put her other arm around me and kind of lifted me into the van without telling me to go inside or anything. At the same time, I saw a man come jogging from the other side of the building. When he got closer, I recognized him to be the same man that had started talking to my dad. He helped the woman get me inside the van, and they slammed the door shut. The man then sprinted around to the driver's door. Around the same time, though, I started to see another guy running around the corner of the building where we were. It was my dad. He was sprinting towards us, and I heard the woman who was in the back seat next to me, still holding onto my wrist, start to scream. She was yelling "go" to the man, but the man driving then turned and said, "No, let him out." My dad reached the van and stood in front of it. I could hear him yelling. The woman ended up opening my door and then shoving me outside. My dad came around and grabbed me as they sped away. I remember my dad pointing out that the van didn't have any license plates on it when they drove off. We then went back inside after that, and my dad called the police and then began yelling at the people working at KFC. Obviously, it wasn't their fault, but he was just angry. The whole time, I didn't really know what to do. I just never expected anything like that to happen. After the police arrived at the KFC, I talked to a few officers and told them everything that happened, including describing the man and woman and their vehicle. Eventually, I was able to go home. We didn't go to that particular KFC for a long time after that. Last year, I went to the KFC drive-thru one night. I was driving home after doing some shopping, and I don't remember the exact time, but it was maybe like 9 p.m. or so. I was craving a chicken sandwich from KFC, so when I saw one close to the stores I had been at, I stopped at it. I went in the drive-thru to order faster, but when I arrived at the menu and rolled my window down, I didn't hear anything at the other end. I waited for about a minute and looked around. The lights were still on, so it looked like they might still be open. However, nobody was saying anything. I asked if anybody was there, but still didn't get a response. I noticed headlights approaching behind me and saw a larger-looking truck pulling into the drive-thru behind me. I decided to look online to see if they were actually open or not. I took out my phone, and for a minute I was looking to find the KFC when I heard the truck behind me honk. I looked and couldn't see who was in the truck due to the bright headlights, but I figured the guy wanted me to hurry up. As I was on my phone, I heard a door open and shut behind me. The next thing I knew, I saw a man approaching my driver's window. I rolled it down, and the guy was angry right away. He had longer hair and a beard, and was yelling at me to hurry up and said I was wasting his time. I told the man that they were closed, and nobody had answered the intercom. The man didn't seem to understand me though, and kept going on about how I was wasting everybody's time and how mad he was. He began yelling at me in a threatening way, and it seemed as though he was likely drunk or high or on some sort of drugs. He really wasn't making a whole lot of sense, and I decided to just tell the man that I was sorry and that I was going to leave. I didn't know what he was capable of, and the man then cursed at me and started returning to his truck. I was happy he was gone, and I began to drive away. I figured he could find out for himself that the place was closed and nobody would answer him. But when I drove off, he began following me. He was honking and revving his engine as he drove extremely close to my car. I was concerned because if the man was on drugs, he certainly shouldn't be operating a vehicle. He also was driving a big truck that was much larger than my little car. I drove out onto the road and he followed. I was hoping he would pass me, and a short time after we got past the businesses to a more rural area, he did begin to pass me. But when the man's truck got about even with my car, I saw him roll down his window and start yelling at me again. He then veered his truck towards my car and was starting to run me off the road. I slammed on my brakes and stopped, and the truck kept going and ended up crashing into the ditch. I stopped there on the side of the road and saw the man exit the vehicle and began running towards mine. I sped away after that, and I called the police and reported the whole incident. Looking back, I'm glad the man went into the ditch because he could have caused a serious accident or got somebody hurt. I'm not sure what his problem was or why he was acting that way. I work at KFC. I've been working with the company for about a year now, and this has got to be the scariest thing that's ever happened while working there, let alone my entire lifetime. I was working the late shift on a Thursday night. It was about 9 p.m. I'd been helping my manager on drive-thru with packing orders as we were getting a little bit of a rush in the drive-thru. There hadn't been anybody in the lobby for a while, and no one had come inside for the last hour. As I had finished making a famous bowl and passed it along to my manager to give to the drive-thru cashier, I heard the door to the restaurant open, and it made the noise that it always did when someone was coming in. I walked over to the front counter to greet whoever was there, but I saw no one at first. I turned around and went for a couple of seconds when suddenly I heard a voice call out to me. There was a girl now standing there who hadn't been there a few seconds before, and I had only turned my back for a very short time. I actually thought the girl was very pretty. She was my type and everything. I asked how I could help her, and she ordered a 2-piece with mac and cheese and a drink. She told me that she found me pretty cute, which I was actually kind of taken aback by it. She even told me that I looked good in the red uniform shirt. I laughed while blushing, but I couldn't directly say that I thought she was beautiful, as I had to remain professional. I went to go pack her order, and when I was done packing, I brought it to the front counter and called out to her to tell her order was ready. I waited for a minute and got no response. I called out to her again, but still nothing. I thought maybe she went to go sit at a booth that was a little far back from the kitchen, but when I went there, however, she was nowhere to be seen. I was very confused, but I thought maybe she had just gone to the bathroom or something, so I went back to doing my work. Eventually, about an hour passed. It was time to lock the door to the lobby. I did, and then realized the girl who had walked in there. I looked back at the table, and the food was just sitting in the same place I had left it. I couldn't believe it. I went to knock on the girl's bathroom, as maybe something bad had happened to her, and I was quite worried. Eventually, after a few knocks and calling out a few times, I had gotten no response. I decided to open the door, and when I did, it clearly looked like nobody had been in there the entire time. I then attempted the men's restroom, which she could have gone in as well, but I got the same results. There was absolutely no one in there. I was in complete shock. How was this possible? The pack line wasn't too far from the front counter, and I could hear the entire time someone had come in there. From the time that the girl had come in there to now, I hadn't heard the door open or close once, and no customers had come in after that. I was very creeped out. I didn't know how she could have left, but I had about 2 hours of my shift left. I didn't tell my manager or anyone else what had happened in fear of getting accused of lying. I cleaned the entire lobby, cleaned the front counter area, and whatever other small tasks I had to do before leaving. I usually walk to and from the KFC, as I don't live very far, and it's about a 20-minute walk. I said goodbye to my coworkers for the night and began walking home. About 10 minutes into my walk, I had gotten this overwhelming feeling that I was being watched. I turned back, and my jaw dropped. Standing about 500 feet down the road was the same girl that had been in the KFC. I backed up and turned my head for a second, but when I looked back, she was gone, like she vanished into thin air. I was so scared that I ran the rest of the way home. Once I got to my door, I unlocked it as quick as I could and rushed inside. This was by far the scariest thing that ever happened to me working at KFC and in my life in general. This was only about 3 weeks ago, so it's still very fresh in my mind. I told one of my managers what had happened, and when I described what the girl looks like, and she was in complete shock. She said it sounded like I was describing Kaylee, an employee that I had heard of before. She had passed away a few months before I started working there. I couldn't believe what I was hearing at the same time, and it made me pretty emotional. During a time when I was done with college and wasn't able to find a job right away, I took a job at a 7-Eleven because I needed money. I worked mostly late night and overnight shifts. What I liked about this was that there wasn't many people that came in, and I would have a lot of free time by myself to play on my phone or listen to podcasts. I was always a night owl, but I didn't really like staying up all night when I would have to work those hours. Anyways, I'd been working there for maybe about 2 months, and one night I was working by myself very late. It was probably 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, but I don't remember the exact time. The location that our 7-Eleven is at is on a road just off the highway, and we're really busy during the day, but not so much at night. We got several customers early on, and for the first few hours, I had quite a bit to do actually. But now, we would get only like one person every 20 minutes or so, and I started to get bored. I noticed in the back corner of the store where we had the soda machine and icy machines, there was a spill on the floor. Seeing as though we didn't have any customers, I decided to go over and mop it up. I left the counter and walked over to the back near the bathrooms where we kept the mop, then over to the corner where the spill was. I saw the spill. It looked like Coca-Cola. Thankfully, the floor hadn't gotten all gross and sticky yet, and the mop was working well. As I was mopping, I suddenly heard the sound of the front door opening and somebody walk inside. Realizing I wasn't at my counter, I rested the mop against the wall and looked over to see who had entered our store. Where I was, you couldn't see the front door, and whoever was in the front door couldn't see me either. I could, however, just see the front counter. I saw somebody standing at the front counter with their back to me. They seemed to be looking around as though they were looking for someone who worked there. Realizing I needed to go back there, I took a couple of steps over to them, and as I did, I noticed them turn and their head went to the side. They hadn't noticed me, but I did see them looking to the side, revealing that they were wearing some sort of mask. It appeared to be a really creepy looking clown mask. I then noticed that he was wearing a dark blue jacket and his right hand was in his pocket. Immediately I got a bad feeling, as if he was up to no good and possibly looking to rob the place. I froze in place, telling myself to stop being scared for no reason and to just go. I thought, what are the odds he's trying to rob the store? It had never happened before. But as I was standing there, I watched the man then go around and behind the counter himself. As a pure reaction to this, I jumped behind the nearest aisle and hid. I could hear the man messing with stuff behind the counter, and it sounded like he was going through the cash register. I figured he was in fact robbing the place, and as I was hiding back there, I decided to call the police. I got up my phone and dialed, but as soon as I heard the 911 operator answer the phone, I suddenly heard the man go quiet from whatever he was doing and say something. Out of fear, I quickly hung up the phone and held my breath. I heard the man shout from behind the counter, asking who was inside and to come out now. He spoke in a loud and demanding tone. I wasn't going to, though. I was way too scared to move. At this point, I just wanted to get out of there. I knew our store was being robbed, but they didn't pay me enough to try to stop this guy. I just wanted to call the police again, but obviously the man could hear me if I did. I heard his footsteps moving out from behind the counter and get a little bit closer to me. But then they stopped, and I didn't hear anything. I was not moving a muscle, and I was being as quiet as I possibly could be. Then, I heard the door to the building open and shut. I guessed that the guy was leaving, because I didn't hear anything else for about a minute after that. Finally, I got up and slowly took a few steps out. I still heard nothing, and knew this had to mean that the guy was gone. I walked over to the counter to examine what exactly the man had done, and how much he had took. When I got there, though, I passed by the front of the counter where I could see clearly outside. I saw that the man was standing right in front of the door, looking inside, with his creepy clown mask still on. I jumped back when I saw this, and the man started to walk inside. I ran back towards the end of the store where I had hid before, and I heard the man come in and shout at me to come out and stop hiding like a baby. His footsteps were fast approaching mine, and I knew I probably wouldn't be able to hide from him this time. I was ducking down and quietly moving through aisles to try to hide from the man. This continued for probably a minute, and I knew I couldn't keep this up for much longer. I could hear where the man was, but suddenly I heard the man yell a curse word and then run back to the front and leave the building again. I was confused, but this time decided to stay hiding. Out of curiosity, though, I took a quick peek outside. This time I saw a police car in the parking lot, and it turned its flashing lights on as I saw another car starting to drive away. I stayed hidden until I saw the police stopping the man, and I knew it was safe. I guess my call to the police had gone through, even though I hadn't been able to speak with them. Luckily, the man was caught, and after this night, I decided I didn't want to work overnights again. I still worked there for another few months, even working late shifts, but didn't have to work by myself again. This happened roughly 4 years ago. At the time, my friend Brandon took a trip out of town, and I had made the agreement to pick him up from the airport when he returned. I had drove him to the airport after all, and we were good friends, going all the way back to high school. When I got to the airport, his flight had gotten delayed by an hour, and it ended up being a pretty late night. Eventually, he finally did arrive, and I gave him a ride home. I wouldn't do this for probably any other person than Brandon. Plus, he paid me some cash, so it wasn't too bad. When I dropped him off at his place, I started driving back to mine, but quickly saw how I was low on gas. I pulled into the next gas station on the side of the road, which was a 7-Eleven. My experience at 7-Elevens were always good. In fact, it was my favorite gas station and convenience store. I stopped at the pump and prepaid. As I was filling my car's tank with gas, I realized that I really had to use the restroom. So when I was done fueling, I walked into the store. As I walked inside, things seemed quiet. After all, No other cars had been at the pumps, and I barely saw someone working behind the counter. I walked straight towards the back corner of the store where they had the small bathroom. I did my business and began washing my hands. I wasn't even in the bathroom for more than probably 30 seconds total. Suddenly, all the power in the store went out and things were pitch black. This was really strange because it hadn't been raining or storming or anything like that. I finished washing my hands and reached into my pocket to pull out my phone, but when I did, my phone wasn't there. I quickly realized that my phone had to still be in my car. It must have fallen out of my pocket, which is something that happened quite a bit. I really couldn't see anything at all, so I felt my way over to the door and left the bathroom. Once outside, into the 7-Eleven, everything was still dark, except now I could just see a tiny bit more from the windows on the far end of the store. Everything was silent. I began trying to walk to the front of the store without hitting anything. As I was slowly walking, I heard footsteps from the next aisle over, about 20 feet away. I said out loud something about the power being out, trying to make conversation with the person. But whoever was there didn't say anything back to me. I already felt a little creeped out from being in the dark late at night, but now with a person in there who wasn't talking to me just made it a little weirder. I kept moving and eventually found the front counter. I looked over it and could see a little bit over due to the moonlight shining through the window next to it. It appeared as though nobody was behind the counter at all. In fact, I said hi and didn't get a response. After this, I went back and started towards the front door. I could actually see it and went a couple of steps over to it when suddenly I felt somebody grab my right arm and yank me back. I fell to the ground after losing my balance. Then, I felt myself start to be dragged backwards. It was terrifying and I was desperate. I rolled over a little and then swung my body around, and as I did, kicked as hard as I could to whoever had me. I definitely hit them because I felt solid contact, but again, couldn't see anything. I was let free momentarily and got up to run outside. Due to it being so dark though, I ran into some type of display that they had at the front of the store. I heard whoever was running behind me close in, and they reached me once again. My arm was grabbed once more, but this time, I didn't allow it to pull me back or down to the ground. I kicked backwards and felt myself hit whoever's leg was there. I heard a man's voice yell a little bit, and this time I was able to get away again and make it all the way outside the door. I got out and ran to my car, seeing all the lights outside to the gas station were off as well. When I finally made it back to my car, I didn't see the man exit the store. I still got inside as fast as I could though, locked my door and started my engine. As I began to drive away, I felt somebody grab my back passenger side door handle and try to open it, and then heard a loud bang against my back door. This caused me to hit the gas even harder than I already was, and I sped away from there. I was able to make it back home all right, and I was pretty shook up for the rest of the day. I haven't gone back to that 7-Eleven since then, but I have drove by it several times. I always wonder what exactly was going on inside there. This happened back when I was like 16 and in high school. At the time, my older sister had just graduated high school and had been accepted into several different colleges. We lived up north and she was looking to go to school in the south. Because of this, my parents, sister, and me all made a road trip down south to visit schools. We saw several schools the first few days and were going to visit the University of Oklahoma the next day. I remember that it was a late night of driving and we had been up for quite a while. We were maybe an hour or two away from our hotel when I heard my dad say we were almost out of gas. We had an SUV, and at this moment, my parents were in the front seat, my sister was sleeping in the middle row, and I was in the back row seats. My dad pulled off the busy road and onto a quieter one. As we drove down the road into a seemingly small town, I remember just thinking that the town seemed sketchy. Maybe it was because it was really late at night, or maybe it was because of how everything seemed a little old and run down, but I just felt a little bit creeped out. We pulled into the gas station, and as we did, my dad looked to see if anybody else was awake. I saw that my mom was sleeping as well, and my dad asked me to run inside the 7-Eleven we were now at and get him a coffee. I said sure and left the car and walked up to the store. As I was walking there, it was very quiet and just 2 other cars were in the parking lot. I entered the 7-Eleven and went to where I guessed the coffee would be. Walking inside, everything was eerily quiet. I was able to find the coffee and made a cup for my dad. As I was finishing up, I heard footsteps coming near me. I looked over and saw a man coming around the corner of one of the aisles, walking slowly towards me. The man was short and wore sunglasses, a black jacket, and I could see he had a longer beard. He was looking right at me as he was walking. I thought maybe he wanted to get a coffee and I was in his way, so I started walking in another direction. When I did, I noticed the man stop near the coffee, but he didn't take any. Instead, he seemed to just stare at me, not taking his eyes off me wherever I was. I was hungry myself and thought the guy was just a little weird, but that's all. I tried to shake my feeling of being creeped out and went down to the snack aisle to see what they had. But not long after this, I was looking at some licorice and I heard some noise at the end of the aisle. I saw the man once again just standing there, leaning into the aisle and staring at me. I decided at this point that the man was a complete creep, and I grabbed a snack and headed towards the counter. I wanted to just get out of there. I checked out, buying a snack, some water, and my dad's coffee. As I was paying, I casually turned around and saw the same guy staring at me again. It didn't surprise me, and once I had checked out, I quickly walked out of the 7-Eleven and back to our SUV at the other side of the parking lot. When I got there, I saw my dad had finished getting gas and was sitting in the front seat of the SUV looking at his phone. When I had almost reached our car, I looked behind us. There was a bit of grass next to the parking lot to the 7-Eleven, and I saw some random guy also wearing sunglasses oddly, walking towards us. I then looked over to the 7-Eleven and saw the guy that had been watching me walking past one of the cars in the parking lot, going straight for ours. I quickly got inside our car, handed my dad his coffee, and then carefully went to my spot in the back seat without waking up my sister. Now that I was in the back seat, I felt safer, but saw that my dad was still on his phone, not really paying attention to what was going on outside. He didn't seem to be in a quick hurry to leave, and I looked out the windows and now saw two more random guys in sunglasses walking towards us. The same guy from the gas station was there as well, and he was now just about 20 feet away. There was 4 people, all walking towards us, and I now yelled to my dad to leave because there were people coming to us. My dad looked around, confused. Luckily, our engine was already running, and once my dad realized what was going on, he saw it just in time when the men had almost reached us. My dad sped out of there and back onto the road, and quickly made it back onto the freeway where we had been before. I have no idea who those guys were or what they wanted, but they sure were suspicious. I'm glad we got away before they reached us. This happened last year when I went to a McDonald's in California. I was hungry and stopped to get a Big Mac and fries. It was about 9 o'clock at night and the place was surprisingly quiet. When I entered the McDonald's, I saw that it had an electronic touchscreen where you could place an order, so I walked over to one and tapped it to start. I began looking through the menu for the items that I wanted. I got them and looked around for a minute or two to see if there was anything else that I wanted. All of a sudden, the screen went black for a second, and then came back. When it came back, there was a line on the screen as if it was damaged or cracked. I thought this was strange, but overall, it seemed to still be working. I continued, until only a few seconds later, it went black again. This time, a message in creepy font appeared on the screen. It said, "You're in trouble." I was totally freaked out, and a sudden bad feeling came over me. The screen once again went black, and then returned to its normal state. I didn't really care to keep ordering, and decided to just cancel my order and leave. I got food somewhere else that night, but a few weeks later, I found myself in the same area, but this time it was during the day. I was feeling brave, and I went back to the same McDonald's location, sort of out of curiosity. I walked inside, but noticed right away that the touch screens for ordering were no longer there. I then walked to the counter where someone asked me if I would like to order. I asked the person working behind the counter what happened to the touchscreen ordering. The man working told me that they did not have it at this location. I told him I had been there a few weeks earlier and I had used it. The man responded by saying that they had never had touchscreens at this location. I couldn't believe it. I knew for a fact this was the same location that I had been to. I left wondering what exactly had happened the last time I had been there. I'm a female, and I worked at McDonald's during my senior year of high school and my freshman year of college. This story took place my first year working there, only a few days onto the job. It was my first job I ever had, and I remember one time I was working on a busy weeknight. When things finally got quiet, I was asked to go mop the floors. I mopped around the front of the restaurant and then made my way to the back. When I got towards the back and was almost done, I noticed there was one man who was sitting in the back corner of the restaurant. As I mopped sort of near him, he said hi to me. I said hi, and the man then asked me what time I got off of work that night. I told the man I was getting off pretty soon and then went back to mopping. He asked me what I was doing after work, and I responded that I was going to my friend's house, which happened to be a lie, but this guy was kind of creeping me out, so I made something up. I could feel the man just watching me as I did, and he was just constantly watching me for several minutes after that. It was really starting to creep me out. I was finally done mopping, and shortly after that I could go home. I left the restaurant and noticed that the man was still sitting in the corner as I did. I was relieved that he didn't try to follow me out or anything like that. I went home and got ready for bed as it was a school night and about 10 p.m. I got into bed and started watching some shows on the TV in my bedroom. I would say about an hour or so later, I was beginning to get really sleepy and turned off my light. When my light got turned off, it revealed that on the other side of my bedroom window, there was a shadow. I had a shade covering the window, but if it was dark out, you could sort of see shadows on the other side of it. Usually, there was the shadow of a tree that was on the side of the window, and a bush on the other one. But now, there was a large shadow right smack in the middle, and it appeared to be a person. I got a bad feeling immediately, and slowly pushed the shades down a little bit. All I needed was about 1 inch of space to see that there was a man right outside of my window. I jumped back and screamed as loud as I could. I could see the shadow moving, and a couple of seconds later my parents came running into the room. I was freaking out, but once my parents understood, my dad ran outside. Unfortunately, the man was long gone by the time he got out there, and he didn't see any sign of him. When he came back inside, my mom had already called the police, and I told them all about the creepy guy at McDonald's. After the police came and we spoke with them, we went to the McDonald's the next day. Luckily, I never saw the man again. I almost quit McDonald's after that, but decided to stick with it and worked there for 2 years. That remains the scariest story I have from my time working there. When I was in college, I worked at McDonald's during the summer. One day, I was working on a Saturday, and I was behind the counter taking people's orders. It was going pretty well for a weekend, until a man came up and asked for 2 Big Macs. I put in the order, he paid, and I gave him his receipt. I then helped the next person in line. About a minute later, he came back up and said he was charged for 2 Big Macs, but he only wanted 1. I told him he ordered 2, because I know I heard him say 2 Big Macs. He got angry when I said that, and said, "Don't put words in my mouth, I know what I said." "I'm sorry, sir, I wasn't trying to," I said. He then told me not to get smart with him. I could tell he was a short-tempered man. I apologized again, and offered to give him money back for a Big Mac and only give him the 1, but he said he didn't want that anymore. He then started saying that I should be fired. I told him to calm down, but that didn't work. He started raising his voice, and everybody in the restaurant was beginning to notice. One of my coworkers, Jack, came up and started talking to the man. After a brief conversation with Jack, he said he didn't want anything and he just wanted to leave. We gave him his money, and I thought the situation was over. That is, until he leaned in over the counter and said to me, "When you get off, I'll be waiting for you." I didn't know whether to take this as a joke or not, but clearly the man had issues if he was going to make a scene over an extra Big Mac. I didn't say anything, and he turned and walked out. I wasn't too concerned with this threat at all, because I was only an hour into my 8-hour shift. I knew there's no way a man was going to wait around that long, and I didn't think he would actually do that at all. I worked the rest of my shift, which went by relatively well. In fact, by the time I was done, I had forgotten all about the incident. It was 10 p.m. when I was off, so I got my things and headed out to my car. As I approached my car, I saw a car at the other end of the parking lot's doors swing open. Sure enough, out walked the man from earlier. I couldn't believe he actually waited for me. I sprinted for my car and he chased after me. I almost made it to my door when he grabbed my arm. He started to pull me away from my car, and that's when I screamed like a little girl. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my pepper spray and sprayed it everywhere. Eventually it got his face in the struggle and he let go of me and ran away. I accidentally sprayed myself in the face as well, but I was able to get into my car and lock the door with my eyes burning. It didn't get me too bad and I was able to regain my composure after a couple minutes. Unfortunately, the man got away, but I just feel lucky that he didn't hurt me. It still blows my mind to think that he waited around 7 hours to confront me.
Our official merch store is finally here. If you want to support more of our channel, check out our merch shop. The link is in the description down below. See you on the next video.
This happened to me last year. I was hungry after a late night shift at work. It was past midnight, so I knew I didn't have many options. I saw a McDonald's and pulled off the highway to go there. McDonald's hours vary depending on the location, so I was hoping they would be open. However, the lights were fairly dim, so I wasn't quite sure. I decided to pull into the drive-thru to see. When I pulled up to the speaker, I heard a voice say, "Hi, welcome to McDonald's, what can I get you today?" I said I would have the number 9, and that was all. They said sure and to pull up to the first window. So I pulled my car around. However, when I reached the window, nobody came to it. I saw the kitchen lights appeared to be all dimmed as if they were closed. I waited there for a couple minutes. I knew I was the only customer, so I didn't know what was taking them so long. After another minute went by, I didn't see any movement at all. I took out my phone and searched McDonald's on Google Maps. The location came up, and when I looked, it said it was closed. I was confused and kept staring at my screen, wondering if this was a mistake. Just then, I saw somebody finally appear at the window out of the corner of my eye. It was a man in all black with a hood covering most of his face. As soon as I turned my head, he ducked down. I drove off as fast as I could and went straight home. I don't know who that was or what happened, but I do know I won't go back to that McDonald's. Years ago, I worked at Burger King. It was a job that I had during my college years when I was usually broke. I drove a really beat-up old car, so it was a job that I needed to pay my bills. I worked a lot of late shifts where we closed. I would sometimes take some food and eat it after I was done with work to save money. One night, I worked another closing shift, and after cleaning up and closing the place, the few of us employees left and got to our cars in the parking lot. The rest of them drove off, but I stayed in my car eating because of how hungry I was at the moment. It was a hot night and stuffy in my car, so I decided to start it up and turn the AC on, but when I tried, it wouldn't start. This would happen to me occasionally because of how old my car was. I really needed a new one, but I couldn't afford it quite yet. I stopped trying to start my car and rolled down my window instead to get a breeze. I thought about maybe starting it again, but I called my dad and told him just in case. Thankfully, we didn't live too far away, and he could give me a ride home if I needed it. I sat there in the parking lot, continuing to eat and wait for my dad to get there. I had backed into the parking space that I was in, which was the side parking lot of the Burger King next to a large woods. As I was sitting there, I started to hear the noise of something in the woods. I looked, but saw nothing, and I guessed it was just the wind. But suddenly, I heard something hit the back of my car. I couldn't tell what it was, but it sounded like a pebble or maybe a stick. Something then flew over my car past it, which looked like some sort of rock. I looked behind me, but saw nothing other than the thick woods and darkness. Then something else hit my car. I looked behind me once again. This time, I saw a man from behind a tree. I saw him throw something else at me. He leaned out and fired what appeared to be a rock. It was leaning out the window, and this one went right by my head. It was thrown so hard that I saw it go past the Burger King parking lot and hit the side of the restaurant. I could now see that it was in fact a large rock. Then I heard some noises in the woods as the man was saying something. He sounded angry, but I couldn't make out any of the words. I looked in my mirror. I saw the man take a step out from the woods and start to walk towards my car. I was desperate and scrambled to start my car again, hoping that this time it would work. Luckily for me, this time the car just barely started up. As soon as it did, I sped out of the parking lot and left. I was able to get away and called my dad, telling him not to go to Burger King anymore. The next day, I learned that the windows of the Burger King had been broken and we were closed for a whole week while they fixed it. I guess whoever was in the woods was throwing rocks and went and broke the windows after I left. I'm just glad that they didn't hit me. This story is the strangest thing to ever happen to me. It was last year, and I was about an hour away from my house where I lived, and on my way home. I was hungry, and it was nighttime. I hadn't had dinner yet, and saw a Burger King, so I stopped off for some food. I parked in the parking lot, and went inside. When I got inside, the place seemed sort of quiet, but I did see a few people eating inside, and one person up by the counter. I walked over, and somebody took my order. They told me it would be a little while, so I took a step back and waited. I decided while I was waiting to go use the bathroom, and I walked down the hall. I got inside the bathroom, and was in there for maybe a minute total. I took my time washing my hands, but once I left the bathroom and walked back out, I noticed that the light in the hallway was now off. Then I got to the main part of the restaurant, and saw that all of those lights were off as well. I walked over to the counter. Everything seemed to be off, and nobody was back there. I guess maybe they closed soon, but I had still placed my order, and nobody else that had been in there before was there. I walked all around the whole restaurant, and every light was off, and nobody else was inside at all. There was no sounds coming from the kitchen area, and I looked back around and couldn't see anybody. I then walked out of the restaurant. My car was the only car in the parking lot now, too. I had no idea what was going on, and I just drove away, feeling creeped out. I still have no way of explaining it, and every time I've told the story to other people, they don't believe me. Some people think the employees were playing a joke on me and turned all the lights off and hid or something like that. Maybe that's true, but I don't know how they would do it all so fast. Either way, it's very strange. Me and my boyfriend were on a road trip to visit some national parks and stopped at a Burger King pretty late at night. My boyfriend and I went in, and he went to the bathroom while I ordered food for us. The old woman at the counter took my order, but I got a weird vibe from her. I wasn't too concerned though, because most nights fast food workers seem creepy for some reason in my experiences. After I ordered, I waited for my boyfriend to come back, but he didn't, and I don't know why I thought something was wrong. I got the food and was still waiting, so I went to the men's bathroom. As I was walking down the little hallway, I saw light coming out of the bottom of the bathroom door. I knocked to make sure he was okay, but when I did, there was no response. Then the door suddenly opened and my boyfriend walked out. I asked him why he didn't answer me, but he just walked past me with a glassy look over his eyes. I saw he had something in his hand and sped up to get in front of him to ask what his problem was. When I turned the corner, I saw him looking at the old woman that was working, and they had this look on their faces, but I didn't hear them talking at all. When I got over there, I saw he had a piece of a broken mirror in his hand, and all of a sudden he rushed towards me. I didn't know what was happening, so I grabbed his hand and I managed to knock the shard out of it. I hit the side of his head lightly because he scared me with how he was acting. Once I did, he seemed to wake up almost out of a weird state and asked what happened. I looked over at the employee and she rushed to the back of the kitchen and out of sight. Then I walked to the bathroom to see what happened when he was in there. As I opened the door, I saw an old box TV in the bathroom with a weird video playing. It had some weird shapes on the screen. I left the bathroom and told my boyfriend we should leave now. As we drove away, I explained how he acted weird when he came out of the bathroom, and it seemed like he was going to hurt me with the mirror piece in his hand. He didn't remember leaving the bathroom, so we pieced together that the woman worker had something to do with the weird trance he got into. We still don't know why the woman ran to the back of the Burger King, or if she had something to do with why there was a weird video playing in the bathroom. But the rest of the drive for that night, we were paranoid of the woman following us, or what would have happened if my boyfriend didn't wake up from what happened to him.
I worked as a regular pizza delivery driver during my later years of high school. Because of school, I'd always work the night shifts on Friday and Saturday. It was a pretty laid-back job, and for the most part, I'd just be driving or standing in the shop taking orders on the phone. A couple of my friends worked there too, so I always had someone to talk to. Anyways, it was Friday night, and I'd just gotten back from my last break. The place closes at 1 a.m., so we usually stop accepting orders around 12, as we still have to clean and everything before we leave. It was 11:30, but I figured I'd get a head start on the cleaning just to pass the time. Me and my other two friends were the only ones working that night, and one was finishing up a delivery and the other just went on break after I got back. A couple minutes into cleaning, the phone started ringing, so I picked it up and asked how I could help them. There was an older man on the line, and he asked if we were still open for deliveries. I told him yeah, but we aren't taking any large orders. They said that was okay, and asked for a regular pizza and gave me the address to deliver it to. About 15 minutes later, the pizza was ready and I boxed it up and got in my car. The address was a little more than 10 minutes away, and I was probably halfway there when I pulled up behind another car stopped at a stop sign on an empty road. I waited for a few seconds, looking around to see why he was stopped for so long. Then I honked my horn gently, assuming that he'd just fallen asleep or something. The car still didn't move, so I started to pull around him, but of course just as I did that, he pressed on the gas and jolted forward down the road. I was a little bit annoyed, but I figured it was just some guy being a dick for fun, so I continued down the road. But a couple minutes later, I passed that same car pulled over on the side of the road with its headlights off. I got a really uncomfortable feeling passing them, like something didn't feel right about it. I checked my mirrors for the rest of the way to the house to make sure he wasn't trying to follow me. Finally, I turned down the address's long driveway that went between a forest of trees. I pulled up to the front of the house and put the car in park. Then I made sure I had everything and went up and knocked on the door. I waited a minute or two, and then an old lady answered and asked me what I was doing. I told her I was delivering a pizza here and recited the address to her that I was given. She said that nobody here ordered a pizza, and I could tell she felt bad for me. I just thanked her and went back to my car. This wasn't the most uncommon thing to happen, as some people would do it as a prank or just give the wrong address on accident. I figured I'd get out of the lady's driveway, then call my friend to have them call the number back and confirm the address. So I started making my way out of the driveway. But as I was making my way down, bright headlights blinded my view from ahead of me. It was so bright, I knew it had to be a car coming towards me, so I quickly pressed on the brakes. I waited for the car to turn off the lights or turn their car around, but after waiting for a little bit, I figured they weren't going to move. I wasn't sure exactly what to do, as I could barely see and I knew the driveway was thin, so there was no way I could get around them. I decided to just wait and see what they do first, as I didn't really have any other options. A whole minute went by of both of us just sitting there before they turned their lights completely off. I waited for my eyes to readjust to the darkness, then looked ahead to see where their car was, but I couldn't see it. I put the car back in drive and slowly began making my way down, being cautious in case the other car started coming down the driveway again. A few seconds later, I see the car with all its headlights off parked in the middle of the path. I recognized it as the same one that was parked at the stop sign. I guess he had followed me without me noticing. I couldn't see through the windows in the dark, so as I sat there, I started to get pretty anxious and worried that there could be multiple people in there with bad intentions. Then the front driver door opened, and a man got out and began making his way towards me. Halfway to my car, he stopped and began waving at me as if he wanted me to pull up next to him. At this point, I'd be lying if I didn't say that I was really starting to freak out. I tried my best to pretend to be calm though, and rolled the car next to him. To my surprise, when I pulled up, he didn't say anything to me. He didn't even look at me as he started walking around my car and eventually stopped right behind me by the trunk of my car. I looked in my rear view mirror, trying to figure out what he was doing and why he was just standing there. A few moments go by as I'm looking at this man, when I suddenly come to a realization and turn my head around to the front. The other 3 doors of the car swing open and 3 more men start sprinting towards my car. My adrenaline started pumping, and I stomped on the gas, flooring it and almost hitting one of the men as I turned my car off the driveway. I swerve around their car, nearly hitting several trees before making it back onto the path and eventually out onto the main road. There was nobody else on the road at this time, so I could clearly see in my mirror when the car pulled out onto the road and started making its way towards me. I figured they weren't going to stop unless I could get somewhere that wasn't so isolated. But after 30 seconds, the men turned down a side road. I made it back to work and immediately told my friends what happened. They both convinced me to call the police to at least report it, even though I wasn't able to give much helpful information. An officer came down and I gave an official statement on the incident, and then they left just before we closed. I was surprised to get a call the next day saying that 3 of the men had been arrested after attempting to rob another car later that night in the same exact driveway that I was in. The men were caught when the lady called the police after having 2 more people try and deliver food to her that she didn't order. I guess they were using that driveway to lure delivery drivers in and rob them on the way out, since it was a narrow, isolated driveway surrounded by forest. Unfortunately though, the 4th man was able to run through the trees and make it out, and I never received any updates on him in the following days, so I'm not sure if he was ever found. The old lady said though that she was unaware and had never seen them in the driveway before that night. It's pretty crazy that this happened to me, but I'm also proud of myself for how quickly I reacted and how I was able to make it out unharmed. It definitely made my job more stressful though, and soon after I was able to change my shifts to only working during the day on the weekends. I really hope that last guy got caught though, because who knows how many more people could be in those horrifying situations due to his escape. I worked as a food delivery driver during my first few years of college. Mainly, I would drive for DoorDash or Uber Eats. I didn't like making small talk with strangers and didn't want random people in my car, so I preferred delivering food over being a normal Uber driver. I did this for over a year with pretty much no issues, aside from the occasional customer mad that the restaurant messed up their order. Anyways, it was late Wednesday night, and I didn't have any classes in the morning, so I decided to make an extra few bucks and deliver for a little bit. I did 4 or 5 quick orders, and ended up about 20 minutes from my dorm. It was about 1 AM now, and I figured I should probably end it there and head back. The way the delivery apps work is pretty much you just drive around and wait for a random order to pop up, and then it'll give you an estimate of how much you'll make and how far it is. Then you either accept or decline it. On my way back, I left the app running just in case there was a really quick delivery nearby. I got a few requests, but they were a bit too far and didn't seem worth it to me. But then another one popped up just as I was pulling into my dorm. It was about 12 miles away, but the payout was really big. I'd never seen anyone offer that much money before. I gave it some thought, as it was pretty far, but it was too much money to pass up. I accepted the offer and started the directions to the restaurant. A few minutes later, I arrived and pulled up their order so I could make sure I picked up the right stuff. As I walked through the doors, I noticed the customer had only ordered 2 items and the total was only over $6. This was really unusual, as typically the high-paying orders are because of large deliveries of expensive food. This meant that they were just giving me a really big tip. I got the food and went back to the car. During the drive there, I was really just trying to understand why they would give such a big tip for such a small order. It was a little weird, but honestly I just came to the conclusion that it was either just a mistake or they were trying to be kind. Although 12 miles wasn't too far from my campus, I had actually never been to this area. It was really nice, with mostly gated off neighborhood communities and huge houses. Luckily, their house wasn't gated, and I was able to just pull into the neighborhood. I looked at the homes as I passed by, and realized that the tip money made a lot more sense now. The street was long though, and I was just a couple minutes from the house when the customer sent me a text through the app. They told me to make sure I delivered the food to the right address when I pulled up. I figured maybe the map showed his neighbor's house or something, so when I arrived, I sent him a text with a description of the house and asked if that was the right one. He replied no, and I waited for a little bit, expecting him to describe his house for me, but he never did. I sent him another text describing his neighbor's house, to which he replied no again. I was starting to get pretty annoyed with this guy, and tried calling him instead, but he refused to answer. He would ring a few times, and then he'd decline the call. I looked at the address again, and then copy and pasted it into Google to try and look it up there. Doing this, I actually noticed that the number for the address wasn't a regular number. It had a subset of numbers on it. I'd never seen this before and wasn't even sure what it meant, so I searched the address on Google and looked at the results. When I zoomed in on the map, I saw that the address actually pointed to a spot right in between the 2 houses. Zooming in further, it looked like there was a really small garage, or maybe even a shed. It was barely visible. I looked up from my phone and moved my eyes to between the 2 houses, and sure enough, there was a small garage-like structure. It was just a few feet from the main house that my delivery app brought me to. I honestly wasn't sure what to expect, or why someone would even live there, but I already came this far, so I wasn't about to walk away now. So I got out and started heading over. As I walked up the driveway, I could clearly see what the place was. It was pretty much just a large storage garage, probably meant for keeping an old car or something. I didn't see any normal door though, so I put the bag down by the garage door. As I began taking my phone out to take a picture for the app, a man came around the right side of the garage. I looked over at him, and he just stood still, staring at me. The guy was really creeping me out, so I said, "It's right here for you, sir," as I pointed at the bag and slowly started walking away. Then he replied, telling me that this wasn't where he wanted me to drop it off. I turned around and noticed that he was still standing in the same spot. Sorry, where did you want me to put it?" I said, starting to get really uneasy about the situation. He pointed around the back of the garage and said that the door was over there. At that point, there was no way I was going to follow that guy to wherever he was trying to get me to go. I just kind of stood there for a moment, then said sorry and quickly walked back to my car. I looked over one more time before driving away, and the man was walking back behind the garage, but he left the bag of food. I got out of there and drove back to my dorm, shaking the whole way back. Something about that whole thing felt very off, and the fact that it was in a really nice neighborhood made me even more confused. The more I thought about it though, I realized just how strange it was that he needed to specify for me not to deliver to the main house, and that he refused to take the food unless I followed him to behind the garage. I'd never had to call the police before in my whole life, and I ended up not calling them this time either, as I really wasn't sure if maybe he was just some weird harmless guy. Anyways, it freaked me out for a few days, but eventually I got over it and continued doing deliveries in my spare time. Nothing else happened, though a couple weeks later I had another big order pop up on my app, and the area of delivery was the same. I obviously declined it, but I couldn't help but think about whoever ended up accepting that order and what happened to them during their delivery. It was the beginning of fall, and I worked as a cashier at a small store near my apartment. My usual shift ended at 9 p.m., and then I'd usually go do food deliveries for a couple of hours before heading home. I actually enjoyed doing deliveries at night, as the roads weren't busy, and most other delivery drivers would work during the day and would take all the orders, so I'd actually get more orders to do at night. Anyways, I had just gotten out of work and set up my app to get ready to do some deliveries. The first one that came in was quick, and only took about 15 minutes. Then I waited for a few minutes before the next order came in. It was a good payout, and the delivery address was 20 minutes away from where I was. I headed over to the fast food restaurant to pick up their food, then started making my way over to the house. The town I live in isn't too big, and has a lot of empty plots of land. There's the main center of town, which is where my apartment is, and most of the restaurants. Then about 10 minutes out, there's a lot of farmland, and the houses are much more spread out. Almost all of the deliveries I get are within the town area, but every once in a while I'll get a delivery further out into the farm area. I assumed this was going to be a farmhouse since it was 20 minutes away. However, the app said that the address was located in a small neighborhood area just off of a small highway. I didn't like delivering to isolated farmhouses at night, as it just kind of creeped me out, so I was happy to be delivering to a neighborhood home. Once I got off the highway, I turned left and started making my way down the road toward the neighborhood. But almost immediately, I got a call from an unknown number. I declined it as I thought it was just a scam, but just a few seconds later they called again. Figuring it was probably the customer, I accepted it. "Hello?" I asked. A few seconds went by with no response, so I just hung up. But then again, just a few moments later, the same number called me. I answered, and almost immediately a guy speaks and tells me I turned the wrong way. I asked him what he meant, as I had the map up and it says that I'm going the right way, but he said his address gets messed up on the delivery app and that he always has to call and let the drivers know where to go. I said okay and asked him how to get there. He told me that when I got off the highway, I needed to take a right from that road, then take the third left. He mentioned it was a gravel path that led to his farmhouse at the end. I told him I'd be there in a few minutes and turned the car around. I've had multiple customers call me before to tell me that the address was a little off, or to give me directions on unnamed roads, as it was pretty common out here, so I honestly didn't think much of it. I passed the highway that I turned off of and continued until I found the third left and turned onto the gravel path. The path went into a small forest of trees and it was really dark. Again, I didn't like these areas at night, so I was definitely a little nervous driving down this isolated gravel road. Once I started getting nervous, I began thinking about how strange it was that the map had taken me so far in the opposite direction of the house that the man claims is his actual address. I tried to bury those thoughts, assuring myself that I was just overthinking it because I was nervous. A couple minutes passed though, and there was still no house in sight. At this point, I wasn't even sure if I had turned down the right path, but the trees were too close to the sides, so I didn't have much room to turn around anyways. I figured I'd continue down to the end, then call to ask if I had the right place, and turn around there if not. Another minute or two went by before I finally reached the end, as it merged into a small circle driveway next to a house. I drove up to the path that led to the front door and parked the car next to a for sale sign that was put up in the front of the house. Seeing that, I wasn't sure if I had the right house, but I looked over at the front door and it was open, and I could see someone further back wave at me. Figuring I was good, I grabbed the bag and started making my way over to the door. As I stepped onto the porch and began putting the bag down, I saw the man again down the hallway that led to the kitchen. He politely asked me if I could set the food down on the kitchen counter, then quickly walked away as if he was in a rush, and then I heard him turn the sink on in the kitchen. Hesitantly, I took a step into the house and looked around. It was decorated with old furniture and accessories, but it almost looked like it was completely unused. I quickly made my way down the hall and into the kitchen, but as soon as I got there, I noticed that the sink was still running, but the man was nowhere in sight. This made chills run down my body, and I quickly set the bag down on the counter and got out of there as quick as I could. I could hear the man yell something from the front door as I got back in my car, but I couldn't understand what he said. I put the car in drive and went back out the way I came. I didn't stop driving until I got to the parking lot of my apartment. Then I pulled my phone out and saw multiple missed calls from that same number. I blocked the number, then opened the delivery app so I could end my deliveries for the night. But that's when I noticed that I had messages from the customer through the app, telling me that I had turned the wrong way and that I was at the wrong house. I went into shock for a moment, realizing that the man that had called me wasn't my actual customer, and the house I was in was just some stranger's house. I called the police immediately and reported everything to them. An officer came to my apartment to go over more details soon after. I had no idea how this man could have known that I was doing a delivery and had been able to see my location. The officer said that my phone had likely been hacked and that the man was probably monitoring everything that I was doing. Hearing this made me really uncomfortable. As if all of that wasn't bad enough, the next day I was informed that the house I was at was actually vacant, as it was for sale by the owners who had moved out months ago. The man had apparently gotten in through an unlocked window in one of the rooms. As of right now, they still haven't found anything significant that could lead to finding the man, which makes me feel really unsafe. I don't know for sure what the man was trying to do, but I think it's a pretty good assumption that he was probably planning on kidnapping me, or maybe even worse. I try not to think about it too much, but I can't help but go over all of the horrible things that could have happened on that night.
We all have our favorite holidays. For some, it's Christmas. For others, it's Thanksgiving. For me, it was Halloween, and was being the key word. Here's why it's not anymore. Back in 2019, I was finally financially ready to buy my own home. I was 27 years old at the time and was able to purchase a single-family property in the suburbs of Pennsylvania. At the time, I was single and living alone, but that didn't bother me. I thoroughly enjoyed my independence. It was Halloween night, my first Halloween in the new house. I had decorated it from top to bottom with lights, spiderwebs, gravestones, fog machines, and anything you could think of. The kids of the neighborhood loved my decorations. They came in flocks to trick or treat. Even their parents would come up to the porch and say what a great job I did. Anyway, I was sitting on my front porch, drinking hot apple cider. It was almost 10 p.m., and the trick-or-treaters had died down significantly. I was about to call it a night when I saw someone dressed in a scarecrow costume standing at the edge of my driveway. They had on makeup, hay, and even overalls, and looked like a very good scarecrow. They were standing there, staring directly at me and my house. I called out if he wanted any candy, because I was about to head in. The scarecrow did not respond. I waved my hands at them again, and asked if they wanted any candy before I locked up for the night. Still no answer from the scarecrow. At this point, I thought maybe this was some drunk teenager or someone strung out on drugs, and finally told them to leave and get off my property. The scarecrow tilted their head and walked away into the night. Later that same night, I locked up my house, ate the leftover Halloween candy, and put on a horror movie. It was past midnight when, from my living room where I was watching my movie, I could see my backyard floodlights going on and off. At first, this was not a concern. There's always small animals running around back there. But when the floodlights did not stop going off about 10 minutes after I noticed, that's when the situation changed. I got up, went to my kitchen back door, opened it, and looked out into my backyard. It was empty. No animals or anything in sight. I was about to chalk it up to faulty wiring when, in the back of my yard, my shed door was wide open. Now, I'm a man who is meticulous when it comes to locking up for the night. I would have never left my shed door open like this. In fact, I wasn't in it all week. I walked slowly towards the shed, wondering how on earth it had gotten opened, when the floodlights behind me shut off, and I was immersed in total darkness. Not worried, because I was totally logical about the situation, thinking it could have been a gust of wind that had opened the door. I pulled out my lighter and stepped inside. I flicked it on. Everything seemed normal. The lawnmower was there. My toolkit on the shelf was there. Nothing was out of the ordinary. I did the mental checklist and was about to leave when I heard laughter. I held my lighter higher, praying that what I heard was just the wind blowing in the trees and not human laughter, because that had to be impossible since I was alone. But the impossible became possible. In the back corner, by the rakes, crouched down and still laughing, was that scarecrow. When the light hit his face, I could see his face paint was smeared, and he had this bizarre smile. I barely had time to process this when he stretched out his arms and charged at me. When I dropped my lighter, the scarecrow man slammed into me, and we started fighting right there on my shed floor. We were painfully rolling into other things in the shed because of how dark it was. I was trying to defend myself the best I could, while he kept laughing in this maniac way. I was fearing for my life when, suddenly, the scarecrow stopped, got up from the fight, ran out of the shed, and into the night, still laughing. A little bruised, but okay. I did not end up calling the police. I honestly didn't feel like going through the headache of getting them involved. Instead, I double made sure my whole house was secured and locked. I stayed up on my couch, looking out the window, until I was finally too exhausted and fell asleep. My dream was hellishly real. It was of that scarecrow standing directly over me while I slept, laughing and staring into my soul. The next morning, when I woke up, I was glad to see the sunlight. What I was not glad to see was a bunch of hay by my couch. I tried not to freak out and tried to recall the scuffle and if any of the scarecrow's hay had gotten onto my clothes. I truly couldn't remember, but I pray that's the reason there was hay on my floor and not because my dream wasn't really a dream. Nothing like this has happened since. My girlfriend has now moved in with me, and we have never had such an encounter like we did my first Halloween night with the scarecrow. As much as I want Halloween to be my favorite holiday, I just can't anymore. It's too much trauma. But maybe one day that will change. But for now, I'm sticking with Christmas. I was 15 and trying to earn extra cash on the weekends, I would end up dog sitting. I'd dog sit for my neighbors, my family, and anyone who paid me honestly. Well, one weekend, I was asked by this family, the Carsons, to dog sit their husky, Tito. Now, one thing you should know about the Carsons, they're rich. I'm talking Porsche in the driveway and a 6-bathroom house rich. So when Mr. Carson asked me to watch their dog Tito for the weekend, I immediately said yes, knowing the pay and the tip were going to be great. The Carsons were going to be gone till Sunday afternoon. They gave me the list of instructions for Tito and $50 for dinner money on account that I would be spending the nights there because they did not want Tito to be left alone. I guess the story really starts that Friday night, the first Friday I was staying at the Carsons. By all accounts, Tito was a great dog. He listened, didn't bark like a maniac, and liked to cuddle. Pretty easy money if you ask me. Well, Friday night, that's when things absolutely took a turn for the worse. I had just gotten back inside the Carsons' house from taking Tito on his final walk before bedtime when it started to thunder and lightning. I remember thinking that I was lucky that I just finished the last walk for the night. Otherwise, I'd be soaked to the bone. Anyway, after I gave Tito a treat for being a good boy, I put him in his cage in the kitchen per the instructions Mr. Carson had left me. After I made sure the cage was locked and secured, I said goodnight to the pup and headed for the living room. I want to say around midnight is when I started to doze off. The Carsons had a giant 80-inch TV in their living room, and I took full advantage of watching a horror movie on AMC. That and the fact that there was a raging thunderstorm outside was what lulled me to a gentle sleep. And at 2 a.m. I woke up. You know when you have that feeling that something isn't right? Like, have you ever seen Final Destination? The main character had a premonition that the plane was going to blow up and didn't want to get on. Well, that's what I was feeling at that moment. Something wasn't right. It was pretty dark in the house because I had turned off most of the lights before laying down on the couch. I walked over to the front windows and looked outside. It was still raining cats and dogs. I looked around the living room. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary or tampered with. That's when I decided to go check on Tito. As I was making my way over to the kitchen, that's when I noticed it. Leading directly from the front door, which was shut, into the kitchen were wet footprints. I knew at this point that I had two options. I could panic and possibly get myself killed by whosever footprints those belonged to, or I could stay calm and stay logical. Logic was telling me that they could have been my footprints from earlier, but then I remembered it wasn't raining when Tito and I came back from his final walk, and secondly, the footprints were fresh, as if whoever they belonged to had just made them minutes ago. I decided, against my better judgment, to follow them. As I reached the threshold of the kitchen, I could hear scuffling and whimpering pleas. It sounded like Tito was upset. I fished around for the light switch and flicked it on. I could not believe my eyes. Tito was out of his cage, his mouth duct taped shut and his paws tied together by a man in a drenched raincoat. There was a large, open duffel bag, and the man in the raincoat was trying to shove Tito into it. But the shock of me turning on the lights caused the man to spin around and see me standing there at the edge of the kitchen. I quickly grabbed a kitchen knife from the knife block set that was near me. I held the knife out, my hand shaking, and told the man to get the fuck away from the dog. But the man put his hands up and slowly stepped away. I was reaching into my pocket for my cell phone to dial 911, and when the man noticed what I was doing, he darted past me, through the living room, and to the front door. I followed behind him and watched as the man sprinted into the pouring rain to a white van parked across the street. He started the van and peeled off. I locked the front door, called 911, and started to cut the rope and duct tape off of Tito. When the police arrived, they informed me that the Carsons have security cameras all over their property, and they were able to ID the license plate that the van the man was driving. Now listen to this crazy part. The man who broke in was a man by the name of Kevin Shewood. Kevin was an ex-employee of Mr. Carson. Kevin believed that he was unjustly fired and decided to enact revenge upon the Carsons by breaking into their house, stealing their dog, and holding him for ransom. Unfortunately, Kevin did not expect me to be there dog sitting that night, which thwarted his plans. I think he ended up doing 4 years in prison for breaking and entering and attempted kidnapping of an animal. When Mr. Carson learned that the kidnapping was prevented because of me, he gave me the biggest tip that even to this day I have ever received. And I guess the moral of the story is, when you get that gut feeling that something isn't right, listen to it. It's that primal instinct we've been given to survive on this planet. Use it and be safe.
About 10 years ago, I worked at a cemetery. The money was good and it was relatively easy. All I really had to do was drive around in my truck and make sure no kids were causing trouble. Every night was exactly the same, and by then I'd already gotten used to the creepy nature of the job. After a normal night of work, I got off around 6 a.m. and headed home. I didn't usually go to bed until around 11 or so, and while I was getting ready at 10:30, I got a call from my boss. He asked me if I had seen anything last night, and I said no because I hadn't. He then told me that a grave had been defaced. I swore I didn't see anything though, especially not some group of kids, which are typically the culprit. Anyways, he asked me if I could come back and help him clean it, and I agreed of course because I kind of felt like it was my fault. When I got there, I realized I had underestimated how horrible these writings on the grave had been. This was not the usual small writing or anything. There was writing all over the stone, with horrible words and markings. What made it so much worse was that when we were cleaning everything off, I was finally able to read who the person was. I will obviously not say the name for privacy reasons, but it was a child, only 8 years old when he passed away just a few months prior. I was filled with anger and sadness, unlike any I felt before. I mean, who does that to a kid? I stayed with my boss for a bit, as we checked some surveillance footage. This cemetery was huge though, and the only camera we had was on one building where the funerals were held, and it wasn't very big. And again, this was quite a long time ago, and cameras weren't what they are today. We didn't see anyone at all. My boss notified the town's office, as the cemetery is owned and run by the city, and for the next few weeks they had some new guys come out to go on watch with me from dusk to dawn. Those weeks went by without anything happening. Didn't see anyone or find any defaced graves. One of the guys rode around with me while the other one stayed near the entrance. I actually became good friends with my watch partner. We wondered and talked about what the defacer looked like, and after some time it seemed like we'd never get to know. Nothing was really happening anymore, and it kind of seemed like a one and done type of screwed up situation. Eventually, the other watch guards left due to the inactivity, and it was back to just me. Another week went by of nothing, before something happened again. One night, as I had just started my shift and began patrolling, I drove all the way to the back of the cemetery, got out, and began my walk, which I had to start doing to see if any graves had writing or whatnot. As I was getting to about where the kid's grave was, I realized that something was off. I was a couple 100 feet away from the kid's grave, and it was pitch black, but something looked out of place. I stared in that direction for a whole 30 seconds, getting a little creeped out even. Then I started walking closer, shining my dim flashlight all around the area. Once I was just 100 feet away, I shined my flashlight again at the kid's grave. The light barely reached that far, and in the dim, foggy darkness, I could see a black figure laying on the ground completely still next to the grave. Obviously, I was horrified. I didn't know if it was a dead body that had been dug up or a living person trying to hide. I stepped closer slowly, and once I was maybe 40 or 50 feet away, I almost got a heart attack as the figure jumped up and sprinted into the dark field of graves, completely disappearing in the darkness in just a few seconds. I stood in place, shocked, horrified, and confused. Once I got a hold of myself, I ran back to the truck and radioed for the police. Then I went back over to the kid's grave. I warn you, what I saw was really disturbing. In front of the gravestone was a hole. It wasn't a big hole, nothing done from a shovel, but more like someone's hands. It didn't even go very deep, maybe just a foot. Either way though, someone had tried to dig up this child's grave with their bare hands, and it made me sick. I'm not sure what the person was trying to achieve, and unfortunately we never figured out who did it, but rest assured it never happened again. The town hired 2 new people permanently, and one of us always kept watch over that grave specifically, while the other 2 scouted the area. The city also had more people on watch throughout the day as well. To this day, that's been by far the worst thing I've seen while doing graveyard work. No ghosts, no creatures, just horrible human beings. I'm a community patrol officer for a neighborhood in southern Las Vegas. If you aren't familiar with this occupation, it's nothing like a police officer or anything. I'm just a regular 25-year-old that drives a small patrol vehicle around nice neighborhoods to make the residents feel safer. It's a pretty common thing around here, since there's a lot of rich neighborhoods right next to a violent city. On my patrols, I have to also report specific community violations. For instance, some housing communities require bushes to be trimmed every week. So if I see an overgrown bush, I have to report it and leave a note at the residence. It's petty, and I personally find it weird that people like to live in neighborhoods like that, but it gives me a job, so I can't complain too much. Anyway, I primarily work 8 p.m. to 3 a.m. It's an odd shift, but that's just how they schedule for some reason. I'd never seen anything strange before this incident. The only things I'd ever really see were groups of teenagers doing dumb shit at the parks at 1 a.m. But last week, I had something happen that was beyond disturbing, and I can't stop thinking about it. I was doing my regular patrol, which was a specific route we had to take during the middle, beginning, and end of our shifts. This was my mid-shift patrol, so it was about 10 p.m. and pretty quiet outside. During the drive, I have to check the community pools to make sure they are locked for the night. I pulled into the small parking lot and walked over to the gate. I quickly walked inside and checked the pool area to make sure nobody was still inside, then went back out and locked it. As I made my way over to my car, I noticed a hooded man sitting on one of the park benches not far from where I was. Both of his hands were in his pockets, and he seemed to just be staring at the ground. Honestly, I thought this dude was just waiting for his drug dealer or something, but I didn't know, nor did I really care. I got back in my car and continued on with my route. The community is large, and the routes take probably an hour to complete with no traffic. By the time I finished, it was just about midnight. For the next little bit, all I had to do was drive around the neighborhoods. I mindlessly moved the car through the streets for a while, before finding myself back by the pool, to which I noticed that the man was no longer sitting on the bench. I slowed the car a bit, looking around the sidewalks in the park purely out of curiosity, but I didn't see him anywhere. Not thinking much of it, I kept on. As I drove past the dark, empty park, I couldn't help but get an uneasy sense going through me. I don't know what it was, but something felt off. I continued for a few more minutes before pulling up to a stop sign and noticed a man on the side as if he was going to walk across. After a few seconds, I recognized him as the same hooded man from earlier. He slowly made his way across, but stopped halfway and turned to face me. Being only a few feet away, he quickly walked up to my window, trying to ask me something. I cracked the window slightly, and the man quickly asked me where a specific address was. Of course, I said I didn't know. Sure, I could have looked it up or given him a general direction, but the circumstances of the situation felt very off. Even more oddly, he didn't even have any emotion or response when I said I didn't know. He just stood in silence for a second, then repeated his question, exactly as he said it before. This was when I really started to get nervous and feel unsafe. I told him I needed to leave, quickly rolling up my window and beginning to move forward. The man didn't do anything as I drove off. Looking in my rearview mirror, he was just standing there in the middle of the road watching me drive away. I parked down by a nearby street by one of the houses, then collected my thoughts. It was a really weird encounter, but was it reason enough to call the police? I didn't know. As bad as it sounds, calling the police while at work is a big deal, and I didn't want to unless it was actually necessary. The big question that kept coming up in my mind, though, was why was he looking for that address? I decided to type it into my GPS, and it was just a few minutes away, inside the neighborhood I was patrolling. So I got back on the road and made my way over to the address. When I arrived, it seemed like every other ordinary house at 1 a.m. All the lights were off and nobody was outside. I parked on the other side of the street and waited for a bit, but not even 30 seconds later, the hooded man came into sight, walking down the sidewalk towards the house. I watched from my car as he walked up their driveway and up to their front door. He knocked a few times, then waited for a while before knocking again. Almost a whole minute went by before someone answered the door. Immediately, the hooded man slammed his body into the homeowner and fought his way inside the home. I was in shock, seeing something like this for the first time happening right in front of me. I controlled myself as soon as I could though and called the police. As I sat waiting in fear, I didn't see any movement for 2 or 3 minutes. I debated with myself whether or not to go in and try and help the homeowner. Honestly though, I was terrified and didn't want to make an already horrible situation even worse, so I stayed in my car. Suddenly, the front door moved a little, then swung open abruptly, followed by the hooded man sprinting out and running off down the street. The police didn't arrive until almost 10 minutes later. I don't know what took so long. I'm sure it wasn't anyone's fault, but part of me was furious. By then, the man was long gone, and the homeowner was laying inside, having been beaten so hard that he was unconscious. Over the next few days, more unfortunate information came in. The homeowner didn't recognize the man from anywhere, and barely even remembered the situation, but the guy also didn't steal anything from his house. This was very unusual, because the man had clearly known of the homeowner's address, and his only known goal was to hurt the homeowner. Thus, it didn't make much sense for the suspect to not be someone he knew. The whole thing was very strange, and it still makes me feel uneasy. It's only been a week since this happened though, so hopefully more information comes up, and the hooded man gets caught. I had recently graduated when this occurred a few years ago, and was taking full advantage of my summer vacation. I had started working full-time at the high school where I had just completed my studies, since I needed the money for college. My family had asked me to accompany them to my grandparents' home in Virginia, but I had declined because I had already purchased tickets for a concert that was set to take place on the very day we had to depart. I didn't mind staying behind at all. I mean, what 18-year-old doesn't want a house to themselves for a full week? Furthermore, I had no concerns that my neighbors would complain about the parties or cause me any kind of inconvenience because most of them were gone as well. I had a strong desire for some fried chicken that day, which took me out of the house. On my way back, there was an accident on the main road, causing a whole line of traffic, so I had decided to take a shortcut and was relying solely on Google Maps to get me home. I noticed a light turn on as I passed a mechanic shop along the route. It was another car, but this car had only one functional headlight, which was really weird. I distinctly recall finding it really odd that this automobile had abruptly turned on its light as I was passing, and I was even more alarmed when it departed behind me. But I was aware that I have a tendency to be paranoid and that I frequently wonder if someone is watching me and whether they have malicious intentions. I dismissed the idea as a weird coincidence and moved on. I started to stress out as I got closer to my neighborhood and realized that the car was still following me. My fear was increased by the fact that I was low on gas at the moment. I had two choices at this point. Either I turn around and drive home while the strange car pursues, or I just drive about and see if it follows or not. Driving around, however, seemed to be a very dangerous alternative because I wasn't sure what I would do if my car ran out of fuel in the middle of the road, leaving me trapped with this creep. I reasoned that I'd better take a chance in a familiar setting, rather than on the side of a lonely road. Once this was decided, I pulled onto my street and felt my heart drop as the car with one headlight turned directly behind me. At this moment, I thought I was doomed. I started pulling into my driveway because there was nothing else I could do, and to my absolute horror, they started to follow me up. Now that I think about it, I believe I should have called the police, but at the time I was so engrossed in my own thoughts that the idea never even entered my head. I might have contacted my dad, who would have gotten his rifle if he was home, but he and the rest of the family were 12 hours away at the time. I stopped and placed my car in reverse when the car started to follow me up the driveway. They reversed in response, but they also came to a stop at the bottom, thus blocking my way out. I started moving forward again, but everything just kept repeating. I drove, they followed, I reversed, and they blocked my exit, over and over again a couple of times. Finally, I hurriedly pulled further up the driveway and swung my car around to confront them. They had already covered more than half of my driveway by this point. I was afraid, alone, and furious. I opened the car door and stepped out with my small pocket knife firmly in my right hand, and my headlights blazing directly into their face. Because I've always been naturally paranoid, as I've already mentioned, I used to keep a small knife between my seat and the car door. I shouted at them, holding the knife out. I merely hoped that they would be panicked. I think they might have believed I was a girl or weak, or maybe had not expected me to react so aggressively. They backed out of my driveway gradually and slowly made their way down the street. But then they parked their car by a neighbor's house down the road, and through the darkness, I could see someone get out. It was at this point that I began to think more clearly and quickly ran inside and called the police. I then went over to the front window, looking out at the dark neighborhood streets, but couldn't see any movement. My adrenaline was fading, and I began to panic even more than I was when I was standing in the driveway. Just then, footsteps were heard running around the outside of my house, followed by a nearby window shaking as they tried to forcefully open it. I was terrified and losing my mind in the panic of the moment. The man continued to run around the house, testing every door and window, trying to force them open. I knew I kept everything locked, but I was worried he may still find a way to break in. I ran upstairs and locked myself in the bedroom, then called 911 again to ask for an update. I was thankful to hear that they were in the neighborhood less than a minute away. The man began banging against the front door, yelling for me to open it. 2 cop cars pulled into the driveway just in time though, and surprisingly, the man didn't run or anything. I watched through the windows as they put him in cuffs, then I made my way outside to greet the officers. The guy was trying to convince one of the cops that he wasn't doing anything wrong, but of course the cop wasn't buying it. Anyway, long story short, it turned out the man was heavily under the influence of both drugs and alcohol at the time. He never explained what his plans for following me or trying to break into my house were, but considering his state, it couldn't have been good. Luckily, I don't have to worry about seeing him for a long time.
I live in the United Kingdom and have been to America a handful of times. One of my best friends from school had moved to America with his family after we graduated in 2010. He was getting married in California to a girl he met there, and he asked if I could be his best man. Since we've always been such good friends, I couldn't help myself but to accept his request. I've used Airbnb maybe 20 times or so, and I've always had a good experience. I searched on the site and found a nice house that I would have all to myself in a pretty secluded area, not too far away from the wedding reception. I packed my bags and headed to the airport to depart for what would be a grueling 13.5-hour flight to California. Upon arrival, I rented out a car and made my way to the Airbnb house. It was the first state I had traveled to that didn't require an IDP, short for International Driving Permit, which would have prevented me from being allowed to drive in the state. It was about midday, but I was pretty jet lagged from the flight and needed to get a few hours of sleep. I went straight from the airport to a facility where I had to pick up the keys. Then I drove to the house, planning to notify the owner, named Charlie, upon arrival, as instructed on the site. I pulled in and opened the garage, so I could park my car inside. To my surprise, I noticed a blue sedan parked inside. I thought that it was strange that the owner's car would be there, but I didn't think much of it. I grabbed the key out of the envelope I was given and walked up to the front door to get inside. Just as I put the key in the lock, I was startled to see the front door fly open as I was greeted by a man who introduced himself as Charlie. Confused as to why someone was in the house, I asked if they had rented out this place too. Charlie replied saying that he was the owner of the house and he always stayed there. I didn't want to mention how the website said I'd be on my own in the house, since I was exhausted and didn't want to sound too confrontational. Charlie seemed nice, extremely nice to be more accurate. He was very welcoming and gave me a tour of the house, showing me all the rooms inside. He led me to the fridge, which was loaded with food, and when I say loaded, I mean it. He had just about everything you could ever imagine inside a fridge, including cabinets filled with snacks and desserts. I was pretty happy to see this, since I wouldn't have to go out to the store after my nap. I settled in, unpacked, and took a nap in the bed. I felt great after getting a couple hours of sleep, and headed downstairs to grab a bite to eat. I was greeted again by Charlie, who was in the kitchen preparing me tea. I was shocked and very thankful, and I sat down to eat and drink in front of the TV. He sat down next to me, sitting unusually close as I ate. I didn't think much of it, since he was going out of his way to be welcoming and kind to me. We chatted for a couple hours, mainly talking about my life in the UK and how it compares and differs to the US. As the night passed, I felt more fatigued and told Charlie that I needed to head up and get some sleep, since I had to meet with my friend the next day to go over the information for the wedding. We said goodnight and I headed up to my room, ready to pass out. I woke up the next day to my alarm clock and started getting ready to leave. Just as I was backing out, I got a text from an unknown number saying, "Hey, call me when you get a chance. Thanks, Charlie." Since Charlie knew I had a busy day ahead, I ignored the text and went to meet up with my friend. Returning home late at night, I was greeted by Charlie at the door, which was a little strange, not knowing how he would have known I returned. I mentioned how I read his text earlier and didn't get a chance to reply. He looked confused and said he never texted me, but then paused, saying something along the lines of, "Oh, no problem." His reaction seemed suspicious, but I acted like I didn't feel concerned or worried. I grabbed a bite to eat from the kitchen, to be followed in by Charlie, who kept chatting. I told him I was tired and needed to sleep, since the wedding was tomorrow. We said goodnight and I headed up to bed, very suspicious that something was off with him. I sat in bed thinking about everything that had happened, and decided to call the number that texted me claiming to be Charlie. If Charlie answered, I could always just say that I accidentally dialed the number. I called the number, holding the phone up to my ear as it rang. It kept ringing, and I began to think that nobody was going to answer until someone picked up on the last ring. A man said, "Hello?" And I responded saying, "Who's this?" And he replied saying, "Charlie, the Airbnb host. Did you make it into the house okay? I just wanted to make sure there weren't any issues getting inside." This guy clearly had a different voice from the man I met inside the house. I froze up, not knowing what to say. In a shaky, trembling voice, I said, "I thought you were staying in the house with me. Haven't you been here with me the whole time?" After saying this, there was a few second pause in the man's response. He said, "What do you mean? I don't live there. I live a few hours away and use that house as a rental on Airbnb." I explained to him that there was a man who greeted me claiming to be Charlie who was staying in the house with me. The owner seemed to be just as shocked as I was. He told me that whoever was in the house claiming to be him was definitely not anyone he knew, since I was the only person who should be in the house for the week. Completely terrified, I said, "Okay, I gotta go," and hung up. I couldn't even begin to wrap my mind around what had just happened. I sat there, literally shaking, as I heard a knock at my door. It was the man posing as Charlie. He was asking who I was talking to, and I just said that I got off the phone with my friend, and that we were talking about the wedding, not trying to sound suspicious. This is when he really started acting strange. He asked, "Hey, can you come out here for a second? I have a question." Not knowing what to say, I tried telling him I needed to sleep, but he kept insisting. I asked, "What do you want to ask me?" And he responded in a creepy tone saying, "I need help shutting off the sink in the basement. I accidentally broke the handle and can't get it to stop. I need you to help me seal the leak." I've watched enough horror movies to know that this definitely was some sort of trap, but I quickly responded saying, "Oh yeah, no problem. Just give me a couple minutes to get dressed. I'll be down there." Upon saying this, I heard him start walking down the stairs. I had to escape. Luckily, I had my keys in the room with me, so I decided my best chance was to jump out the window and take my chances with the fall from the second level onto the bushes on the side of the house. I flung open the window and broke through the screening, slowly preparing myself for the 10 to 15 foot descent, making sure I had my phone, wallet, and keys. I landed in the bushes, scratching and bruising myself up pretty badly. I sprinted to my car, turned it on, and threw it in reverse. As I pulled out, I could see the man looking at me through the blinds, which was a horrific sight. I drove away as far as possible and called my friend who was getting married. Thankfully, he let me stay in the guest bedroom of his house for the rest of the week. I never returned to get my luggage or anything, since the drive was far and I was traumatized. I was able to get a full refund for the Airbnb. I eventually alerted the authorities, who couldn't find anyone in the house. It still remains a mystery to this day of who the man was inside that house. Every year, I'd like to take my family on vacation so that we can all have an enjoyable week of relaxation and bonding time together. We usually stay in hotels, but after having a third kid with my wife, we decided that it would be best to stay in a house, since our 7-month-old son would often cry and throw tantrums most nights. I've never stayed in an Airbnb before, but I decided I would give it a shot since my coworkers spoke highly of it. After getting used to navigating the site, I started to narrow down my search within a couple cities that my wife and I thought would be nice. I was excited when I found a beautiful house that went for a decently low nightly rate that was just a short walk away from the ocean. In addition, there were shopping plazas where we would be able to get our groceries for the week just a short drive away. I looked over the host's ratings on the website. He was a middle-aged man named Tom, and was happy to see that he was consistently given a 5-star rating. I booked the house for 7 days, officially planning the trip. After a super long car ride, we finally pulled up to the house around 10:30 p.m. on the Friday we scheduled to check in. The house was pitch black and surrounded by woods, which gave off a bit of an eerie vibe. We followed the emailed instructions given to us from Tom to get into the house. We typed in the garage code and walked to the safe in the corner of the garage to enter the code to get the key. We got inside without much trouble and began unpacking. The house was huge, having 6 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms, which was quite an upgrade compared to our home with 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. My wife and I noticed that the air smelled musty inside, but we just assumed that nobody else stayed here the week prior. We all brought our luggage up the stairs and picked out our rooms. Our 2 sons stayed in the same bedroom at the end of the hall, while my wife and I took the master bedroom, putting our baby in the room directly next to us. We were all exhausted from all the traveling and we probably went to bed around 11:30. At some point during the night, I was awakened to hear my son talking to my mom next to our bed, saying that he heard scary noises, so my wife called him down and tucked him back into bed. This wasn't something uncommon, since our sons were both 5 years old and would often get spooked at night. I dozed off again pretty quickly. Again, I was awakened to both of my sons running in our room crying. They both insisted that they heard footsteps coming from above them, so I decided I'd flip on the lights to get up and walk around with them to show them that they were safe and nothing was there. After doing this, they finally relaxed and laid back down in a bed. After I closed their door, I checked around again, feeling a little concerned. I opened the door by their rooms that led to the attic. The door was locked, which didn't surprise me. Within minutes after crawling back into bed, I heard loud screaming coming from my son's room. I flew out of bed and sprinted down the hallway, opening the door to their room, flipping on the lights. I saw my sons laying on their beds, hiding under their covers. I walked over to them and asked what was wrong, and their response was very unsettling to hear. My one son told me that he heard the door creak open and there was a shadow of someone staring at him right outside his room. Something about the tone in his voice and the terrified look in his eyes worried me. I typically wouldn't think something like this was true, considering they both get night terrors and we were staying in a foreign place, but with it being the 3rd time now, I couldn't help but believe them. By now, my wife was standing in the room with us and she heard everything, so I asked her to take everyone into our room. Now I have a concealed carry license and always carry my gun with me, but I left it back at home not thinking I'd need it. I regretted not having it with me, but I knew I had to search the house. As I crept downstairs to the main floor in the dark, I felt scared since it was pitch black and completely quiet. The sound of my breath and light footsteps were the only sounds I could hear, which felt loud despite my efforts to stay quiet. I knew the light switch was somewhere at the bottom of the staircase, but I fumbled around in the dark for a minute until I finally found it and flipped it on. My jaw dropped as I looked around and noticed that the front door to the house was wide open. I knew I had made sure that the doors were all closed and locked before we went to bed. I slammed the door shut, locking it again, and ran upstairs to tell my wife and kids as I locked the master bedroom door behind me. She dialed 911, and they said they would have officers there soon. We were instructed to stay inside the room no matter what. Even though it was now around 2:30 in the morning, I thought I'd call the Airbnb owner to let him know that there was some sort of break-in. I dialed his number, and I put it on speaker so that my wife could hear him too if he picked up. What we heard next still haunts me to this day. A faint ringing, coming from above us in the attic, sounded as I called him. My wife and I both looked at each other in total shock, knowing that the house owner's phone was in the attic. Thankfully, the police arrived minutes after and we explained everything that had happened. We booked a hotel that night, which was a short drive away from the Airbnb, and enjoyed the rest of our vacation. We eventually followed up with the police, wondering if they obtained any information. It turns out, Tom, the owner of the Airbnb, was in the attic that night walking around, which explains why our sons kept hearing the noises. He snuck down and opened the door to our son's room, but then hid as my wife and I got up after hearing our son screaming. As we passed one of the rooms on the way down the hall, he must have crept down the stairs and ran away. Finally, we learned that the attic had several monitors hooked up to secret cameras around the house, so he was able to see and hear everything. It was quite a horrifying experience as a first-time Airbnb guest, and I plan on only renting hotels from now on. I work for a company in medical sales, and my position often requires me to travel at least 2 or 3 weekends in a month. I have a company credit card, so I use it whenever I travel since it covers the expenses. I booked a single room to an Airbnb house since it was literally 2 minutes away from the building I had to meet at when I arrived. I was supposed to arrive at night and then attend a meeting at 8 a.m. the next morning. I arrived at the airport with my small amount of luggage since I was only staying for one night. My flight got delayed 3 times, so I had to ask the company if they could reschedule the meeting to the next day. Luckily, I got a response that night and they said we could meet the next day at 8 a.m. Since my flight was delayed, I had to extend my stay at the Airbnb for an extra night, which worked out since the next day my room wasn't booked. After waiting in the airport all night, my flight finally took off and I arrived around noon. I ordered an Uber to take me from the airport to my Airbnb. As I arrived, I noticed that the driveway had 4 other cars in it, which wasn't surprising since the house was being rented out by multiple people at once. I rang the doorbell and was greeted by the host, who was super friendly and welcoming. He showed me to my room and I locked myself in, unpacking my tiny bag of clothes and unloading my work stuff. The room was nothing special, but it was all I needed given the occasion. It had a king-size bed, bathroom, and a window that overlooked the busy main road it was located on. Since I had the entire day to myself, I decided to watch Netflix on my laptop. A few hours went by as I relaxed and became more tired. It was only around 6 p.m. or so I forced myself to stay awake a bit longer so that I wouldn't throw off my sleep schedule. As I got myself ready for bed, I heard the front door to the house slam shut and I listened as a couple walked in, being extremely loud and obnoxious. I was a bit annoyed, but I wasn't very upset considering I chose this house knowing that this could potentially happen. I guess I was more worried about finding a place that was close to the meeting I had to attend. I pulled the blankets up and closed my eyes and started to doze off until I was startled awake to yelling and screaming coming from the room next to me. It sounded like the couple that was obnoxiously loud when they came in earlier. I laid in bed as I listened to the argument, hoping they would stop. Instead, their voices became increasingly louder and angrier with every sentence. I wasn't exactly sure what they were arguing about, but it sounded like it had to do something with the guy accusing the girl of cheating. Minutes passed by until I heard a knock on their door. I got up as quietly as possible and put my ear up to the door to try to hear the conversation. It was the Airbnb owner who was not happy with the couple and asked them to leave. The man stormed out of the house and I watched as he walked towards the main road, yelling and screaming to himself. I crept back over to the door and listened as the woman and the house owner spoke. Apparently, the woman convinced the owner that she would be quiet and that there wouldn't be any more problems since the boyfriend left. I heard the woman close the door to the room and listened as the owner walked down the hall and went back downstairs. I crawled back into bed and finally fell asleep. I remember being in the middle of a dream when I faintly heard a voice that kept repeating the same thing over and over. I started to wake up, quite confused, thinking that it was in my dream until I heard it again. It was a man's voice coming from outside my window who kept saying to come out and talk. I quickly realized that it was the boyfriend from earlier. I didn't want to say anything, obviously not wanting to involve myself with the situation, until he started knocking on my window. Each knock grew louder with every hit, and I knew I had to say something. I walked up to the window and knelt down so I could crack it open and tell him that he had the wrong room. He seemed to be very intoxicated as he slurred some words I couldn't make out, so I closed the window. I sat down in bed, hoping he had gone away, until he started screaming right outside my window to be let in. I didn't know what to do, so I just sat there, frozen, trying not to make any noise. Just as the screaming finally stopped, I was startled to hear the sound of shattering glass as a large rock came flying in through my window. I knew I had to get out and find help, so I sprinted to the door. As I opened it, I turned around to see his 2 hands on the windowsill as he was trying to climb in. I slammed the door shut behind me and ran downstairs looking for the owner, who was about to walk outside with his rifle. I told him that the boyfriend came back and thought that I was his girlfriend, and that he broke the window and was climbing in as I ran out of the room. He walked upstairs aiming his rifle at the door. He shouted asking if anyone was in there, but there was no response. I watched from the bottom of the stairs as he quietly opened the squeaky door to my room and flipped on the lights. He said that he was gone and I was relieved to go back up so I could get my stuff. Once he made the announcement to me, people staying in other rooms upstairs opened their doors and peeked out, including the girlfriend of the crazed boyfriend. She was sobbing and completely shocked as she walked out with her suitcase to leave. I thanked the owner for helping, and I went back into my room to pack and find a motel for the night. Thankfully, I was able to make it to my meeting the next morning and fly back home, unharmed.
Two men tried to break in while my friend and I were home alone. So one night, my friend and I, who I'll call Jesse for the story, was staying the night, and for some reason we had the best internet connection in the garage, so we were in there just messing around on MySpace and such when we started hearing what sounded like two people talking. Jesse and I stopped talking and we were trying to hear what the other people were saying. We got up and stood by the garage door, but we still couldn't make it out, so we went inside and looked through the peephole on my front door. There were two men standing in my driveway by my garage looking around. I immediately freaked out because they weren't standing on the sidewalk or anything. They were just standing by my garage like they lived at my house. I stood there watching them for a minute before one of them started walking up to the door. I quickly but very quietly checked to make sure both locks were locked and then looked back out the peephole. The man was leaning over the side railing on the porch trying to look into my mom's bedroom window. I instantly signaled to Jesse to go get knives and be super quiet. I looked back outside and the two men were back by the garage, just talking. Jesse asked what had happened and I just told her to go make sure the doors were locked while I kept watch. She came back quickly and we switched. She kept watch while I looked for the house phone. This was before it was the norm for young teens to have cell phones. All of a sudden, she says, "They're leaving." My heart sank because something in my gut just told me they weren't. Without even asking, I asked her, "Did you lock the side door in the garage?" And she said she didn't. I took off through the kitchen into the garage just as I heard our side gate open. I made it to the door and locked the deadbolt before I could get the doorknob lock, and as soon as I flipped the lock, the doorknob twisted. I thought I was going to puke. I grabbed the handle and locked it before running back inside and locking the garage door. I ran to the back door and at that point just started yelling, "Lock the windows." My back door had these sheer curtains over them where you were still able to see inside and outside. And before I was able to make it to the lock to the door, I saw someone walk up the back porch. I jumped behind the couch and watched as he tried to open the back door before the second guy followed. Jessie came walking into the living room and I grabbed her and pulled her down behind the couch with me. We both just sat there in silence, terrified, watching these two guys trying to figure out how to get in. I started to cry, and Jessie was sitting there shaking. After what seemed like forever, they walked off the back porch and into the backyard. We heard them banging around before we saw them walk back by the porch and out the side gate. I ran to the front and looked through the peephole again and saw them walk across the street and get into a car. I told Jessie they were gone. We both burst into tears and just started hugging each other. We called her aunt, and she came and picked us up and took us to her house where we stayed the night there. We never told anyone because we thought we would be in trouble for some reason. But after that, I didn't stay home alone for years, and even at 25, I still get scared when it's just my daughter and I home alone while my husband is at work, or the rare occasion when he goes out with friends. We're lucky it didn't end worse than it did, but I'm still scarred from it 12 years later. So men who tried to break into my house, and who knows what else, let's not meet.
I kept late nights tapping away at my computer keyboard, working at streams of figures and characters that would have made absolutely no sense to a regular person. On this night particularly, I stayed up about an hour past my computer curfew time, which was 12 a.m. The only sounds in the entire house were the clickety-clack of my keyboards as I hurriedly went through computer code and made corrections wherever I detected flaws in it. I had not had anything for dinner, but despite the gnawing ache in my stomach, I continued my work diligently. One glance at the wall clock told me the time, 1:13 a.m. My brain sent distress messages all over my body, attempting to let me know it was tired, but one sip of my coffee, and I was wide awake once more, and pounding away at the code. The grumbling in my stomach grew louder the more I typed, and soon I decided to get myself something to eat. I headed to the refrigerator, but on opening it up, found it virtually empty. All my quick snack boxes were gone, save for a single pack which contained a piece of raw mutton. I sighed, grabbed the pack, and put it on the electric cooker to heat up slowly. On the counter there lay an open pack of an idea, a pizza box. Something about having pizza delivered to my doorstep late that night piqued my interest, and I quickly took out my mobile phone and looked up Domino's Pizza online. Whoever would make the delivery would get a 5-star review from me, I thought. A closer look at the website, and I realized they did deliver at any time during the day or night, and even better, there was an outlet store 2 streets away, which would mean less than a 30-minute interval before delivery. I bought the idea, and heading over to my laptop, I typed in the delivery company's name and hit the search button. After the results loaded, I quickly copied out their front desk phone number and dialed it on my phone. "Hello, Domino's Pizza is available for you. You can place your order now. So what would it be?" Came an emotionless, seemingly bored voice at the other end. "I'd like a 10-inch pizza box, thank you," I replied. "Flavor?" "Pepperoni," I hastily replied, then added, "Make it 2 boxes, please." "All right. Thanks for patronizing Domino's Pizza. We appreciate your patronage and will deliver it to your doorstep." The static at the end of the call was pleasing to my ears, and my heart raced at the delivery of the delicious treat which I hoped would arrive soon enough to quell my growing discomfort. I went back to the editing code and finished off a couple more lines before I completely zonked out while still at my desk. There was a knock on the door, and I got up from my swivel chair and moved towards the door. The knocking intensified as I got closer to the door. Suddenly, without warning, and when I was mere inches away from it, my front door, which had been locked, swiveled open slowly, making several creepy squeaks, making my eyeballs nearly pop out of their sockets. I almost pissed in my pants when the door swung open the full 90 degrees and I could not still see anyone. A cold drought blew over my skin, causing hackles and goosebumps all over my face and arms. Inching forward slowly, I got to the threshold of the door, and as far as my eyes could see, there was no one in sight. My front door overlooked a paved street, and as I stared, that empty street stared back at me. I assumed I had not locked the door earlier, and proceeded to do so then. The satisfying click of the lock put my mind at ease, and I went back to my swivel chair. One glance at the clock said it was 1:02 a.m. I sat down on my swivel chair. No, wait, that's not right. Was it just me, or had time just gone backward? I remembered checking the clock and noting that it was 1:13 earlier. I must be dreaming, I thought. I reached out for the cup of coffee I had been drinking from, but there was no cup there. I tried pinching myself, without success. I was in deep shit if I could not get up because I had to collect and pay for my delivery. The continuous growling of my stomach told me that my stomach did not yet know we were stuck together in this dream state. I tried to keep my cool, but was losing it by the minute. A panic attack set in, and adrenaline rushed through my veins. Gradually, I could feel myself getting increasingly stronger due to the adrenaline hijack situation I found myself in, but nonetheless, it was getting more difficult to move my muscles. I wanted to scream, but thought the better of it. I tried to figure out a way out of the situation by keeping my head cool and rationalizing. I wonder then why my body was demanding that I keep calm and rationalize. It must be the effect of whatever was keeping me stuck in this dream state. I remember distantly learning some sort of Buddhist training I had undergone sometime earlier under the tutelage of a self-acclaimed Indian guru. I wondered if the techniques I had learned from him could be effective at this point. I drew in a huge single breath and crossed my legs, letting my face assume that the peaceful look the guru had said was evidence of having attained control over one's center of being. It seemed effective, as I could now focus, and even though I was still unable to snap out of the whole dream thing, I could gather myself together now. There was continuous knocking on the door. I got up once more and opened the door. Still, there was no one there. This time, even while I had opened the door, the knocking still went on. Boy, I was royally fucked, I thought. Eventually, The knocking degenerated into a series of uncoordinated poundings on the door. Soon, I heard a loud smashing sound. That seemed to do the trick, and I snapped quickly out of my perpetual slumber. The first thing I saw around me was fire. Lots of fire. I hastily attempted to grab my computer system, snagging a couple of wires but still being unsuccessful. The flames were licking into my household articles at amazing speed. I looked at the door and saw that there was someone standing by the broken doorway, yelling and beckoning to me. It was the person who had awoken me from my deep slumber.
Come on, man! The whole place is on fire! Fire!
The pizza delivery man yelled. I immediately abandoned my quest to save any items in the house and raced out. I had gone about halfway to the door when I found myself facing a breath shortness problem. I instantly began coughing and felt a dizzying weakness that brought me to my knees. My muscles burned due to the lack of air while flames inside the room continued its rampage. The pizza delivery man got into the house, crossed my hands over his shoulder, and supported me while I gasped, limping with me until we had both crossed the doorway and headed into the street. While we went past, I could see the 2 pizza boxes he had brought and his delivery bike some distance away. He laid me on a lawn some distance away from my house, and I watched on through my broken door while the fire devoured the objects inside.
I'm sorry I broke your door, sir. I saw the fire, but I could not get inside,
said the man whose name tag read Damien. Damien, I called out suddenly after some minutes of silence.
Thank you,
I added gratefully. Damien the delivery man smiled and acknowledged my thanks. Then I passed out. I came to in a hospital ward room with a few third-degree burns. I found out that my computer system had somehow been saved from the worst of the fire, and that the hallucinations I had experienced was caused by inhaling secondhand smoke by my next-door neighbor who was vaping a substance containing LSD. The fire had started when the plate containing the mutton I placed on the heater had melted. I turned to my left and saw on the chair there my 2 boxes of pepperoni-flavored pizza. I smiled. My phone was still inside my pocket, so I put my hand in there and brought it out. The screen was still displaying the last thing I had searched, Domino's Pizza. I smirked and scrolled down to the point I had placed my order and left them a 5-star review.
This story takes place when I was 22 years old. I had just gotten home from a long night of stocking shelves at my local grocery store. I worked the closing shift, so I usually got home around midnight. I shared a cheap apartment with my roommate, Mark. We weren't in the best of neighborhoods, but I just felt lucky to have a place to live that wasn't my parents' basement. I walked into the kitchen to rummage through the fridge for something to eat. I had just pulled a frozen burrito out of the freezer when I noticed something weird. My bedroom door had been slightly open when I walked by the hallway. I know this doesn't sound strange at first, but I specifically remember closing it that morning when I left for work. I like my privacy, so I always remember to shut my door when I leave for the day. I stepped back into the living room and looked down the hall. "Hello?" I called. There was just dead silence. Not wanting to let the fear get the better of me, I walked across the living room and flicked on the hallway light switch. "Mark, is that you?" I asked. Mark had always been a bit of an odd guy, so I couldn't help but think that maybe he was trying to play some sort of weird prank on me. Maybe waiting to jump out of my closet or something when I entered my room. When I finally got to the bedroom door, I gently pushed it open. The light from the hallway illuminated a large portion of the room. I looked around, definitely feeling the creepy vibes. There was no one there, and nothing looked out of the ordinary, just the usual, my twin bed with my nightstand just to the left. I closed the door shut and walked back into the kitchen. I popped my dinner in the microwave and pressed the start button. While I was cooking, I turned on the television, ready to put on a scary movie to watch and relax. Suddenly, I heard a muffled thump coming from down the hall. At first, I thought it was the neighbors or something. They can be pretty loud sometimes, and it's not unusual to hear a loud bump in the night. But then it happened again, and this time I could tell for sure it was coming from down the hall. "Mark?" I called once more. The microwave beeped just then, and I nearly had a heart attack. "Yeah, sorry. Dropped something," I could hear him say through the door. I'll admit, I felt a little better knowing that Mark was home. I walked back into the kitchen to get my food, and that's when my phone vibrated in my pocket. It was a text message from Mark. "Hey dude, running a little late here at work. Could you leave the door unlocked for me by any chance?" My stomach dropped to the floor and a chill ran down my spine. I texted back, "Wait, you're still at work?" He responded only a few seconds later, "Yeah, why?" At that moment, there was another noise from the hall and I looked up. The silhouette of a large man was standing there, holding what appeared to be a butcher's knife. I turned and ran towards the front door, hearing the heavy clunk of the man's boots behind me. He wasn't running. Instead, it sounded like he was slowly walking, taking his time. I didn't stop to look back. I ran down the emergency staircase and out into the parking lot where I called the cops. The cops showed up just a few minutes later. They went upstairs and searched my apartment, but they said they didn't find anyone. What they did find still terrifies me to this day. As they were searching the apartment, the cops found a note left on the kitchen table, held under a salt shaker. On that note, only one word was written: soon. I was home alone one night back in 2009. My parents were out on their weekly date nights. One of those had one too many at dinner and passed out in the movie theater kind of dates. Anyways, I had just returned from my afternoon jog. Being a hot August day, I had worked up quite a sweat on my run, so I had decided to take a cold shower and clean up a bit. My house doesn't have air conditioning and was quite stuffed up, so I decided to open a few windows to circulate the airflow within the house. I can remember opening a window in the kitchen, 2 windows across from each other in the living room, and 1 window in the basement. I knew I was going to be spending my evening down there watching movies since it was much cooler. I had my shower, got dressed and went downstairs to make myself some dinner. I took my dinner down to the basement and flicked on Netflix to start my binge-filled night of new shows. I do not recall falling asleep, but I must have passed out not long after eating my food and lying down. When I woke up, it was dark outside. The only light being cast into the basement was from the dimly lit TV screen. It was now freezing in the basement. I could feel a cold breeze circulating the room from having the window open for too long. I got up and walked over to the light switch that was located at the bottom of the stairs. I closed the window, then went back to turn off the TV, grab my dishes, and head upstairs. When I got upstairs, all the lights were off, indicating that my parents were still not home from their date. I cleaned the dishes, put them in the dishwasher, and closed the window above the sink. Just before I went to go up to my room for the night, I remembered that the windows in the living room were still open. I walked over to close the one window by the TV, then over to the next, which was located by the front porch. I noticed that my mom's vase with fake flowers, and it was knocked off the table in front of the window, and the flowers were sprawled out across the floor. I didn't think much of it at the time. Maybe there was a strong breeze and the curtains had tipped it over. I closed the window and started picking up the flowers. As I was cleaning, I heard a faint squeaky sound. What I could only imagine was a door handle being twisted. I listened as hard as possible. Following the creak of the handle was a creak in the hallway floor upstairs. A pain shot from my stomach to my chest and I froze. What seemed like an eternity of being bent over with my one hand holding the vase and the other clutching the flowers, I slowly stood up. I looked out the front window to check the driveway for my parents, hoping it was one of them upstairs. The driveway was empty. My heart sank. I quickly but quietly put the vase and the flowers down on the table and silently began walking over to the bottom of the stairs to look up. As I got closer to the stairs, I heard 2 more creaks on the floor, which caused me to stop dead in my tracks. I waited, listening. Nothing. I was now only a few steps from the stairs. I took those last few steps and put one hand on the railing. I peeked around the corner and only saw darkness. I didn't know what to do. Do I flick on the lights and let the potential intruder in my house know that I'm coming upstairs? Do I leave and go to a friend's house? Do I call my parents? Do I grow a pair and just go upstairs? I decided to turn my phone on silent and go to the kitchen to text my dad, making sure I was close to the back door for an easy getaway. He said, "It's an old house. It's just settling after a really hot day." I told him about the sound of the door handle twisting. He assumed there was an open window upstairs and the wind was knocking a door against the frame. Was it? Was that it? Could it just be a window that was left open? I felt a huge chunk of my anxiety start to fade away after talking with my dad, so I decided to grab a glass of water and head up to bed. I flicked on the lights for the stairs and started making my way up, but slowly, a tiny knot in my stomach from before. I got to the top of the stairs and noticed that all of the doors were wide open, except for mine. My parents' room and the spare bedroom were on the left, and the den in my room were on the right, with the bathroom at the end of the hallway. Though as my dad had predicted, my door was cracked just enough that a breeze could be making it to hit the frame. It being as hot as it was today, it wasn't unusual for my mom to open all the windows and doors upstairs. I exhaled a sigh of relief. Now fully confident that my dad was right, I turned on the lights to my room, did a quick look around and walked over to my nightstand to put my water beside my laptop. Then went off to the bathroom to get ready for bed. As I lay in bed trying to get sleepy, I was watching my favorite reruns of Seinfeld on my laptop. Then out of nowhere, I heard a sound of something slowly scraping my closet door. I quickly flicked on the light beside my bed. My closet door was cracked open ever so slightly. Questions started racing through my head. Was it open the whole time? Was it closed when I came in? I was positive that it was closed when I came in. Before I even had time to rationalize my thoughts, I heard the most disturbing, creepy, quiet, sinister laugh I've ever heard in my life. No horror movie could ever replicate the sound I just heard. As soon as I slid my laptop off my legs, the closet door burst open and someone was standing in the closet. My clothes were partially covering their body and face. I looked closer, and there was the most sickly, palest, dirtiest woman I have ever seen. For the split second that I saw her in horror, the image was burned into my brain forever. She had no shoes on, her disgusting, dirt-stained feet. Her skin was sickening with white cuts, and dried blood from her face down her arms, all the way to her legs. She was wearing what I assumed used to be a white nightgown. It was now a discolored mess of dirt blood, and who knows what else. Her gray, blue-veined, sunken-in face closely resembled a decaying skeleton. The rest of her face was hidden by my clothes. She asked in a quiet, grumbling, raspy voice, "Have you seen my baby?" That was enough for me to grab my phone and run. As soon as I was halfway out of my bedroom door, I heard the shriek, "Give me back my baby," and the clothes hangers thrashing around behind me. I ran as fast as I could to the upstairs bathroom and locked the door. It was only a second later that I heard a huge crash against the door, along with the woman screaming in a devilish tone, demanding I return her baby to her. I called 911 and the operator assured me the police would be there as fast as they could. I jammed my feet against the door and held my back against the sink, trying my hardest to make sure the door stayed closed. The woman would not let up though. Her shrieks turned into low, demonic-like grunts, and her banging on the door turned into heavy bodily blows. With what seemed like an eternity, I heard a heavenly sound. I heard the police call out that they were entering the residence. I yelled at the top of my lungs that I was upstairs. All I could hear next was a mixed commotion of the officers yelling and the woman growling. The officers ended up pepper spraying the woman, and it took 3 of them to be able to force her to the ground. She was yelling in a possessed-like state the entire time. I did not come out of the bathroom until the cops assured me she was out of the house. The cops told me she was likely on drugs or an escaped mental patient from the next county over. I tried telling them that she sounded like she was possessed or something, but they chalked it up to the woman just needing her medication. My parents arrived home shortly after I gave my statements to the police. We moved out of that house a month later. That was one night I was home alone that sadly, I will never forget.
I didn't know much about living in the wilderness when I bought a house with my best friend, but it was a really good deal that we just couldn't pass up. My friend Julie and I were going to school about a half an hour away, and buying a house for the next 4 years actually turned out to be cheaper than the rent would have been at the end of it all. Plus, this meant no landlords and we could do whatever we wanted with the place. The house was technically considered off-grid since it wasn't connected to our city's power grid, which of course helped us with the price. Thankfully, the previous owners agreed to sell us their solar panels as part of the overall price, which was actually super lucky. The house was also on septic, and we had a well, so even though it was off-grid, we still had all the luxuries of living in a house in the city. Julie and I both had pretty well-paying jobs, and I'm not ashamed to say that we both come from families who helped us with the mortgage from time to time. Anyways, the number one rule that I made with Julie when we agreed to buy this house together was that we wouldn't give our address to anyone but family. No friends, no boyfriends, and especially no random guys. We were out in the middle of nowhere, and I didn't want to risk the wrong person knowing that we, two 22-year-old women, were living 30 minutes outside of town, miles from the next house. It just didn't seem smart to me. Julie always said that she was fine with the rule, and for the first year we lived together, and she respected it. At least, I think she did. Then one day, in our second year of being housemates, I came home to her making out with some random guy on the sofa in the living room. I was livid. I screamed at the guy to get out, which of course only made Julie mad, but I really didn't care. I had boundaries, and my reason for not wanting men over to the house seemed pretty fair. After he left, she yelled at me that I was being stupid and having a guy over from time to time wasn't going to do anything bad. I tried telling her that it just wasn't smart letting people we don't even know into our house and letting it be known that we live alone with basically no means to protect ourselves. But she still didn't get it. She just kept saying, "This isn't the movie Taken. A guy isn't going to come back and kidnap and sell us. Calm down. Live a little." Her making fun of the situation made me feel like I had made a huge mistake buying this house with the person I thought I knew so well. She had been my best friend for 4 years, and I never got the impression that she would be so careless. I called my mom that night and told her what happened. She agreed with me that it was dumb of Julie to invite a guy over that she didn't even know. I also told her that it made me uncomfortable staying there, knowing this guy knew where we lived, who we were, and that we lived alone. I mean, it was obvious no guy lived with us. Every picture in the place was just two of us, and I'm pretty sure Julie probably told him that she only had one roommate. It wouldn't have been a shocker if she did. She brought him back to the house after all, so telling him about her life wouldn't have been a big deal. My mom told me that if I was uncomfortable that I could just stay with her for a few nights, and if I wanted to go back after, then I could, and if not, I could stay however long I needed. I appreciated the offer and decided that I'd go to school the next day, go home, pack some things, and then head off to my mom's for a bit. Julie thought that I was being dramatic, but I didn't care. I went to school the next day as planned and made my way back to the house that afternoon. I decided to wait until Julie got home to let her know how long I'd be gone and just to make sure that she'd locked up. Clearly, she wasn't the most responsible person, so I couldn't rely on her to secure the place after I left. At around 8 p.m., I decided I was done waiting and began making my way to the front door with my bag in hand. When I reached the hall that led into the living room, I stopped in my tracks. Thankfully, the darkness that filled the house hid me as I watched two men in black masks standing at the door behind the frosted glass. They were talking to each other when I heard one of them say, "I'm telling you, man, the girls who live here, they're all types of fine. Now get the door open before they hear you." My heart sank and I didn't know what to do. I just had to hide. I guess now I realize that I probably should have slipped out the back door, but I really wasn't thinking. Instead, I slowly walked back into my room, shut and locked the door, and started trying to find some places to hide. I watched a movie the previous night that gave me the idea of opening my window to make it look as though I'd gone out that way, so I did that, and climbed into the back of my closet and hid under a couple of thick comforters I'd shoved back there after last winter. I heard the sound of the glass in the front door shattering, and I felt tears beginning to streak down my face. I wasn't going to be one of those girls you see in movies and TV shows who can't keep quiet, though. I was barely breathing so I wouldn't make a sound. I listened as they made their way through the house, loudly arguing with each other that they hadn't found us yet. I silenced my phone so it wouldn't give up my hiding spot if it were to go off, and I texted Julie not to come home, that people had broken into our house and to call 911 immediately. I also texted my mom and told her what was happening and for her to call 911 too. Of course, they both started blowing on my phone, but when I heard the men try the handle to my bedroom door, I couldn't focus on anything but staying hidden and staying quiet.
She's gotta be in here. Her car's out front. I'm gonna be so pissed if she's not. You had me break into this house for nothing.
They argued back and forth like that for a couple of minutes until one of them must have gotten tired of it and kicked the door in. I was relieved when the window trick seemed to work and they screamed at each other that I'd gotten away. The relief only lasted a minute though, when one of them told the other to look around for anything they could take that might have been worth something. I started praying that they wouldn't look too far into my closet, that they wouldn't pull back the comforters I was under and do what men do to women whose houses they break into. I heard one of the men leave my room, but I could tell one of them stayed. I heard him begin to go through my drawers and throw things across the room. He seemed frustrated, which was probably due to the fact that I don't own super nice things. No expensive jewelry, nothing designer. I could never justify spending that kind of money, and clearly this guy didn't appreciate that. My breath stopped in my throat when I heard his footsteps get closer to the closet doors. I didn't move an inch. There was no way that I was going to give this guy any reason to believe I was in there. It felt like I was going to have a heart attack when he opened the closet doors. I could feel the vibrations of him moving things around off the shelves overhead, and just when I felt him grab hold of the blankets I was under, his friend burst into the room, yelling that they had to go. Apparently they heard sirens down the road and got scared. They ran out of the house and I stayed in my spot. I had every intention of staying there all night. I was terrified of the possibility that they were still there. And that was until I heard my mom's voice, calling for me from inside the house. I tore the comforters off my body, and as quickly as I could, I ran toward my mom's voice. The second I saw her, I burst into tears. All the emotion I'd held in that whole time was being let out, and I couldn't control it. I wish I could tell you that they found the men who broke in, but they didn't. They left behind no evidence, and the police didn't find anyone in the woods surrounding the house. The guy Julie brought over the previous night had a solid alibi too, so they ruled him out. He also denied telling anyone where we live, but I don't buy it. I moved out the next day. It took a while, but Julie eventually agreed to take my name off the mortgage. One of our other friends moved in with her, and I moved back in with my parents. I feel safer with them. I just wish they'd caught the guys who terrorized me that night.
My name is Julie, and I am a college student. I recently got a job at a local Dunkin' Donuts near my dorm. It's a 15-minute walk, so it's convenient since my car is pretty beat up. I can't trust it to run for more than a mile, and I'm saving up for my remaining year in education. The Dunkin' Donuts that I'm working at sits just off the campus, and to be honest, I'm not shocked that there are still students ordering donuts at midnight. Well, it's a donut and a coffee. Perfect combination, I must say. But the one that shocked me the most is almost at the end of every shift. We were throwing the leftover donuts away. It has always been their policy to never give away the remaining ones, and that it must be strictly be thrown in the garbage plastic bag at the end of the day. Some franchises allow their employees to take home leftover donuts, but in my case, my manager is pretty strict on implementing policies. We were instructed that whatever is left over, we would write numbers on a sheet to help the person who orders donuts know what is selling or not. And then they are thrown in the trash. It pains me to watch mouth-melting donuts thrown away, where it can be given to the homeless. It's a shame and a loss. One time, out of curiosity, I asked my manager about the wasted donuts. She raised an eyebrow. and told me that it was because they didn't want to get sued if someone claimed that they ate it and got sick. So just like every late night, as my shift's coming to an end, we were throwing the remaining ones in a black plastic bag, sealing it tight since there would be homeless people that would go through the garbage, and place them at the trash area just near Dunkin' Donuts. If you ask me why I didn't even dare to take home at least one donut when we were throwing it out, it's because my manager is always watching us. It's pretty creepy, and it's not like I would grab a donut from a garbage bag. So like always, after me throwing them away, my manager would go through the bag. I'll clean the whole store and check the inventory for the next shift. One day when I was at my dorm sitting studying for my upcoming exams, my roommate, Emma, came home with a box of freshly made donuts. She told me that she had just started her small business and that she had personally made them. It smelled something familiar, but I doubt it was Dunkin', since it came in a different packaging and they had cute frosted design on top. I suppose working there made my nose smell Dunkin' Donuts all the time. Anyway, they smelled and looked great and I wouldn't mind tasting them. "Hey Julie, guess what?" came an ecstatic voice. "What?" I asked, looking over at Emma with an amused face. "I sold 8 boxes today. Too bad that there is still a box left, but I don't care," Emma said and placed the box of donuts at a table nearby and decided to eat it. I heard my stomach growl and looked at the clock. It was almost 8 p.m. and a couple more hours my night shift starts. I realized that I have not eaten dinner yet due to studying. "Here, you can eat with me. There's plenty more where that came from," Emma said, smiling, and I haven't been more grateful to have a roommate who is also a friend to share her food with me. So I indulged myself with a box of donuts. When it was time for work, I said goodbye to Emma and headed off to Dunkin'. Just like every night, I had to stand behind the register, check the inventory, clean off the tables, and mop the floor. It was a long night since there had been more customers than usual as there is an upcoming exam. After my shift as usual, we have to throw away the remaining ones again, but this time is different. My manager, who is always on the lookout, actually spits at the donuts. I was disgusted by what I saw. I mean, isn't it enough to just throw away the donuts? I really don't get why she would do that. She caught me staring and she stared back at me, shooting daggers as she said, "I'm just doing them a favor. I saw a homeless man go through the garbage yesterday night. I bet they would eat that." She smirked and left, not even sealing the freaking garbage bag. I was left speechless and stared at the donuts dumbfounded. I decided to pack them in a box and sealed it with tape, hoping that none of the homeless would go through it and eat the donuts with a spit on it. For several days, I did that until we ran out of boxes. Every day the manager would spit on the leftover donuts, which left me disgusted, but what can I do? I am just a regular employee. I cannot afford to lose my job as I badly need extra allowance for my studies. It's just disgusting that I want to throw up every single time I witness her horrible actions. Then one day, as I was leaving the store, I noticed someone at the trash area going through it and saw the open garbage bag filled with our leftover donuts. I ran as fast as I could, and when I caught the person, it was Emma. We both froze. I was completely stunned with what I just witnessed and found myself speechless. I glanced to what she was holding. She was placing the donuts in the box that she was selling. Not just that, she would put frosted designs to make it look like it was originally made by her. I felt my stomach turn upside down when I remember all the times she offered me those that she wasn't able to sell. That explains her recent situation when she wasn't able to make and sell donuts when I used to seal them in a box. I threw up by the times that I've eaten the freaking donuts, where my manager spit at, and whatever she was putting on it. Emma looked at me with shock on her face as well. After I was done, Emma explained to me why she was doing that, saying that she needs to pay for her school fees and that she saw people doing it on YouTube. I immediately left Dunkin' Donuts, moved to another dorm, and went to the doctor's. Since that day, I have never talked to Emma and never ate a donut again. My name is Louisa, and I'm now married in my late 20s. I fondly remember how I used to live alone and had little or no friends, while I lived most of my life on the internet. To give you an idea about me, I was a typical introvert teenager who has low self-esteem, and I don't put makeup on or apply any skincare. I see myself as a plain woman. Until one day, I was in search of a job and got accepted at Dunkin' Donut near my apartment. After a month working as a salesperson in day shift, an offer for a night shift showed up and I took the offer. Working night shift is an absolute advantage for me since there are only few customers, and it is not as busy as the day shift. I thought I was the only one putting in for the job, but little did I know that someone also took the night shift. His name is Jake, and he is the only guy among us. He was the first to approach me, and we've talked about a lot of random things. As our conversation goes, I discovered that we had a lot of similarities. I found out that he also likes watching anime. He's also a fan of my favorite band, and that he also binge watches my favorite Netflix series. I find it hard to make friends, since it is unlikely to find people who have the same interest as mine. That's why not long after we became friends, days passed by. I noticed that he seemed to have more empathy and got soft-spoken, like he was being too concerned for me. He usually likes to start the conversation and ask too personal questions, which makes me feel uncomfortable to answer. He'd even offer to buy me dinner sometimes, and other times he'd ask to walk me home, which I obviously refused. I see him as a friend, but I believe there are boundaries, especially he is a guy. Also, he doesn't talk too much about his background. I have no idea about him other than we're colleagues and our similar interests. He'd usually ask details about my life, but whenever I ask his, he'd change the topic. I just thought he's naturally an extrovert and being really friendly with me. I don't want to assume things. And like I said, I see myself as a plain woman that no guy would be interested in. But things started to get intense the day I gave him a listening ear, when he shared me his personal problems, which was unusual, I thought.
Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Jake grinned while he mopped the floor next to me.
Well, payday is my bright day.
I made a joke which shouldn't require more than a giggle, but Jake burst out laughing hysterically.
So you stay alone?
This was the first question he asked, and I answered indifferently, as though it didn't matter.
Yes, I do.
I answered.
It must be tiring staying alone. Do you want me to live with you? You could save more money in that case.
Jake said, then gave a creepy smirk face.
What are you talking about? Please stop joking about that stuff again.
I answered and walked out on him to get busy elsewhere as I was starting to feel irritated. I could feel his bulging eyes glare at me as I left, and I had seen how energetic he was towards how I live, but I decided to think it was a harmless question. The next day, immediately we finished cleaning and everyone decided to rest in the locker room. I sat alone to stretch my back when he slipped into the bench next to me again, with our skin now making weird contact.
How do you sleep at night, Louisa?
He asked, and things started getting funny.
How everyone else sleeps, I guess.
I shifted on the bench and he did the same.
I don't think so. You made a post about your sleep routine yesterday on Facebook.
Jake grinned knowingly. My stomach dropped.
You follow me on Facebook?
I asked while keeping my composure, even though I am creeped out at this point, because I have never given my personal account to him or to anyone else at work.
Not really.
Jake smiled.
But you have a false home address on your Facebook profile. How did you know that?
I screamed in shock. I could feel my body shaking. But Jake's wide grin stayed.
I know where you live, Louisa. I saw you dancing into your house 2 days ago. Not only you followed my posts, but you've also followed me home.
I asked nervously.
Not really.
Jake scratched his scalp.
If I'm being honest, I am seriously freaking out right now. You're kidding, right?
I asked him, but he didn't say anything and still pulling a wide grin. Meanwhile, I remember weeks ago that there was a suspicious account that followed me on my Facebook.
Wait, Are you stalking me? Is your name Juki on Facebook?
I faded, realizing the similarities in the name that I hadn't recognized.
I guess.
Jake placed his hand on my thighs, and I pushed him away reflectively and ran outside. I quickly called 911 and told them about my situation. Unfortunately, they told me they couldn't do anything about it unless he'd harm me physically. As disappointing as it sounds, I dropped the call and hurriedly went home. When I got home, I immediately searched for Jake's account. While searching, I have come to realize I knew that there was something odd about him. I find it sketchy that we had a lot of similarities. My favorite band, favorite series, favorite anime. It was all a fraud. The reason he knew these things about me is because he'd been stalking my social media accounts all these time. I also discovered that he was not just following me on my Facebook, but also on Instagram and Twitter. Fortunately, he uses the same username. It became easy for me to block them all. In the end, I decided to disable all my social media accounts. I'm glad I never trusted him. I'm just frustrated about the wasted energy I've given to him at work whenever we conversate. I knew I cannot stay any longer at my apartment, now that he knew where I live. I honestly never imagined myself in this situation, being a victim of creepy guys that stalk random women. I thought that being plain will save me from being their target. I was wrong. It is really not about how you dress or how you look. I messaged my manager that I quit my job and moved back to my parents the next day. Since then, I never went back to work at Dunkin' Donuts ever again. A few years ago, something happened that would change my life forever. I'm a male with a big body build. Most of the time, people are intimidated by my presence due to my physical appearance, but to the people who knew me, they know otherwise. In contrast to my intimidating presence, I always try to extend a hand to the people around me. That's how I was raised, and I'm glad. Even though sometimes they don't give back the same energy as me. I always say to myself that if no one does, no one would. I know it sounds heroic, but if one person could make a difference into someone else's life, let it be you. To begin with, I consider myself as a regular person, working from 9 to 5, making ends meet, and sometimes treating myself with a box of Dunkin' Donuts on the way home. I recently moved out of my parents' house and moved into an apartment complex near where I work. It was a multiple-story apartment. It was quite decent than in the ones I recently visited. And as I was settling down, piling up boxes just outside my door, I noticed a kid who was looking at me. He looked thin and had a pale complexion. I said hi in my deep voice, but he ran away. Probably got scared, which is a common occurrence to me. I was confused at first, but quickly got over it as I needed to move the boxes piled out in the hallway. The apartment was spacious, a dedicated living room, dining, a small room for kitchen, and 2 bedrooms. I was elated. It was my dream to have a place for myself, and I finally had it, and I spent the day moving in. The next day after work, I decided to go to a local Dunkin' to order myself a box of donuts, specifically chocolate iced glazed with sprinkles, which is my favorite, and a cup of coffee. Once I got what I aimed for, I excitedly made my way home, thinking about the donuts I had purchased. As I was about to walk into my apartment, I noticed the kid looking over at me from a distance. I wonder if he lives just beside me, I thought. He was looking at the box of donuts I had in my hand, then I asked, "Do you want some?" He thought for a while, then slowly made his way over to me. "What's your name?" I asked as I opened the box. "You can choose what flavor you want," I said, hoping that he'll not choose my favorite. "Nathan," he said, and pointed at chocolate iced glazed with sprinkles. I was a little sad, but still I have 5 more left, so that should make up. I also noticed that there had been a bruise on his finger, the one that he pointed at. I was bewildered by what I saw. He looked normal on the outside other than he was thin. I suspect nothing strange. Where are your parents? I asked, hoping that it would not come off as prying. The kid looked at me after finishing the donut. They're working, he said, and as I was about to ask about the bruise, there's a lady and a guy calling out from the nearby hallway. I'm here, Nathan said and ran back. Days passed and I still think about that encounter. Every day I come home, Nathan would be there waiting. We would talk and laugh, and according to him, I became his best friend forever. I learned that his mom and dad were on a business trip and were away for weeks. That's why his babysitter was there taking care of him. But most of the time, I noticed that he was outside, and that a certain guy goes over to their apartment. He also mentioned that the bruise on his finger was for the doctor to check, which he didn't know, and I don't want to ask more questions, since he gets down whenever we talk about the hospital and how he goes in and out of it. It left me wondering why. Hey, mister, he said one time. He sort of looks like thinking deeply. We were sitting here at the front of the apartment complex. It became our meeting spot after I came home from work. It's like a routine, and I don't mind Nathan's company. And he happens to like my favorite donut as well. So every time I ordered something off Dunkin' Donut, I always got us chocolate iced glazed with sprinkles. If I die, would you be there for me too? Nathan asked, and I was shocked. He looked at me with seriousness in his eyes. I was left dumbfounded by the question. He looks down and said, Mister, for a long time, you've been my only friend, and you give me donuts. I have no friends, and I guess they don't want to be my friends because I'm sick, he said, and I felt my heart ache. No kid should go through this, so I stood up and kneeled in front of him. I'll always be here for you. Those kids that don't want to be your friend, they don't know what they're missing out, I said, pointing at the box of donuts beside him, and he giggled. Best friends forever, right? There are days when Nathan doesn't show up, and when he does, we're having a blast. But there came a time when Nathan didn't really show up, and I haven't seen the babysitter as well. I started to get worried and decided to knock on their apartment, feeling my anxiety grow by the second. A man in his 30s, wearing a black suit, opened the door. He looked quite disheveled and seems like he hasn't slept for days. He looked similar to Nathan with his blue eyes. I'm guessing this is his dad. He looked at me warily. I proceeded introducing myself as their neighbor, who happens to be Nathan's friend as well, and that I was worried I haven't seen Nathan since. I felt my body grow cold when Nathan's dad responded with words.
He suddenly passed away.
He continued to explain that the doctor said it was because of diabetes, and that Nathan has a frail body and was born with it, so he had the carer give him a shot of insulin when needed. I felt my heart dropped. Tears came to my eyes, not knowing what to think. I felt like I am to be blamed for Nathan's demise. I had no idea he was suffering with diabetes, and I was so stupid to offer him donuts all these time. I kneeled in front of Nathan's dad and confessed to what I have done. Few days later, the police took me and interrogated me about the incident. I can't help but keep blaming myself for what happened, but I'm able to be released when they told me that the carer finally came forward, saying that she's the one to blame for Nathan's untimely death when she forgot to give Nathan's regular insulin shots. With tears in my eyes, I felt relieved, but at the same time blaming myself for giving Nathan some donuts. Then one time, Nathan's parents came and asked for forgiveness. I told them there is nothing to forgive. I can see how much they loved their son. They said they admitted their shortcomings and were too focused at work. They have neglected Nathan's condition. Soon after, I decided to move forward raising awareness for people, especially kids with diabetes. For Nathan, my best friend forever, may you rest in peace.
Our official merch store is finally here. If you want to support more of our channel, check out our merch shop. The link is in the description down below. See you on the next video.